Hello, guys. Sorry about that. Um, Apparently, uh, I guess Tosh tried to give Abby a call when she was streaming from her phone, and then when she answered the phone, it just cut the stream. So we're gonna have to be sure not to let that accident happen again. But no worries. I'm sure you guys will make it back here. You've done this a few times before. It's not the first stream that's accidentally cut short. I notice this happens on INN's channel sometimes, Indie News Network. Go check them out if you never heard of them. Um, so yeah, it just throws us off a little bit. What were we talking about? Anybody remember what we were in the middle of discussing? Um, Let me get this link up for anyone else who wants to rejoin. Here we go. Yeah, there's Michael Pan and Abby. Welcome back. Here we are. There we go.
Yeah, so I was talking about like a contract, a pledge, for
Oh, that's
political
right.
candidates. Yes,
So what you were saying to me after the stream ended on accident, you kept explaining your idea. I don't think the rest of the audience heard this contract thing you're talking about, so I'll just explain a little bit. He's saying in order to hold our politicians accountable when we go through the process of actually getting them elected, and then they betray our promises, if we get them to sign a contract beforehand,
right.
then that kind of lays out that if they break their promises, then it triggers the whatever clause in the contract.
Mm-hmm.
That
Right. It
might be an
triggers.
effective way of actually getting some accountability.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because it's easier. It's easier to hold, incumbents accountable, right? It's easily because it's very obvious that look, they signed this, they signed their names on the contract, printed, signed their names, and dated. Also, they read the terms of the contract or the pledge, right? And we listed the specific items that they have to do to get once they get elected to office. Even same thing for candidates running for office. Same thing for candidates running for office. That they can't just say they can keep their promises, but they actually got to show action, direct action, rather than just talk the talk. But they need to walk the walk. Because the reason why we need contracts with pledge like that, it's easy to hold them accountable. Also, it's evidence, right? But it's very difficult if we don't have a pledge or create a pledge. It's very difficult to hold incumbents accountable once after getting elected to office. And if they fail to honor the contracts or the pledge, then we're going to find someone to oust them out of office. That sorry, your term has ended. It's over. It's time for new candidates. And the same thing with candidates running for office getting elected. So we do this like every, election cycle, but also once they get elected to office, right? Because it's a way to visually show people, hey, politicians can't pretend they don't remember signing a contract because we have it in writing.
I just
And that's
wanted to, yeah, get, I'll reply to your comment there in a minute. I just wanted to
sure.
explain for Rondo. The stream just accidentally got cut short. I guess Abby said that Tosh tried to call her phone, and then when she answered the phone, it cut the stream for all of us. So we didn't know that that would happen, but now we know. So hopefully this mistake shouldn't happen again.
Hmm.
Uh, there's probably some kind of setting that you
Yeah,
can switch.
I put my phone on do not disturb, so no one can call me now.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
right.
But that's a silly thing. As far as there's got to be a technological innovation. All they got to do is add some software update, and that would
Hmm.
stop that from happening. But apparently, they have yet to do that. So.
Yeah. And I know, Michael, earlier you said that that's fun how you interesting you said how people said technology is the answer, right? But sometimes technology can't really save us with technical difficulties.
It just makes things harder for what I can tell half the time, if not more than that.
Yeah, yeah. But anyways, I was saying that we definitely need a paradigm shift, for voters. Hey, because we don't want voters to feel disappointed if their elected officials did not keep one promise. So that's why I said a pledge or contract is very important to create because it lists specific policies that we want candidates to run on, and just not only run on, but also to develop in office or introduce as a way to as a way to hold them accountable.
So what I would ask about your idea is about the legality of it. Is it there's maybe currently there's no laws that prevent these kinds of contracts from being signed? Like, how has this not been thought of
Then,
or implemented before? Is there
oh,
some reason?
I'll tell you this. Like, I'll give you an example. In 1994, this was the year Republicans swept Congress, the House and Senate, because Republicans did not have control of both houses of Congress until 1994. So what the Republicans realized or learned was that, hey, to get more people to vote for us or get more vote or to increase the voter turnout, let's create a contract with America that says the following items, right? And in concrete terms. Keep it very simple about the political process. Also, let's deliver economic tangibles, something for voters that can digest easily without using like abstract information. Because Republicans saw that Democrats became too powerful and Democrats were making government too big. I'm saying allegedly, but obviously Democrats never made government very big historically, and so the Republicans feel like we got to create a contract to show constituents that we're much bigger than talking rhetoric, but we're going to have substance in the document, and put a lot of pressure on Republican candidates to agree to a contract with America. And
So
this is something
did you like that approach? You thought that was an effective tactic that the Republicans
absolutely,
employed?
yeah, absolutely, yeah, because it really holds Republicans
Did
accountable.
did they do what they said they were going to do?
I'll put it this way. You know how, like Abby, you remember the Clintons in the 1990s? What did Bill Clinton do? He co-opted on Contract of America, or
Hmm.
altered the items.
What?
Uh,
Can you talk
oh,
over?
Michael, you there? Oh, like Bill Clinton basically altered the Contract of America, and so yeah, Republicans did get most things done, of course, but it was also effective for them to get reelected every other 2 years in the
So
midterm.
so what's the repercussions if they don't do it?
For Republicans, oh, the repercussion is like if Republicans did not honor the contract or didn't keep their promises, they were going to be primary in the primary race.
By the RNC?
Yeah, by the RNC, committee chair, voters, and candidates running entering the Republican Party primary race. And this was like something that I think Bernie Sanders was trying to model on going back in 2016, but he didn't put it in writing. He put the policy items on his platform. He didn't put any of that stuff like in writing to give to voters. So I think this is like something we need, right now because we're just tired of hearing, tired of hearing politicians and incumbents talking rhetoric, but then they're not walking the walk.
Okay, so let me give you a scenario then.
Sir.
Like say, so let's think of the people in our parties, like the controlled opposition in the party and stuff like that.
Right.
Excuse this noise. Okay. Um, and say I don't know. Say a I was in the House of Representatives.
Hmm.
Well, okay. Are we talking about senators or House of Representatives?
Well, we'll talk about any come rather like incumbents or in the House of Representatives or U.S. Senate. We're just talking
Okay.
about like in
So
general.
so if we're talking like House of Representatives,
Hmm.
because that's a bigger house,
Right.
um, then your promises that you made to your constituents, that means you're going to bring forth the bill. Either you're going to bring forth the bill or you are going to vote on the bill, right?
Right. That's correct.
Okay, okay. So if the bill doesn't get passed
Hmm.
because of controlled opposition or because like to, you know how they like to see how many votes they have and oh we're not going to be able to pass it, so sure, we could bring this up to a vote. They won't get it anyway. It'll make them look like we're doing something. So you don't primary someone right there because you don't really have the evidence. You see what I'm saying? I just don't
Yeah,
see
but I'll say,
how
but I see
I
how
don't see how that's gonna.
I
What,
see. Right, I actually see it's going to be more effective because why? Whenever incumbents fail to honor the contract or the pledge, everything is recorded on Congress.gov, and that's where most people are going these days to find
but
accountability and
okay,
result.
but that's not what I was. Okay, but it's not completely up to them because other people
True.
could, they could meet behind closed doors and
Right.
decide how they're gonna bring these votes out based on the contracts.
Mm-hmm.
Like all you gotta do is throw data in a spreadsheet and run some queries and say, oh, okay, this is so for this bill, this senator or this House of you, if you don't go along with this one, then you're still fulfilling your obligations to you know your constituents. So
But I'm saying
we
they're not.
need we need all of these specific people to vote no and all of these
Mm-hmm.
specific people to vote yeah, and you're
Yes.
still not going to get anything for the people. You understand what I'm saying?
I mean, yes, I understand what you're saying. So that's why we had to. That's why it's very important in the contract or pledge. List the following like timeline. Here's a timeline. You're going to have to introduce the bills in the House and
No, I
vote.
don't think you understand me
No, I do
because
understand. I'm just saying.
it
I'm just
doesn't
saying. Like,
matter.
let me give you an example. Do you remember the 2009 Tea Party? I'm sorry, the 2010 Tea Party wave that got majority Republicans elected to office, the U.S. House and Senate, because the Tea Party members had a contract and forced the contract onto the incumbents and the candidates running for office, and they told them if you don't honor this pledge or this contract, or you don't put all these bills for a floor vote, you're out of the office.
Okay, but the Tea Party.
But they were successful too. Don't forget, they got all Republicans elected every other 2 years into the House and Senate. I'm saying that this is something Democrats have not done before because the Democrats are too old school, too cis, or too, I don't want to, let me say, the Democrats are too soft, too feminine, not to put a pledge.
You could just say
Well,
soft without
hold
the
on.
feminine part. They're too
Thank you.
weak, right?
I mean, I had to call them like, I'm sorry, I had to call the Democratic Party gay faggots. I'm sorry.
No, hold on,
Oh,
hold
that's the
on.
Republican influence. That's your conservatism showing, right?
We
No,
talked
it's not.
about
You
this.
don't have to.
Wait,
You
hold
want
on.
to.
It's
We
not
talked
Republican.
about this last time. We talked about this last time. That like why like using the word feminine as a negative trait is just ridiculous.
Yeah, because the Democrats are feminine. I mean, they're too girly. They don't have.
Okay, okay. I'm gonna stop you. I don't appreciate it.
I'm
It's almost.
sorry.
It's like framing the duopoly as a version of the sacred masculine and the sacred feminine. You know
Yeah,
what I
because
mean? But
right, but
that's playing right into the ruling class's hands. They want us to frame the political uh, scene like that. You know.
right, but right, but I'm just saying that there's going to come a point where
No, hold on. What you're saying is some bullshit. That's what I'm saying.
And what
What you're
about
saying
Lindsey Graham
is some.
being the gay Republican? Is like there's not Democrats are no more or less gay than the Republicans. You know what I
right,
mean?
but I'm saying like the
But
only difference
can we go
between
back to the Tea Party thing? Can we go back
yes,
to that because this is what I want to tell you about that. The Tea
mhm,
Party was its own party that was forcing the Republicans into a position. So if you're talking about trying to do this within the duopoly, I don't see it happening. Now, if you're saying do something like a Tea Party, but on the left of the Democrats, then I could see that putting the Democrats in a pickle. You understand what I'm saying? But if
right.
you try to do it within the Democratic Party, ain't nothing about to happen.
I know, but I'm just saying that this is something that needs to be experimented with.
Experimented and considered.
That hasn't
Yeah.
right. That has not been done before because we see Republicans every year. They're very creative with their approach. So what I'm saying is that Democrats are lagging in that area because
Okay,
the
I'll give you
Democrats
that.
right because the Democrats are too. How do I say this? They don't want to let their old guard down. I noticed, especially with the older folks running the Democratic Party, and eventually it's going to come a time where supporters say enough's enough. It's time to call the Democratic Party, faggots because
Stop that.
sorry, I mean, we have to be honest. We have to be real. Just how Republicans call out their members, right? By being
Yeah,
direct.
but you don't have any other words.
I mean, let me just say, like
Just put.
That's what we're saying. If you're
I'm
going to be honest
I'm
and real,
asking
use
you to
better
stop that.
language.
I mean, sorry. I mean, hey, look at the Trump supporters. They call their members names. So what's
Trump
difference does
himself
it make?
is kind of been fingered as as one of the gay Republicans, but he was also a Democrat, right? But it doesn't matter really what they whether they cross the aisle, because it's all a show orchestrated for the people. So I think beyond whether your idea about a contract is feasible or not, you have the problem where you have to pick a third party. You have to decide which of the third parties is the viable option.
Right.
And we're stuck at that. People are saying it's got to be the Green Party or the Libertarian Party. But to me, the Green Party's been betraying people just like the Democrats. But they get a free pass on it because they aren't technically the Democratic Party.
Hmm.
They're still a
Right.
bourgeois party representing bourgeois interests.
Yes. Right. Exactly. Because, like I said earlier, the Green Party has been taken over by feminine Democratic members, or those who used to be former Democrats.
Okay, if you keep doing that, I'm gonna mute you.
Well, I mean, we had to be honest about the Democrats, right? Just like how Trump's supposed to be honest about the Republicans, right?
You're using feminine as derogatory, as if something's wrong with being feminine. Like, what do you?
What I'm saying is, okay, let me say this. Maybe I
What
just
you're saying is some
As if
bullshit.
there
Use a
aren't,
different word. Like
as if
use.
there's not
yeah. What
women
I'm saying is
Republicans.
that, okay, the Democrats. Let me put it this way.
They're being weak. They're being
Yeah, just
feckle.
yeah,
They're being.
they're being weak. They're not having skin in the game. They're allowing policies to get implemented left and right.
Okay, but
Democrats
these
are not
aren't
introducing
those
their.
aren't feminine traits. So
Yeah,
I'm
but I'm
asking
saying
you
that
to
they're not
stop that.
right. What I'm saying is that we have to be honest, and this is the problem with Democrats. They censor
I'm being
people.
honest. Those are
Uh,
not feminine traits.
I
And
mean,
the
they
fact
sound
that you
feminine.
keep trying to
Yeah,
equate,
they
trying to,
they sound feminine to me because they don't want to push back against their leaders in the Democratic Party. In other words, the Democrats want to be civil. They don't want civil and being reasonable. They don't want to fight, yell, scream, just how Republicans do.
okay,
Republicans are not
Michael,
satisfied with
I
their
know,
results.
I know you're a very intelligent person, so I know you understood what I told you, and I'm not saying it again.
Right.
Yeah. I guess
But
he's being technically, in a way, he is being honest about the way that he sees the Democratic Party, the way that the language he's using to articulate his honest feelings. We disagree, right? If we're being honest, we feel that your honest belief that there's like that there's
No,
a negative kind of feminine aspect of the Democratic Party. We honestly think that that's a bad take.
right. Because the Democrats focus too much on LGBTQ.
Well, we're saying
no,
we
we're
think it's
talking
a bad
about.
take that you're saying that they focus too much on that, right? They're
Right.
doing that for a reason. They're trying to create this good cop, bad cop kind of Manichaean dualism, so that
I'm not even talking about LGBTQ. I'm talking about being offensive towards women or towards gay people. Stop that. I'm
I'm
telling you,
not.
you are. I'm telling you, you are offending me.
I'm
Now
sorry.
you
I
could
didn't.
do with that what you will.
Okay, like I said, I'm sorry you find it offensive. Didn't mean to. Like I said, my goal was not. My intent was not to offend women. But what I'm saying is that the Democrats have shifted this belief of of being strong, being like powerful, fighting back. They used to be that, but they're not that anymore because they want to be reasonable, civil. They don't want to yell at each other. Unlike Republicans, when Republicans know they're not satisfied with the pledge or the party's principles and platforms, of course Republicans going to fight back quick. What I'm saying is that
Okay,
Democrats
being
are being
strong
too
isn't
slow.
isn't being strong isn't exclusively a male trait, is what I'm saying. So stop reducing my my gender to just being a fickle, weak little bitch or something. I don't like that.
what is it? It's misogyny, right? And what it is
Yes,
it's
it is.
kind of subtly making the claim without saying it out loud that misogynistic view of women is a strong kind of way a man, like the way that a a strong man is a misogynist kind of man.
And I'm not
That
trying to hear
right,
that
that's
bullshit.
completely wrong. That's false.
Right. Like I said, I apologize for the comments, but anyways, we have to be realistic, be
There
honest.
is no but. If you apologize, there's no but after it.
If we're being realistic,
There's no
the
but.
misogyny of the Republican Party is very harmful to women. And
Right.
when what they're trying to say is that the Democratic Party, with all of their woke politics, is at the end of the day harmful to women. And according to the conservatives, it is in the women's best interest to be forced back into the home and to have their abortion rights taken away and whatnot. There's nothing strong or realistic about their policies towards women. They're actually delusional.
But like I said, I did call a Democrat before, and I called one of the Democratic members sissies. I did. Yes, it sparked anger. Of course, like I said, we have to be intentional because if the Democrats are not going to not going to move us in the right direction, then yeah, let's call it. We have to definitely call them out. That's what I believe in. By the way, it's free speech.
You're also talking to socialists don't believe in supporting the Democratic Party. So it's like we keep getting pigeonholed into this.
Wait, he just
As
said
leftists, we must be Democrats. It's no. We already rejected for years now both the Democrats and the Republicans, but for some reason we're still talking about them.
and you just said it's free speech, but last week you were on and we specifically were talking about offensive words that we would, even you would refuse to say out loud because you knew it offended people based on their race and their culture. So I'm really
I'm talking about
surprised.
sex, right? I'm
Hold
talking about
on, hold on, let me finish. I'm really shocked that you can't understand that the same goes for people based on their gender or sexuality.
that's different. That's different from race. There's a person's sexual orientation. Because we have to be honest. I mean, if we look at the Democrats running the party, most of the people are LGBTQ women, and by the way, those people are very affluent, and they're not advancing agenda for the working class people or people who are of lower socioeconomic status. Or talking about kitchen
Republicans
table
aren't though
issue.
either.
Right. I know Republicans are not, but I'll say this: Republicans have used populist talking points, to get in office and expose Democrats' weakness. I know Democrats can do it, but Democrats are refusing to advance kitchen table issues. Why? Because the Democrats are tied to big corporations. And yes, voters are going to leave. Yes, voters have left the Democratic Party, and yes, voters are going to leave the Democratic Party in higher numbers if Democrats don't change because the Democrats are being too reasonable, too civil. We know with Republicans you can never be civil. You gonna either going to fight the wildfires or you're not. But the Democrats are choosing to we need to be in the middle. No, there's no such thing as middle ground or taking the middle ground approach anymore.
The
And that's why
Democrats are right wing, but they masquerade as leftist or centrist. But we've been calling them right wing for a very long time now.
right. And so that's why I said why there needs to be a Tea Party wave of third parties to oust Democrats because the Tea Party um, activists have ousted Republicans in office. And this is not the first time. Like I said earlier, going back to 1994, Contract with America is the Tea Party version of that.
I'm not sure about a Tea Party wave. To me, that sounds like a split from the Republicans. That's just like in the Canada, we have the
Hmm.
progressive conservatives have been dealing with a split that's been kind of keeping them out of power. So there's the People's Party of Canada is like the new farther right than the conservatives, um, and so because a lot of the like the right wing, I guess you'd say like the working class, like the middle class right wing people are finding the conservatives are not conservative enough, right? So then they're trying to establish like how Trump had taken over the Republican Party and made it more radical and far right in that like radically far right.
Right.
We've had instead of having the Conservative Party in Canada being taken over by someone like Trump, they're trying to establish a third party in a sense that can replace the Conservatives, but it hasn't really worked out. And now the conservatives are kind of stuck with this dilemma of how do we kill this People's Party so that we can get people back into the Conservative Party? Because they're the progressive conservatives now. So you might say they're like the woke Republicans in Canada.
Right. And speaking about progressives, to me, progressives, they're fake as centrist Democrats. The only reason is that the progressives use populist slogans, right? But once they get into office, they change. They behave like centrist Democrats. So that's why, like I said, that's why I say like why a pledge is needed to hold whoever runs for us, whether the centrist Democrats, progressives, or conservative Democrats, they need to agree to these policy items in the contract. Others, without the policy document and without their signature, it's very hard to hold them accountable once they get into office. And I see it in voters' frustration because by having that as a copy, we know it's evidence. Because incumbents can say, "Oh, we don't remember signing that document." No, we do remember because we have it in writing. We brought it. We have a piece of paper. It's in our hands. Also, we saved it onto our laptop, onto a Word document, or onto our email.
So here's another question: Is who is going to be the ones to determine what that contract is going to be offered to this political party? You need to have some form of you need to be organized enough already to be able to like to submit
Well,
that kind of a contract.
well, I was going to ask
Hmm.
before even that contract, what third party besides the Green Party right now even has the political clout? Because I don't remember
Hmm.
enough about the Tea Party to know how they were able to get on so many ballots.
You know, interesting
So
because
many local ballots, yeah.
right, because I noticed that so many like third parties have been focused on national issues, and they need to really strategize, focus on local and state issues before they can even get elected to federal office. And sometimes with the third parties, they're not very. I'm not saying all third parties are like that, but most of them are not coordinated. They need to focus on local and state before they could even get onto before they can even like fight all the way get onto like federal issues.
Mm.
Yeah, it always is
So,
important to question where do you start because if you start in the wrong place, you're never going to get to where you're trying to get to. I hear a lot of people saying we got to focus on the local,
And state.
and like you got to build the
Yeah.
foundation before you can build anything beyond that. I just wonder how realistic is that in like isn't doesn't the federal kind of determine like doesn't as far as the hierarchy doesn't the federal have the ability to kind of dictate to the states and locals saying
Uh,
like at the end of the day you need the federal power in order to really achieve what you're trying to.
so to be honest, so the federal government doesn't really dictate that much what states do because most states operate on the electoral college, especially for federal.
This is the
But
difference in the American system compared to others.
yeah, totally different. Other countries is more parliamentary, more represent or proportional representation. But here in America, it's not really proportional, where constituents or voters are not proportionally represented by their elected officials.
So I'm
And
just
so
gonna
that's
mute you, Abby, until you have
oh,
something.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Go
right.
ahead.
So that's why it's very difficult to really get third parties done because the federal government impose a lot of barriers on third party candidates, and especially it's coming from Democrats, especially
Yeah, that's the other
Democrats.
thing worth mentioning. If we're trying to pick a third party, it doesn't even matter because the way that the duopoly has all the power, they literally have been using lawfare to prevent a third party from even getting any kind of foothold.
Right, because of the charters in each state's constitution, and even like Philip Scott, whom I mentioned before, emphasized like, look, if the Democrats, Republicans are not going to get anything done for the constituents, it is time for Americans collectively to leave two parties, Democrats, Republicans, and vote third parties to be effective. And right now, yeah, so there's some people leaving more people are leaving Democratic and Republican parties to join third parties, but it's not a collective. So it's not enough to change the
Well,
calculus.
a big issue is a lot of people are saying I'm leaving. When they say I'm gonna leave the party,
Hmm.
all they do is go to the other party. So it's like, well, you effectively you haven't done anything. You just made yourself feel empowered for a short period of time.
Right.
The enemy of my enemy is not always my friend. So this is the problem that people haven't quite figured out as far as, well, the Democrats haven't been representing me, so I'm going to punish them by going over to the Republicans.
Hmm.
But the Republicans are just going to
Yeah,
stab you in the back next. You're going to have two holes
right.
in your back.
Right. But at least
So
the Republicans
instead
are
of it
more
being
honest
a
about it than
instead of it being
Democrats.
a strategy decision for your own well-being, it's more
Hmm.
like a punishment for because you're upset that they didn't the party that you really want to be in didn't do anything for you.
Right, and that's how Phil Scott votes too. Whenever he sees the Democrats are not benefiting his people, he says it's time to vote third parties or vote Republicans as a strategic way to punish the Democrats.
See, that makes no sense. Vote Republican as a strategic way to punish. So you're punishing yourself. That I don't agree with that. I think that is ignorant
It's also
at best.
contradictory. He's
Right,
saying vote third party or vote Republican, and then in a way that's like you can tell that the second option is really what he's telling people to do because people are going to do the math. They're going to say, "What happens when I vote for third party? That's
Right.
not really got enough support. That's going to be a waste of my vote. So I might as well be doing the strategic thing, which is
hmm,
voting for the Republicans out of resentment, and it's not strategic."
right. But I'm just saying that people are going to grow more frustrated with Democrats, and then
They
the
are. We know that, but we
oh, I
need
know
to
they
channel
are,
that
but
frustration out of the duopoly, not back
right,
into
Right.
the cycle.
right,
It almost sounds like he's just trying to corral people. Like, did you get paid? Did you get the like? What are you doing? You're trying to corral people back into the duopoly, and even on the worst side, like you're going to give them even more power after
right,
all the things that they are doing. That sounds extremely disingenuous to me. I would look at him with one eye open if that's what he's saying.
right, right. But like I said, Phil Scott's an independent, so he operates,
I don't care.
playing
You,
chess.
that ain't playing chess. That's being independently stupid.
Right. I know, but right, because Phil Scott understands that his brothers and sisters, he tried his best to get them out of the Democratic plantation. But unfortunately, because most people say the Democrats
Yeah,
are like better, are like less evil than Republicans, right? And so the best he could do is, you know, educate his people as much as possible. But then at the end of the day, it's up to them if they wanna, vote for Democrats or leave the Democrats. The
but
Democratic,
that's not a very good education he's trying to offer up. If that's what he's
right?
saying.
Right, right. Because Philip Scott realizes that because by the Philip Scott used to be a Democrat, hardcore Democrat until 2000. I'm sorry, after 2008, and in 2012 he pretty much became independent and didn't vote until 2024 in the presidential election. But he did vote in the 2022 midterms, and he voted for a Republican U.S. House of Representative as a protest vote.
You think that's smart?
Sorry, my neighbor was just watching my dog for me. I gotta make her some supper.
Yeah. I think I'll tell you this. Regardless how people vote, I think it's a good way to punish the Democrats, whether to vote Republicans, third parties as alternatives or punishing the Democrats. And yeah, I think it's a good strategy. It's definitely a good vote because
So
why?
you're gonna vote Republican
Who me?
in the midterm elections? You're gonna vote
I'm
Republican?
gonna say I'm in the midterms. I'm gonna find many third party candidates as much as possible if they're running. If they're
Say you
not
don't say you don't see any. What you gonna do?
If I don't see any, what I usually do is I always research, all the candidates' platforms, before I make my decision, right? If they have like some good platforms, or if their platforms align align with our interests, then yeah, of course. But if they don't, sit it out. But at least it shows that hey, in a democracy, we can participate by vetting each candidate's platform. It's not that different from when you want to buy a car. Because to buy a car, you have to do a lot of research. So same thing with political candidates. because this is a transaction. Unfortunately, the political candidates don't see us as transact as they don't see as voters being transactional. And plus, the candidates need us. They need us more than we need them.
uh, I'm not sure what you want. I'm not even sure what to say because
Right,
you lost me at I'm going to vote third party as a protest vote.
right. So that's what I'm saying. Right, I'm just saying, like in
That
my area where I live in, I have yet to see a third party candidate running the 2026 midterms, unless the third party candidates, sew up at the last minute, or they appear on the ballot at the very last minute that I was not aware of.
so if I I'm going to give you an example for me.
Sir,
Okay. So for me, if I don't feel like the Democrat, if this is local, right?
right.
They're not sharing my values. I'm not going to vote Republican. What I'm going to do is
Mm-hmm.
I am going to write in the Democratic candidates that did not win last time because they were outspent and or um, it's a lot of racism here. They just didn't like them because they were black or and they
Mm-hmm.
had like really good policies. I'll write them in before I vote Republican if there's not a third party on the ticket that I believe in.
Right.
But I'm certainly not gonna. I mean, the whole point is to vote your values.
True.
Yeah, just I gotta make Bella some supper. Briefly, my neighbor's here. He just popped in. He was just babysitting there for a little bit. So you want to say hi, Jacob?
Oh,
Hi,
hey
Hi,
guys.
Jacob.
Jacob.
Hi, Jacob. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Great, great.
Good, good. All right, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Carry on.
Yeah. So for me, it's like if none of the if the third party candidates are not on the ballot, then yeah, I'm gonna write myself in as voting for myself, or do a write or write or do a writing or pretty much do a writing put a I mean really do a writing just so that hey, I voted for myself as opposed to like voting for uh
Uh,
vote, voting for the candidates that
hey,
are
what? 1 second.
yeah.
Hey, Michael. Lance wants Jacob in the chair. Team Jacob over here. He might not hear
Right.
us.
But
mm.
yeah, but I'm saying
There's a question.
yeah. Sorry, go ahead, take your
There's
time.
a question for you. It says,
Mm-hmm.
"Oh wait, is that for Kim Black Life? Why
Why
would
would
you?
you
That's
do
like a
that?
student not doing their homework because they are mad at the teacher."
I'll say I'm gonna answer that question. For me, I always do my homework first before I vote. But what I'm saying that something in my state where I live in, when the third party candidates appear on the last minute on the ballot, then yeah, it's very difficult for voters to do their homework because the Virginia Democrats do that on purpose. But what
Okay, well, okay. So if you know that the Democrat, if you know that they're doing that on purpose,
mm-hmm,
and you already know the RNC's platform, why would you go RNC and not take a chance on the ones that the DNC are trying to suppress on purpose? There has to be a reason they're trying to do that.
right.
Look, Cowboy Kitty says you're buying a car analogy. Like
Yeah,
he says that's like buying a car and it has no engine.
yeah, exactly. Of
You're
course,
not.
right.
No, you're saying exactly, but all of these comments are against what you're saying.
Against no, no, I'm saying it's the same thing because a car you're not gonna buy a car if it doesn't have
Oh,
good mileage.
Jacqueline. Sorry, hold on.
That's okay.
Jacqueline. Jacqueline, did she leave already? We apologize. I can't really come. I can't. I'm cooking, so I'm gonna fuss at Michael for you. He's not watching the chat enough. Oh, sorry about that, Jacqueline. All right, go ahead.
No, I
Mhm.
was saying, like I said, so a car, you're not gonna buy a car if it doesn't have good mileage, doesn't have good features, and then waste what? waste a percentage of your down payment. So it's same thing. Like it's very similar to voting for candidates. And by the way, like the Democratic candidates do a good job of marketing themselves as being real or populist, but they're not populist at the end of the day. So
Mm,
that's why I'm a firm believer of you got to check. I'm a firm believer of vetting all candidates, regardless of where they stand politically. If the Democrats don't have anything what you're looking for, or if their policies don't align with your values, then yeah, sometimes you're gonna jump to the Republican ticket or even a third party, depending on the state where people live in, because not all states are treated equally. Like Oregon, like in Oregon, it's very big on third party candidates. So it's easier for people to vote. Whereas in Virginia or liberal states, I call it the so called corporate blue, it's very difficult, to find, third parties or even to get third party candidates on the ballot. And the media doesn't talk about third party candidates in the election, early in the election season. Like, for example, like when I voted in the state election, I only found out about third party candidates in the middle, as opposed to early on. So in the middle, for me, it was easy for me. It was easier for me to do my research on when the candidates where the candidates stood on the issue. So I voted for them than I did for Democrats.
what state are you in again?
I'm in Virginia.
And I don't know if you want to tell the city. Some people don't
Oh
want to
yeah,
go
so I'm
that
in
far.
Fairfax County. It's Northern Virginia. It's about north of Washington. It's about northeast of Washington D.C. Uh, and so Fairfax County, Virginia, has become blue since 2008.
Okay, I'm listening.
But anyways, so the reason why Phil Scott said vote third party Republicans as a punishment to Democrats because he wants more Republicans get in office so that way the system can collapse and be rebuilt. Because when you vote more Democrats in office and Democrats don't want to change, so it's very hard to reform a system they're not willing to eliminate.
Okay, so you didn't say that part. Okay,
Right.
so that's something different to explore. Okay, so he's not saying vote Republican because he thinks they're going to do a good job. He's saying he wants he wants the system to accelerate so they they're either going to have to, well, he wants them to rebuild the system as a
Yes.
whole. But okay, so if the system collapses, let's say it collapses, all
Mm-hmm.
right, because it has many times in the past, right? It collapses every couple of years.
Right.
So you think, does he think they're just going to give up the entire system um, and give it up to the workers, or do you think they're going to do what they always do, which is use socialism for corporations to save capitalism?
I think he's saying this because he wants the Democratic incumbents to be out of office for
No,
good.
no, no. I want to know what you think.
I think this is what I okay fine. I think that yeah, get the Republicans in so that way the system can fall under its own and rebuild from scratch. And we need the different system because we can't save capitalism forever, right? Because if
So
we
you're
continue,
saying, I'm sorry, I just want to clarify.
right, right,
You're saying you're saying you do think that if the system collapses this time, that they are going to concede and start from let us as the American people start from scratch. Like
yeah.
you really think that's gonna happen?
I want to see it happen. We need to let me give you an example. When we saw how the Affordable Care Act collapsed, when the enhanced subsidies expired, right? That caused a lot of people to be kicked off their health insurance coverage, right? And the Democrats did not offer anything that was comprehensive and bold, such as Medicare for all, or something closer to Medicare for all. So what I learned, yeah, what I saw from there is like, yeah, the system needs to fall on its own, needs to fall in samples because there's no way we can save a broken system or reform a broken system when we cannot even like tell the dog to stop barking, right? Because the dog's gonna bark
Okay,
anyways.
let me put it a different way. Okay, I'm gonna put it a different way. Oh, I had a bunch of hot dogs. Okay, I forgot what I was about to say. Look, black light, two
Yeah,
dollars. So
you
let
see
me put
that
it a different. Let me put it a
right,
different way.
different way,
Okay.
right,
Okay. Based on historical data, do you really think when the if the system, well, it's getting there, it's feeling like late stage capitalism. So maybe in a if it's late stage capitalism, like like that every empire must fall type of scenario, um, possibly.
hmm
But do you truly believe if we everybody votes Republican, the system falls, that they're going to say, all right, obviously we don't know what we're doing. Let's go ahead and allow the people to form a new government.
right. I mean, I see it happening. I mean, it's happening right now, slowly but surely. But it needs to continue to happen because you just leave it up to the Democrats, and especially when Democrats say we will make change, but we know the change they're going to make is very incremental. They're not going to challenge status quo. They're not going to buck down. They're just going to be too soft. Make deals with Republicans and being reasonable. Republicans know that you can't. Today's Republicans are not about being reasonable with Democrats or being civil. You're in it. You're going to fight or you're not going to fight, and it's very simple. And so yeah, the system. Yeah, and so yes, I see the system as crumbling by more people voting for Republicans or third parties.
Sorry, I kind of missed a little bit about what you guys were talking about there, but
Yeah, so I think Abby was saying that she's trying to put it in a different way. So if more people vote for Republicans, right, because they got fed up with the Democrats, know that the system is collapsing further and further down, are we gonna get like a better system, a transformative system?
yeah, I don't know. I feel like we've had this conversation a million times. I mean, I've only been
Well,
doing
I
this
feel
for
like
a few years, but this has been
I feel
the conversation for decades now.
yeah, I don't feel like I said that. I feel like you said that.
We're trying to break out of the
Mhm.
um, like think outside the box. People keep trying to think back inside the box while claiming that they're actually thinking outside of it. Like the electoral politics is broken right now. So
Mhm.
we can talk all day about which party to support, what kind of ways we're going to hold them accountable. But the system is fundamentally broken. So we can't really implement any electoral change until we have a revolution first.
Right.
That's been my position.
Okay,
I've been consistent about that the entire time I've been doing the streaming at all.
okay. So he's saying. So hold that thought. So he's saying that Philip Scott is encouraging people to vote Republican so the system could fail
Mhm.
and then we could build a new government. And
Accelerationism.
Right.
yes,
Accelerationist. Yes.
okay, okay. What I'm saying is I don't I don't think that would be even enough. Like they're not going to just say, oh yeah, well I guess we did fuck up. We really don't know how to govern. I think they're just going to do what they always do and use socialism to save capitalism again. So maybe, Michael Pan,
Mhm.
in your um, in your plan, the thing that is missing is Michael Nahilo's plan, which is a revolution, like take to the streets type of thing. Is Jacqueline still here?
See, yes, she said my old man got an offer to try out for Tottenham. He couldn't get there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry to hear that. Yeah.
Jacqueline was leaving us, Nahilo, because you weren't. She said you were ignoring her.
Oh, sorry. Did she ask me a question?
Oh, but what I'm saying, yeah, but what I'm saying is that with Republicans in power, they are accelerating the trend. They're accelerating the trend for government programs to be dismantled, and
Oh,
this is a
YouTube's not letting her comment. Sorry, sorry. I'm just looking back at the comments. Yeah, YouTube can
Okay.
be a little bit of a bitch sometimes.
yeah.
My
So basically, I'm saying, okay, maybe, possibly. Let's look at it at a different angle now. Say you combine Michael Pann's um, idea, but I don't. It wouldn't be possible without some type of revolutionary behavior.
Right, but I'm
Oh,
just saying,
okay. I'm sorry. You go on mute.
right. Well, anyways, I'm saying that anyways, even if Republicans do win, if more people vote Republicans as a punishment or as a, um, as a alternative strategy, I think there's going to be more people marching and protesting. It's like no different how the working class people protest against the proletariat class. I'm sorry, the bourgeoisie class, and it has happened before. And I'm sure Michael could elaborate more on that.
Well, I mean, so your argument about the accelerationism of like the thing about
Hmm.
like Philip Scott's idea where by voting encouraging people to vote for Trump, this is the thing that will break the system or whatever. There's a lot of communists who have had the same idea. I think
Right.
this is what the American Communist Party was implicitly suggesting, not so much explicitly, but when they're doing their MAGA communism stuff, their argument was a lot like how you've been suggesting is like the woke leftist sort of politics about trying to appeal to the LGBTQ community and stuff. That's actually alienating the working class in general.
Hmm.
Most people aren't really so niche or interested in the uh, that small minorities problems and stuff like that. And to advance working class interests, we kind of need to drop that stuff and try appealing to the right instead of the left so much, whatever, to win the working class right wing Americans over to communism, because they're like they may be bigoted and reactionary, but apparently, as far as this argument has been going, like their thesis is that the left is more like closed minded and bigoted in their own way and unreachable. So we might as well stop wasting our time because the working class white male American who may be a little bit racist and homophobic, and they're still suffering under the capitalism and imperialism boomerang coming back home. So they should be now is the time to build class consciousness with them. I don't think it makes sense for us to say we have to do one or the other. We need to appeal. We need to appeal to both of these groups and unite them. But the problem is if you try and court the bigoted people on the right by sort of ignoring their comments. Like as an example, instead of us calling out your comments about feminism and having a problem with it, the tactic would be to not mention it, to let you kind of talk like that. And apparently that's supposed to allow us to actually accomplish some kind of a revolution. To me, that's a way to accomplish like conservative revolution. It'll be a counter revolution we end up with, not the revolution we're looking for.
So here's the thing about what you just said. If the Democrats if the Democrats focus more on working class people,
Hmm.
the working class conservative crew wouldn't really give a damn if what they're talking about with LGBT, as long as they're not, as long as they can feed themselves. I I think it's because the Democrats only focus on social things like that,
Hmm.
and claim they focus on the other things, but the other things are only crumbs. They get more social laws passed than they do economic laws.
Economics, right?
So so that gives the other side fuel, fodder to complain about them because the poor working class on their side don't care about those issues. They care about economics. and the
Yes.
Democrats are not. They are not delivering in economics. So what else is there to criticize them about? Of course, it's going to be the social issues. That's all they got.
Right, and because right, those Democrats focus on social issues because they're mostly affluent or the suburbanites, and they think that social issues deserve more attention or social issues are more being challenged or it's considered like a how do I say this? Considered like a protection issue. But the social issues don't pay people's bills, don't pay people's medical bills, housing
Hmm,
bills, food, housing, and other economic costs
hmm,
because of because it goes back to like Barack Obama's presidency, Bill Clinton, how they say that we gotta yeah, let's be socially liberal, so let's be socially left, but let's be fiscally centrist or fiscally conservative.
Yeah,
And
that
so
classic nonsense.
yeah,
Doesn't
and
work
then
actually in practice, but
right, and then when Bernie Sanders ran in 2016, where when Bernie Sanders ran in 2016 and had a good economic populist platform, that was when the Hillary Clinton supporters hijacked Bernie Sanders' campaign and said, "Hey, Bernie, you're a misogynist. You're focusing too much on kitchen table issues. How about social issues such as abortion, reproductive rights?" I think that then from there, after 2016, we lost sight of kitchen table issues, and it's like we always go back to social issues, and that's why I think more people have left the Democratic Party, become independent, or vote Republicans as a protest vote
the
because
independent crowd, I don't necessarily have any beef with them. I feel like it's much better to do the independent than just being corralled back into the Republican Party. But as far as being disillusioned with the Democrats because they're not really focusing on economic issues, it
hmm
should be, if people want to be objective here, pay attention to how the Republican policies are not helpful economically speaking. They're not going to be that promise that you're looking for as far as uh, fixing your economic problems. They're going to make they're actively making, like, exacerbating everyone's economic problems. We see the tariff war over that we're going to make America first, but America is not like that. Approach, that very aggressive protectionist policy, has been disastrous. It's been counterproductive. So
hmm
if the whole argument is for kitchen table issues, my argument stands as far as the duopoly is the problem. If you want to fix your kitchen table issues, stop voting Republican, stop voting Democrat. I think we need to establish that third party as far as,
exactly.
but my argument is more the Leninist vanguard argument, where the
Mhm.
purpose of encouraging any kind of electoral support would be into a communist party that is explicitly communist, trying to raise the class consciousness of the working class, and they're not actively seeking to win the election. They're trying to grow the party. So the success of the nascent modern communist parties is the growing of their registered members. It's not the taking a seat in whatever, even local election. So I think before anyone takes any seats as communists, we need to grow that party to that critical mass where you don't just take one seat, you take an entire
Multiple
state.
seats, right? Entire seats, and this is where it begins with like in the state and local jurisdictions, because that's where like this is where I think is those issues are going to be impacted daily by state and local governments, and then from there we go on to from there we expand to at the federal level. Just how Republicans done in the past. Why have Republicans been very effective or successful in winning elections? Because they start at local and state elections and work their way up to federal. And Republicans also have a clear agenda, even though we don't agree with the Republican agenda, but the Republicans set the tone moving forward. And this is why I see why Democrats are scrambling, fighting too much, because the Democratic Party, the way I see it, is too diverse. You know, it's open to dissent, right? But but there's no agreement on what economic policies should be promoted
I think
because
they are very much like in chaos. They're scrambling. They don't know really how to respond. It's not so much like I think what the Democratic Party is really struggling with is the changing of the times.
Mm-hmm.
This de-dollarization, the global situation, like the climate change stuff. It has forced the duopoly, which has been they've been doing this this orchestrated pendulum swing back and forth between the two, but the times have changed to such a degree that it's threatening the Democrats' ability to manage the swing back in their direction. Not so much because the Republicans are having a lot of support, but
Right.
because this just the situation, the time and space that we're moving through today is just rendered their confidence game impossible. So
Mm-hmm.
they don't know what to do about that.
Right.
It's like the the guy who was talking about, like, it's kind of almost like the Democrats. They're they're supposed to lose, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
even if they win, the pendulum swings back. Their job is to lose on all the issues that they ran on, and only give the people as much as needed just to keep some type of credibility within their party. That's gonna be, that's getting harder and harder for them to do.
Yeah,
Is what I
absolutely.
pick up you're saying.
Yeah,
Yes.
100%.
Yes. And it's difficult for Democrats to really like to I say it's difficult for Democrats to deviate from the old guard because the Democrats are so tied to corporate money, and they have not moved past beyond the neoliberal policies of Bill Clinton of the 1990s, and still stuck with like the old game, but as opposed to like adapting to the new game, like you said, Michael, of the dollar dollarization, right? And also the Democrats, the older ones, especially the baby boomers, silent generation, some Gen Xers, they're not willing to like have skin in the game to fight back. Like for example, like Al Green at Donald Trump's State of the Union address, Al Green did not fight effectively at the State of the Union address. He fought for we need to preserve existing programs such as Medicare and Medicaid. But we told Al Green, if you want our votes, you got to fight harder than that. You got to fight for transformed policies, not fight to preserve existing policies or programs that have been put in place for several centuries and counting. And so, yeah, the old guard Democrats have let young people down. And so it's time for the old guard Democrats to go home, or we're going to oust them out of office like that. And
So who y'all? There's questions in the chat, by the way. And
yeah,
hi, Lucky.
uh,
Who do you guys think is going to go by the way of the Whigs first, the Democrats or the Republicans, or you think it's going to be a mutual thing?
mm, I want to say almost 50-50
Hmm.
between the Whigs. And what was the other party you said, Abby?
No, I said which party, the Republicans or the Democrats, do you think are going to go? Maybe we should. I don't know if everybody in the chat is
Mm,
familiar with the Whigs party. It's an old party. They fell back in
Sorry, what
1800s.
part are you saying? I couldn't quite
W
catch that.
H W W H I G G S.
Oh, the Weeg Party.
Yeah, I
W
call
H
them the
I.
Whigs.
the
Sorry,
Whig
G G.
party.
WHIGG. Is that it?
S.
Yeah. I've vaguely think I've heard of it, but I haven't done the time to learn about it. So, you want to teach me?
I mean, they basically the party collapsed.
Hmm.
The entire party collapsed. So,
So you're asking like which party's going to collapse, right?
yeah, first or we're both.
No, it's very interesting. We're seeing the Democratic Party is collapsing in higher droves, more people leaving. So I'm going to lean towards Democrats collapse pretty quickly. But at the same time, Republicans are collapsing as well. But I say the Democrats have a lot to lose because they don't have a majority in Congress. And the Democrats are being like the Beckys and Karens and showing the true colors, then they can tell us.
Okay, right. Gonna have to. Oh, okay, that quieted down a little bit. I thought that was gonna be too
Oh,
loud.
is that?
Say we're gonna have to mute you. But
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
um, so let's see. As far as one of these questions,
Could we change this instead of a boring topic? Something else.
this is annoying. Is that what TIA?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we've probably been on it for long enough. But was that a final question that you were asking of us? And then we can maybe move on.
Yeah,
'Cause
of us. Yeah, of us and the viewers.
yeah, because I think Abby was asking you as far as
He
which
said
would you think would
Democrats.
collapse first, and you said
I
Democrats. And
said Democrats.
did you ask a question after that? Because I just kind
No,
of you just gave
no.
your answer. So
But Jacqueline did have a question in the chat.
Chat,
yeah,
what's
And
her question?
you can't be ignoring my girl now.
Yeah, what's her
yeah.
question? Sorry. Weren't there plenty
Jacqueline's
of women in the
question.
U.S.
Go ahead.
able to get the forces they needed even before Roe versus Wade was overturned simply because they could not afford the cost? Absolutely, yes. There were plenty of women who could not afford, who weren't able to get abortions in the states they resided in before Roe versus Wade was overturned. Yes, it's a state issue, but at the same time, the Democrats did not. I'm sorry, Congress did not codify Roe versus Wade into law, and this is something that Democrats could have done.
You said it right, the Democrats.
Right, I'm just saying, like what people were saying when Democrats had control of both houses of Congress under Joe Biden's presidency, they didn't take this opportunity to
And Barack
codify
Obama
Barack Obama, yes,
and Clinton.
and Clinton, yes. They didn't use that
But
moment to
but they
codify
were
Roe.
campaign promises. That's
Right,
important.
campaign promises, true, right, but they didn't do it because they said let's trust the judicial branch to make the right decision. Let's give it up to the states. And this is what happens when you give it up to the judicial branch and the state government. I'm sorry, the state assembly.
Right. So
The-
this is what I've seen. One of the things that Trump is doing with his time in office is
Mhm.
I don't know. I think we should probably be able to agree on this.
Sure.
That he's using the executive power to try and undermine and fundamentally alter the balance of power between the states and the federal, the executive, whatever. So, do you think would you agree that that's what one of their objectives is?
Pretty much, yeah. About giving like power back to the states, and Trump is issuing executive orders, left and right. The most we ever seen in U.S. History, like reorganizing the government, especially when he laid off so many federal employees. And this is something, and this is a message that needs to go to Democrats. If Democrats wanted to get something done or introduce legislation, they could have used both executive power and legislative power at the same time. But the Democrats chose to be very cautious. Let's be bipartisan. Let's work with the other aisle. Let's be civil. No, you can't be civil with Republicans. If Republicans are going at 80 miles per hour, Democrats will go at what, 50 miles per hour. It doesn't make sense. And so it's something that it's a lesson we learned from Donald Trump. If you want to get anything done, if the legislative branch is not going to work with you, that's when the executive power becomes a very powerful um, a tool to use.
So this is where I think the accelerationists have maybe their strongest argument in that the consequences of allowing Trump to they kind of foresaw that this is the sort of thing he's trying to accomplish if he was allowed to be back in office. And so, but what that the point of like this is very dangerous for him to try and do that. And so they may have a sound argument that accelerationism would be the right way to achieve a revolution because what Trump is doing is so problematic. It's going to destabilize the social contract that Americans have with their government to such a degree that they're going to be forced into a situation where the status quo has to change through some kind of civil war sort of thing.
Right.
So, but is that really what's happening here? I think with this stuff with the ice and everything, it looks like they're trying to provoke uh, the side that's not really ever going to actually fight back.
Right.
That we're all kind of wondering, is this going to be the revolutionary moment? And people are trying, but they're trying with like a general strike as opposed to a civil
Co-
war kind
A
of
civil war. Right.
revolutionary war.
Right. and
So
also right because the Democrats, have not responded back with fire. So
Well, peaceful protest is supposed to be the way to go. I'm sorry, Michael.
yeah,
Like everybody's so conditioned about peaceful protest.
right.
So what are you gonna do?
Mm-hmm. True, and also, and then unfortunately, because the Democrats in Congress have not really, lobbied hard to stop stop giving more money to ICE, because the Democrats are still stuck on we got to work with Republicans. We're defeatless. We're powerless. There's nothing we can do. Yeah, we're so sorry what happened to Renee Good and Alex Petrie. We're gonna send out condolence like a court, but no, these victims need substance. They need remedies, not talk, not like we'll pray for them. No, we need to move beyond praying for people. We need remedies. And unfortunately, with like Hakeem Jeffries, several Democrats, we don't see that happening, and I'm not surprised. And yes, Democrats need to go, and they got to go for good because Nancy Pelosi is what 80 years old. She's grandma already. She needs to leave, and she's not willing to fight for uh young people. So yeah, I think so. In terms of a revolution, the revolution is not there yet, but there's signs that more people are speaking out, more people are protesting. The question is, are they going to continue? Are they going to continue to protest at a higher rate going into the future? It's to be rain to be it is to be continued.
right, this is where I think people are like, unless there is a war chest saved up for continuing to go on strike, the classic thing that has always forced these kinds of things to be untenable is people have to go back to work, whatever they need to feed their kids and stuff. So that's kind of the main thing, like uh, the unresolved, like the question in the background that we need to kind of keep in mind. So
Mhm.
I just have
Right.
another question as far as moving on. In the interest of moving on, I see the Eggs D here asked a question.
Mhm.
I'm not sure who it's directed to. I think it might be to you, Michael, but
Sure.
he can clarify if it's
In
all of
the
us.
U.S. and Canada, are there so many? Are there are in excuse me, in the U.S. and Canada, there are so many channels and entities designed to divert or diffuse revolutionary energy. They know that they know what they're doing, and they've reached a critical mass. How do you hope to? I think that's a great
How do you hope to overcome this?
overcome like people not protesting heavily and those who
I
are
think
already
I think what he means is, how do you hope to overcome these like channels and entities trying to divert or diffuse revolutionary energy?
protesting.
They know what they're doing, and so they've reached a critical mass of diverting our revolutionary energy. So how do we overcome this stealing of our thunder? You know,
Right, and when you say they know what they're doing already, are you referring to the protesters or people who are protesting the streets? I just wanted to clarify before I answer that question.
sorry, say again.
So when you say that they know, in other words, you're saying that they know what they're doing. Are you referring to like the protesters who are on the streets?
No,
Or
he's referring to the channels and entities, like, for example, podcasters.
mm-hmm.
I think like Kyle Kalinske is a good example, or the
Philip Scott?
Philip Scott maybe, as far as channels that are diverting people back into some kind of electoral politics instead of a revolutionary energy. So he's saying they know what they're doing. They're
Mm-hmm.
not stupid.
Right.
We may think of them as stupid because we're saying no, that's like the wrong tactics. Why do you keep being dumb enough not to realize that's not going to work? It's not that they're dumb; it's that they know that it's not going to work, and they're
Mm-hmm.
maybe being paid, or maybe they just earn profit by siding with the wrong side of history
Yeah.
and
And let
being
me
the reason why things fail.
right. And let me address that comment before I'm about to answer. First of all, Philip Scott is not a paid Republican, so he's not because
That's my other point, though. You don't have to be directly paid as an agent. You just have to benefit materially from supporting the wrong
okay, I
cause.
mean, sir, he may benefit from Republicans, but Republicans had never offered him any money, nor have Republicans even invited him on their news media to
It's got to
discuss
do
certain.
like with stocks and stuff, as far as when you know
Mm-hmm.
how the stock market's going to react, depending on whether the Trump administration gets elected or the Harris administration. People know where to place their bets as far as in the
Right. So
economy,
I'm gonna right.
depending on how they they see things going, right?
So I'm going to address the U.S. part about how we can overcome these different channels, overcome the differences. What people saying on podcasts and also starting revolution. I think that in America we're going to have to be intentional. Um, starting with fighting against existing institutions and promoting third party revolutionaries. I think that's the way we can go forward because America's bylaws are very strict in this country, and people are going to have to do due diligence, do their homework every day. Look at look at the existing incumbents' records. It's very easy to find. Go on Congress.gov, so you know where they stand, what bills they have passed, what bills they've introduced, and what bills they have not introduced. Even though, despite incumbents making statements, because making statements are not an indicator of where they have moved the bills forward. So that's why I say always look at Congress.gov because it's very easy to find where members of Congress stand on the issues. And for people who want to start a revolution, continue what they're doing, but also strategizing at the same time, working smart. And I think those are the things we can overcome. I know they're going to take time, given the situation we're in, especially with Donald Trump, who is accelerating things very quickly because we've never seen this before until Trump came to office. Yeah, in the past there have been incumbents and in the executive branch have accelerated trends, but they didn't accelerate so quick. Unlike today, unlike today in today's political environment, and I think this is a definitely wake up call. And what would you say, Michael, in Canada? Because I can't speak for Canada.
Right. Well, let me just try and give
Mhm.
my answer because he's saying that question was to everyone. It wasn't just for you
Right.
there. So as far as how do we overcome these like podcasters because they're in Canada. I guess I could kind of answer yours at the same time because he's saying in Canada and the U.S. So part of the way that we're combating that is like by starting this channel that we've got going here as like a like a rebuttal, like an alternative, like like you can hear uh, their false narrative, and then we can kind of give our correction, our bias in a way. But the issue there is the shadow banning. So we need to have kind of, I guess you might say, like an extrajudicial sort of by like uh, there's a necessity for us to fight fire with fire in this case. If we're being attacked illegally by the government and these duopoly corrupting the politics, they've definitely used illegal means to obtain their power here. So if they're trying to and the way that they shadow ban us, they don't actually have the right to do that, right?
Right.
So we need to build um, that non-electoral kind of power as far as we need the tech expertise to be able to establish our own kind of platforms so that we don't have to deal with being censored by YouTube or Google or whatever. So that's going to take a whole lot of different kind of organizing that's got nothing to do with politics or not with electoral politics, right?
Right.
And by doing that, we actually fix some of the things that are preventing us from actually having any traction in electoral politics.
Mhm.
Because we're being censored and kicked off of platforms and stuff, we're not able to actually have our message to the masses heard. And if we can correct that, we can begin some of that long-term shift that will make our electoral politics meaningful again. Okay, so but
Right. I hope.
that's just as far as countering the podcasters. Just kind of tit for tat, like us trying to replace them is one thing. We need to do more than that. We also need to kind of organize offline. We need to recognize the problems with this. These platforms are addictive and kind of brainwashing and whatnot. So rather than just try and use that hypocritically to our own advantage by building our own platforms like that, we maybe want to encourage a healthier engagement with politics
Mhm.
that is community grassroots, like literally in the community offline, and that we bring what we achieve in those offline discussions and organizing, we bring that to the online space.
Right, and I'm gonna say, right, and I want to make sure that I address that person's question. That I just want to make sure.
I mean, you did.
Okay.
I'm going to expound on it
Right.
with something you said because I thought both answers are really good.
Hmm.
But then I said, okay, well, how do we combine that? Because like everything has to start locally.
Right.
So maybe like if there are people who want to start a podcast that's local to their state, they're only talking about state issues,
Hmm.
and then maybe sometimes they could do the do a bigger picture or whatever. I mean, I'd be willing to form a network with them where everybody's talking about their own state issues, focusing on local issues, and we come together every now and again for the macro issues, like Michael and I, and because we focus on more domestic policy and foreign policy. So
Right.
maybe if somebody did like someone like-minded as us, each person pick their state and and focus on what's going on in their counties and stuff like that. Then we could build a coalition that way.
Hmm. Right.
Because I think too many podcasters focus on,
National issues.
well, it's not even just national issues. It's it's becoming increasingly annoying to me that the podcasters that I like would look to for national issues and things like that are more doing like gossip hit pieces now.
Hmm.
Like this person is beefing with this person and this entertainer and and I'm just like,
Right. We don't have time for
okay.
that.
I mean, it's not like we never talk about it,
Hmm.
but we don't dedicate like a whole 40 minutes to talking about Erica Kirk, and I just, I don't need to do
Candace Owens,
that.
yeah,
And
all
This
these
one,
Candace
yeah, I
Owens
comments
don't
and
that
their
talk,
we don't need
beef
to
and
talk
then
about.
yeah, I don't talk about those people because they don't add like substance. I'm focusing on conversations that add substance. That's going to solve, problems, whether it's like meso, macro, or micro. Because people gossiping is just human nature. It's people, and people who gossip don't pay our bills anyways.
Yeah, well, part of that gossiping is, I think it's like a form of escapism from, because the talking about, we always try and get people to talk about the serious issues, and that's getting quite stressful. Like when we're trying to fix the problem of the pedophile ring ruling the world, kind of thing. It's good to talk about. It's important, but if that's all that we ever talk about all day long, it
Hmm.
gets to be that we're that person that is obsessed with this pedophile ring that they can't do anything about, and they talk about it all the time, and it's just, I can't do it anymore. That's the way
Right.
the normies are reacting,
Hmm.
right? And I understand. Okay, I get it, but we need to not be too much like, okay, that's the right way to react to this. Where the normies are right
Hmm.
to throw up their hands and be nihilistic about it. It was like, no,
Yeah.
no, we need to find a way to get them, like that guy screaming in the subway about, this is crazy. How are we all just going about our lives? Like, we need to get people to snap out of that apathetic shit, whatever. But I don't know what the fuck it is. It's like mass psychosis. It's this like brainwashing through the media, kind of like, that's put us all asleep, right? We're all sleepwalking. How the fuck are we continuing
Hmm.
to be in this, stuck in this existential like crisis? We could be extinct if we let these people play these dangerous games like
Right.
very soon. It's not like, it could be within our lifetimes, or it could be in a couple hundred years, right? Or it could not happen at all. But the point is that the threat is real, and people are just kind of grown complacent to it.
Yeah, and also I want to add to that question. For people to overcome another response I want to provide about overcoming the differences or challenges with people trying to promote the public good, people doing podcasts is this: always continue pulling up receipts because receipts are evidence.
Yeah, that's
Let
what I
people,
call cleodynamic clout. It's
right,
very
clear
important.
dynamic cloud as a way to like to as a way to provide solutions where incumbents or not offering any like tangibles.
Yeah,
to
because
make
people can
pupils
have an
graduate.
idealistic narrative about what should be done, but if they're not, their rhetoric isn't grounded in like data
Mm-hmm.
that demonstrates some substance to their theories, we can effectively ignore them, or we should
Right.
be, right?
There's a question from Christopher.
Career, yes, I see. Thank you. Welcome
Thank
back. It's
you.
been a little while.
He says, in the U.S. Constitution, Confederation is a recognized form of government. What is your all's view on that matter? I think we need to. I think Abby probably can answer this question.
Right. This is, I think, maybe more of a question for you Americans there, as far as we need to probably talk about the etymology of the word confederation and the different ways that it's interpreted around the world. Because I think, like, what's the difference between a confederation and a republic and a
Right.
democracy, right? This is kind of what we're getting at. So,
I think so. Yeah, I think you might be right on that. So I'll promote. I think my yeah. So I think the U.S. Constitution, to answer this question, definitely needs like an update because a lot of the provisions are not setting realities. Because a lot of states are introducing laws to either inhibit the Constitution or strengthen the Constitution. And so this is where I see the U.S. Constitution nationally. I'm sorry, at the federal level needs a complete revolution upgrade.
right. Well, that's part of the accelerationist argument about let
Yes,
Trump in because he is going to be one of the people who will tear apart the uh,
Constitution.
crumbling constitution. It's become a dead letter,
Hmm.
from what I can, the way that I
Right.
see it. So you are right in that you have a serious problem. The constitution needs an overhaul, but
Hmm.
its importance, its relevance in American politics is that it has to stay unchanged in order for it to to be enforceable. Because if
But
it's like once you make it open to change, then it can't be like that supreme. Well, what does the Constitution say on this matter when they're talking about establishing a new precedent about something, right?
right, and all that because the Constitution needs a complete overhaul because the U.S. Constitution does not protect residents who live in different states with different bylaws. So it's a complete overhaul needs it. A complete overhaul is definitely needed to protect residents wherever they reside, especially when it comes to American freedmen, those who are foundational Black Americans. The U.S. Constitution was never meant to treat all men equally, especially those who are American freedmen,
So
because the U.S. Constitution was written by George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison. So they never had American freedmen in mind. When I say American freedom, I'm talking about the foundational Black Americans who were emancipated in 1865. Because the states don't want the U.S. Constitution to supersede state laws. In other words, states have the freedom and discretion the way how they want to treat residents.
yeah, as far as the situation in Canada, I'd say it's a similar problem, like with what Rondo's saying. So you're saying that they're going to need to do a constitutional convention, and good luck setting that up. The Constitution can be changed, but there are frustrating elements baked in the cake. So
Yeah.
if we're going to actually abolish the monarchy in Canada, which is what I'm advocating for,
Mm-hmm.
the only way to do that, or one of the consequences of doing that, is you're going to have to rewrite the Constitution. So some kind of constitutional convention will be a necessary step. But one of the frustrating things about our constitution is it's like impossible to get the necessary support. They've made it so you need an overwhelming kind of majority of the provinces to like a unanimous kind of agreement to change it in order to be allowed to change it. And because all it takes is one person saying no with their veto,
Mm-hmm.
it's just not changeable. So that's what I'm saying. You can't, the claim that it is changeable is already like inherently false, because it's like but this is where our system may be a little bit different, whereas the power of the king only exerts any influence as long as he doesn't exert any influence. It's a weird paradox like that. The
Right.
moment that he exerts his power as king, where he exposes that it's not a parliamentary democracy, it's an absolute feudal whatever form of law, right?
But I think you need 2/3 of Congress, right? But
Yeah, you do.
the
You need
bigger
2/3 of Congress.
the bigger issue is if you want to change one amendment, you open up the entire Constitution to
Right.
be discussed,
Yeah.
Hmm.
and that is a can of worms that I'm afraid would be very problematic in this climate, unfortunately.
This is the important thing, right? So we can maybe if we can come to agreement that it does need changing, right? But then it's the argument like if it's a shield and you're under fire, your shield needs fixing, can you afford to put it down long enough to fix it and take the incoming fire that's going to take place while you're in the process of fixing it? If you're in such a crisis, you can't afford to, even though the Constitution is broken, half working form of protection is better than none at all.
Right, and also add to other countries I studied that have that where the constitution is pretty decent and strong. I mean, is it perfect? No, but they definitely enshrine like food. I'm sorry, right to food, healthcare, education, housing in their constitution. Whereas in America, it's not set in stone. It is, yeah, sir. People made statements about it or used the precedent of the U.S. Constitution, but it's not guaranteed and set in stone. It's just a very broad and vague language.
Yeah, I think any system that's going to try and maintain some kind of a document as uh, like immortal like that, it's destined to like to fail. It's never going to withstand the test of time. You know, the
Right.
Constitution it won't be able to represent the people of modern today because it's written by the extremely bigoted slave-holding founding fathers,
Mhm.
Okay,
right? So how do you fix that problem?
well, technically, it was supposed to be revisited every 19 years, so the younger people coming up would have a say so.
But
Right.
how
It's
come it
never
doesn't
happened.
happen?
Yeah, it hasn't
And
happened yet.
and it is so interesting because the younger people, if that would have happened, and the way things have moved, like say that would have happened, well, I guess in a vacuum, and we're here now. You know what I mean? But of course, there would have been found ways to make it work, not in our favor, the
There are
marginalized favor.
Hmm.
few people want to know what you're making there.
Yeah, what are you making, Abby?
Pork roast with a cherry reduction sauce,
Hmm.
um, beets, beets with orange and orange zest and pistachios, and some feta cheese, and then I'm probably gonna make some green
See, Abby does that fancy cooking. She's got that haute couture.
beans. I like to I like to feel like I'm at the restaurant at home.
I'm home.
Yeah, me
I heard,
too.
I heard Louisiana. I heard in Louisiana you guys have good seafood.
Yep, we better.
Yeah, yeah. When I think of seafood, I think of Louisiana. Or I want to go back to Louisiana. Eat a nice seafood there.
You're more than welcome.
Yeah, because I went to lose. I went to. Remember I mentioned to you. I went to New Orleans once, but I've
Hmm.
been back since 1990.
Oh, a lot has changed.
Yes. Would you say like New Orleans has become more gentrified after Hurricane Katrina?
Of course.
Yeah, and I
Not
know.
only is it more gentrified,
Mm-hmm.
then they got a nerve to act biggity like they've been here the whole time.
Yeah, and I noticed that people in New Orleans they don't have. I noticed that people in New Orleans they're not really from the South, so I get really confused.
That's because it's gentrified.
Gentrified. Oh, I always love the southern accents. I always love from Louisiana, especially outside of New Orleans.
So Lance wanted to ask me about he called it a headdress.
Hmm.
A headdress. It's a damn bonnet, Lance. It's just a damn bonnet, baby.
Yeah.
It's supposed to protect my hair. That's all. People wear them all the time now. Even men are wearing them a lot now, and people will like try to clown them that that's for women,
Hmm.
and it's like no, it's for the protection of hair.
Right.
Just because men have started to like care about protecting their hair doesn't make it a this. This is a bonnet.
Right, a bonnet.
It's it's made out of silk. So when you're in the bed, or I mean, like black hair is a different
Mm-hmm.
texture. So like how I say Caucasian people like they create oil in their scalp, like they have to wash their hair every day. Whereas people, more melanated people, we wash our hair every day. Uh, like, and you have long hair, it'll dry out. You'll be spending too much time trying to do it because we don't produce oil. We have to add oil and stuff into our hair.
Right.
So if you're out here in the elements, the dryness of the air, laying on sheets, all of those things can take moisture away from your hair. So that's why you cover it with a bonnet.
Yeah. And you know who said about bonnets so beautiful women? It's actually Monique. Do you remember the actress Monique?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What is your react? What is your response to her when she got like very when she knows that more men are wearing bonnets, dressing like women, and she's
No,
like
I don't think that's no. She was talking about wearing bonnets in the airport.
airport. And what's your reaction to that, or your response to her saying that bonnets supposed women supposed to wear bonnets, not men at the airport?
That's not what she said. She
No,
said, "Don't wear bonnets.
don't wear
Don't
bonnets.
come out of your house with a bonnet on." That's what she said.
Yeah,
About freedom of expression, isn't that one of those people have the right to dress and speak and behave how they want as long as they're not
That
breaking any laws, whatever.
she her point was of
hmm
how other people will perceive us, um and I used to think about, it used to bother me, and now I'm like, well, they're gonna perceive you however they want to perceive you anyway.
right.
Like they don't even want DEI and qualified people in the boardroom. So who cares if somebody has on a bonnet in the at the airport? I had to let go of that.
hmm
Rondo
Because
says bonnet isn't an accessory that you wear for public consumption. It's like somebody walking around with pajamas on in public. Would you go to see a movie with pajamas on?
Or you think that's different?
no, I mean, no, I wouldn't go to the movies with a bonnet on either.
Right.
But so when I think airport, I'm thinking it's very uncomfortable
Uh huh.
already. Uh, I I want to do as much as I need to do to make sure my ride is comfortable. Uh, Sometimes people are on the airport and they have to get off and go straight to a meeting or straight to somewhere,
Mm-hmm.
and they don't want to mess up their hair on the flight when they have an important place to be right after they get off the flight. So
Well,
there's
a
so
reason.
I think the airport has a way more like exceptions to the rule than just going out in public. Like I wouldn't go to the mall. I wouldn't be doing my everyday day to day stuff with a bonnet on. I wouldn't do that because
Right.
a bonnet isn't. It's for hair protection. It's not an accessory.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So I think that makes it different in that way.
Yeah, because Philip Scott feels different about about men wearing bonnets. Because he said when he grew up young as a kid, most men who take baths don't wear bonnets. And when he sings,
Philip Scott is country,
yes, country Port
and he
Austin.
has a very country worldview. Even though he's traveled, he doesn't seem like he wants to. Um, it doesn't seem like he wants to expand from what he was indoctrinated to into as a child. And thank you for saying that, Lance. I appreciate that because it took me a minute to like. I was like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna wear my bonnet on YouTube."
Right. Doesn't matter to me. As long as it makes you happy.
Well, there's social conventions, right? These are all like
Right.
each of us. We kind of interpret the importance or the necessity of these behaviors, basically, or you know, we all have our own opinion. One man's trash is another man's treasure, sort of thing. So somebody might find that your decisions about what's acceptable with the bonnet is horrific, whatever.
Right.
Mhm.
So we gotta just. I don't think anybody has the right to tell anybody else what they should or should not be wearing in public, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
What is decent and indecent. A
Right.
lot of this is more the conservatives think that they have the right to tell the liberals what, like they kind of, it's like a culture war issue thing, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
we have to make sure that we keep those people in that closet, or else they're gonna be all over the streets with their nonsense, and my kids are gonna have to be exposed to that. So we have to preemptively stop them from doing what they want to do.
Right.
And
And
then
that's why.
the liberals are like, we have to make sure that we get
Mhm.
out there and do it in front of everybody, because if we don't, we're gonna cede ground to the people who are gonna try and force us into a closet.
Right. And that's why Philip Scott missed. That's why Philip Scott missed the "Don't ask, don't tell" policy from the 1990s. If you yeah, the "Don't ask, don't tell" policy means that in the military,
He likes how the gay people weren't all flamboyant
right?
back
They
in the
couldn't
day.
right. They
How
couldn't,
like
right.
I hear a lot of the older generation say that,
Hmm.
like,
Right.
we didn't have any problems with gay people because they didn't feel the need to be so public about stuff, and it worked all
Exactly.
great for everybody. That
Right.
just neglects and silences the people who didn't appreciate the situation as it
Right.
was.
And so that's why Philip Scott blamed Obama for legalizing same-sex marriage. Because in Philip Scott's view in Philip Scott's Philip Scott's point of in Philip Scott's of word in Philip Scott's of word point of view, to him, going back to an era of like "Don't ask, don't tell," it's like an era going back to an era of law and order, decency, how you present yourself, in public, right? Because what he's seeing with a lot of like more people coming out of the closet, holding hands together, is I think it makes him very uncomfortable, and he doesn't want his kids to be feminized by that or to be liberalized.
Yeah, it's just funny. It's the classic. That is what defines conservatives to me, where it's what the relevance of the left and right. Because you also hear a lot of people saying it's not left and right; it's top versus bottom. The more that we talk about left versus right, that's all a big distraction. That doesn't even matter. Okay, but the right are the people who want to turn back the clock. They're never satisfied with the progression of society, the forward, the changes in some kind of a direction. They feel that the way to solve the problems of society is to somehow go back in time. It's impossible,
Right.
but they think that it is like that is somehow going to be the solution. But then, that's, I guess you could say, like, that's sort of like that's why I'm a leftist or whatever. I feel progressive or whatever, like linear movement through time
Hmm.
is the only option that we have, but that's my bias, right? So
Right. And also because Philip Scott feels like when people are coming out of the closet too much, it's halting his brothers and sisters for economic progress. When I say economic progress, we're talking about reparations and other tangible policies, because Phil's about it's about control. He wants a house to be in order, not a house to be divided, and it's falling.
but his policy is divisive in that trying to force people back into a closet that they don't want to be back in is inherently divisive and not unifying.
Right. And that's why Philip Scott said, brothers and sisters, you will never see me moving to California, New York City, or other liberal enclaves because of strong LGBTQ laws or same sex marriage becoming legal there. He said, I'm happy where I am in the state of Texas. At least in the state of Texas, we don't have a state income tax. At least we have the right to bear arms. I'm good. I'm paraphrasing what Phil Scott was saying.
Yeah, but this is as far as agreeing to disagree only works so far, in that um, you kind of have an irreconcilable uh, difference here, but you're all American at the end of the day. All the state's laws can provide a certain degree of um, escape from the left or
Mhm.
escape from the right, depending on which state you're trying to get to or go whatever get
Right,
away from. But at
right.
the end of the day, your problems, like the economic crises that you're facing, if you want to actually get economic progression, it's the entire nation, not just the states individually, that are going to need to succeed together.
Hmm.
Because individual success of one state may actually directly contribute to the failure of another. As far as Texas, we all kind of know about how there's a big movement of Californians, whatever,
Move to
giving up on
Texas.
California, moving to Texas, right?
Yep.
So one man's gain is another man's loss. The more that people advocate for states' rights to be the panacea that's going to solve all problems, how is that possible when the solution for one state is the creation of a crisis of another?
Right.
Then that other state has to respond. They have to directly undermine the solution that the Texans are creating. Wherever California has now motivated
Mm-hmm.
to force their policy, whatever, to fail in Texas,
Right.
right?
Right. And that's what right. And that's why the Texans that's why that right. Texans say to Californians, please do not make Texas like California. Please don't. With gentrification, if the home price value is $300,000, but then you give the Texas residents $1 billion, that means the housing price is going to go up by $700,000. Now the homes are going to be worth millions of dollars. People can afford to buy like a decent house. Also, he doesn't like Californians, changing Texas gun laws, impose more gun control, making LGBTQ public. Because Philip Scott grew up with masculine men as a kid growing up, with uncles, fathers, grandpa, cousins, and what he's seeing today is like it's not to him. It's not progress, where he wants to move his people forward. But
But this,
he did say this. He said, I come to a point where I can't really control my kids, you know, lives anymore. I mean, yeah, am I going to disagree what my kid's going to do, whether they become LGBTQ or not? Of course, but I can't control what they watch until or who they hang out anymore. I can always be a concerned father, according to Phil.
yeah, because that's the inevitable situation. So what I find it doesn't really get maybe mentioned about this situation. Like a lot of people like Philip Scott, they grow up in these more conservative, traditional type of town or state, whatever, and they feel that there was nothing wrong with how they were raised. They feel that the way they were raised is what's kind of led to their prosperity and whatnot. And they don't see any problem, like the problems that are there with the way that they are and treat other people. And
Hmm.
it's, the guy's kids as an example. I'm glad you mentioned that, right? Because now I can kind of drive the point home
Hmm.
because he thinks that what we need is a return back to this frankly problematic place in history, whatever. That was not actually better. That, but in his mind, it is, right? So, but him being worried about the control over his kids, that's the thing about trying to turn back the clock. It's never going to happen. So,
Right.
right, but he's convinced that his mindset is healthy,
Hmm.
and so he wants to continue repeating the try to do the impossible. Right, he's just doing the same thing over and over again, and it's not working. But he doesn't really want to recognize that he has
Right.
to shift his paradigm in order to whatever even attempt to accomplish what he's trying to do.
Right. And that's why he said, even though he knows he cannot control the trend, but he's offering alternative solutions to his brothers and sisters by, hey, look, brothers and sisters, if the public school education system is promoting LGBTQ this, abortion, and other like social topics, remove your kids out of the take your kids out of the public school system and homeschool them, or have your
Okay, hold on. Okay, finish your statement, and then
yeah, I
I
know
want
you're
to make
gonna
a comment.
interject. Yeah, come right. And so in those Phil Scott's like he has a solution, for every problems that his brothers and sisters are finding very challenging, or they're trying to like prevent the problems from getting worse and worse. And Phil says, here's my alternative solution to the evolving trends. Homeschool your kids, so that way your kids will not be influenced too much by the by the public school curriculum on LGBTQ and other social topics. He feels that homeschooling parents have control over
Okay,
their kids' learning.
Abby. Abby wanted to say something,
Interject,
so
yeah.
I'll let her respond first. But I'm gonna try and remember what I want to respond
Okay,
to.
well, right. So, well, first thing, nobody can influence you to be gay. You're either gay or you're not. So that's like really ridiculous.
Right.
Um, Homeschooling, everybody can't homeschool. That's
True.
one. Also, also, homeschooling only gets you so far. When your children, um, unless you try to like force them to stay as as home to you, so you can control them for the rest of their lives, they will be exposed to things. So your purpose is going to be defeated regardless.
Mm-hmm.
When your child decides on their own what they want, what kind of sexuality they want to have.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the one that irks me the most, okay, as a person who has done substitute teaching
Yes.
and Black life has been in all kind of aspects of the school system. She's wanted to be a school teacher since she was a kid. She's been
Mm-hmm.
doing it for over 20 something years in various roles in the school system. That's just a flat out damn lie. Nobody is doing that. You that's not that's not even legal.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot do that in public schools. You can't force being political, any specific type of political affiliation. That's against the rules. You can't like teach people to be. I don't know what they mean by LGBT. Now, I think they're like, okay, if a man or a woman has a picture of their heterosexual spouse at their desk,
Mm-hmm.
that's cool. But if you have a picture of your homosexual spouse at your desk,
Right.
then all of a sudden you're trying to indoctrinate my child. What? I'm I'm trying to teach the class, have a person that I love, my loved one on my desk like anybody else.
Right.
Like here, my kids are here too. Like, what's the problem?
Right.
So
I
it,
think the
it
right.
it's
I think
it's manufactured outrage is what it
outrage.
is,
Right.
and
Manufacturer.
and he is too old for that shit.
Right. I guess because kids are very observant. Kids are always going to look at the teacher's pictures, right, and going to notice something or ask questions. So I guess what Phil Scott's saying that the teachers, what teachers present to their students, rather it's like teachers showing their pictures of their partners, might have a negative influence on students' learning. According to Phil, I'm just paraphrasing what Phil Scott's trying to say. Also, because Phil Scott heard complaints from, parents too in like Houston, Texas, and they were asking Phil, like, Phil, what's your advice? How can I make sure my kids are learning the right materials where the teachers are not imposing their sex orientation onto us? And Phil said, brothers and sisters,
so
right? Phil Scott
so
said,
every school has a curriculum.
mm-hmm,
Enforcing sexuality is not on the list.
right. But I'm just
Yeah.
saying, like Phil Scott heard complaints from his friends, from parents, and they just were asking him solutions, like how to make sure that the kids are learning more without having LGBT, you know
How do you know he heard complaints from his
oh
friends who
he
are
talks about
parents? How do you know he
oh I
heard
know that
complaints? Or
he
how
talks
do
about
you know? Hold on, let me finish.
sir.
How do you know he not just riding on an issue that could to build content off of and make it something for people that he knows his base of his crowd would
Mhm.
feed off of. How do you know that?
Oh, I know that, because he talks about his daughter attending a Islam school where the curriculum is very strict or conservative. And yeah, he talked to parent he talked to like talk to friends whose kids been in public schools or used to go to public schools in the past,
So
Okay.
right? And so they come and like I said, I can understand from the parents' point of view, even though I don't agree what they did, taking the kids out of public school, but understanding, right? And so Phil offers alternative solutions, right? Even if they don't agree with solutions, but at least he's offering them suggestions. If they want to take those suggestions, it's really up to them.
So you could
What's
say
this?
it's a solution, but to me, it's he's offering a non-starter. So uh, you can't make a bargain with somebody if they're going to refuse. It's like these
Hmm.
peace treaty negotiations that they keep having. If you keep offering your enemy and it's culture wars. So it is probably a good analogy to say like that we need a peace treaty between the left and the right on this shit if it's possible. But I don't think it is, especially because people's solutions are not realistic. Okay, so when you tell people, how about you just go homeschool if you don't like it, whatever. Well, the left has that same kind of offer to the right. If you don't like the LGBTQ stuff in schools, you have the option to go homeschool. Why don't you just go do that? And it's not an
But there
acceptable
is no
offer.
LGBT.
They're going to reject it. They're going to say, no, we want the schools. You guys go isolate yourselves. It's bad for our kids to be homeschooled in that they're not social. They're not getting their social learning that's required. That can only be accomplished through social interaction, right? That's where you're going to have, do we like having skyrocketing rates of autism and whatnot? Not to be ableist, like we appreciate our autistic people's contributions to society and whatnot, but we don't want to have increasing numbers of this kind of thing if it's something that has to do with our maladaptation to the way that we've created a society. And so we have to be sure to create a solution that is like respectful of both sides' wishes to some degree, but we cannot be allowing people to establish a policy that takes away other people's rights as a way to, in their mind, give them what they feel is their right. And it's not actually like it's not your right to deprive LGBTQ people their right to freedom of expression, as far as what you all agree on what your constitutional laws are. But the right wants to have its cake and eat it too. They want to deny that when they don't have the right to do that. They need to acknowledge what they have to give up on to come to a compromise, and so does the left. But neither side is going to do that.
Right, of course not. And that's why why a lot of public schools are going swing the flag very hard for LGBTQ curriculum, right? And it's not mandatory; it's optional. I guess a lot of parents, like Phil Scott, feel like, oh my gosh, LGBTQ curriculum is being imposed on our kids' learning, and our kids' brains are starting to expand. We don't want our kids to learn LGBTQ and then they don't have the ability to do like who me?
Do you think that he's right? That's what's going to happen if kids are exposed to that stuff?
Well, I will say this. I mean, I would say, I disagree with Phil Scott on that, but I understand where he's coming from because he's like looking from a social adolescent development. He knows that.
Okay.
Oh,
I just want to ask you this.
yeah, ask me. Yeah, sure.
Did he give any source or resource of where they're putting LGBTQ into the curriculum, or is he just talking?
I will say this: he reports the news. That's his job. No, he did not. I don't think so. But he's just he was looking from a general point of view coming from Fox News, TikTok.
Michael.
Yeah.
When we report news on our show, do we provide you with sources?
Of course, yeah, you do. Of course, right. But I'm just saying, right.
I've watched Philip Scott.
True.
Okay.
I
can guarantee he didn't provide you with some type of source about putting LGBTQ into the curriculum. I can guarantee.
He's making claims, not so much reporting news.
Right, claims. Right. But I'm just saying that he takes stories from parents and report them as
anecdotal
news.
Evidence. Yeah.
Right.
That's not evidence.
Yeah.
I mean, anecdotal. I'm just to say anecdotally speaking.
That's feelings.
Feelings, right. But I'm just saying, like, Philip Scott uses reasoning when he reports the news.
It's not being reasonable, though, as far as, like, the thing about being a socialist or a communist is that, like, the dialectical materialist stuff, it's not bullshit, whatever, idealist nonsense, whatever. That is our method of grounding our politics in the scientific method, right? So that's why it's important for us to say, how do we solve this problem about the left and the right arguing or whatever? So, well, you have to determine scientifically who is actually right and who's actually wrong, because it's to our benefit for the progression of society to reject the wrong thinking that is holding us back.
Right.
That's the way to the solution to this problem. If he's making claims that are ultimately fallacious about what's going to happen to kids in public when they're exposed to this or that. Well, we can look at what the science says and see if he's right or wrong about that.
Right.
So
Even
basically, what he's doing is
mm-hmm.
he's providing more fodder and fuel for the Republicans to dismantle the Department of Education and move everything back to the states.
Yep.
So we could go back to this racist states' rights agenda because the Department of Education didn't really make the curriculum. The Department
True.
of Education's job was to make sure that all children in the school system were protected.
Right.
Now that we've gutted the Department of Education, thanks Phil Scott for your rhetoric. So you are helping them to make it even more uh, the experience of children that look like him
Mm-hmm.
even worse in their state's public education system.
Right. And his response is that his response to you, I was like, "There's nothing I can do about it because I'm not involved in the federal and
Huh?
state politics." I'm
No,
just saying,
no,
like,
okay.
Philip
I'm not
Scott.
asking I'm not asking him about his response.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know about your response because you're saying these things that he's saying as if this is a like
True.
like this is a good approach to the issue. So I'm asking you, if he just throws it out there, I'm just telling you, parents said this, and maybe you should just homeschool them and take them out of public school altogether. I
Right.
can't do anything about it. Like, huh? That
I will say
that's
this.
not good. That's not good
Yeah,
at
I would
all.
say that Philip Scott. Some of the stuff Philip Scott said are factual. Some of them are not. I mean, yeah, I've looked at the evidence, but at the same time, the evidence cannot really change. Philip Scott's point of view. You know that, Abby, right? Because it's really up to like parents to decide, despite the scientific evidence being available,
Sorry.
right? And so the only I can say that
Your friend drives me nuts.
I just think sometimes the solution is to figure out who to stop listening to.
right.
That's what Rhonda was saying. I think you just you need to stop talking about Philip Scott a little bit. I think that's the only person you watch.
I mean, I do watch because he provides, like I said, he provides good content when it comes to like, reparations and American freedmen. Like, I'll give him credit on that. And of course, he talks about like universal programs when necessary or how they apply to his people. Other than that, if the universal programs don't apply to them, then yeah, he talks about reparations or what's happening in American freedmen communities.
Yeah, but we need to
Hmm.
uh, like part of being scientific is you can't just get all of your information from one source. It's not just scientifically, but
Right.
it's bad for your worldview to be too reliant on one source of information to shape all of your opinions. And the way, like, I think everybody criticizes like groupthink in their own way. Echo chambers is not good. There's valid criticism, but how do we overcome that if we're just going to listen to the same person and the same people in the chats that support that person? It's a bit like a cult of personality, right?
Right. And of course, I watch, like I said, I watch different, I also watch different people's podcasts as well. I just want to make sure I address that person's comment.
Yeah, I'm
No,
sure it's oversimplification to say that. I'm sure you listen to more people.
right, right. But what I'm saying is that, yeah, and I agree with you, Michael. Yes, people need to also look at the scientific data before they can make any false claims. But at the end of the day, it's really up to people if they want to embrace the scientific data or what the evidence say about LGBTQ or any other issues, because people are human beings, right? So
Yeah,
they're gonna make up their own minds. But yes, the data definitely has to be available. It has to inform people like Philip Scott, because I know Philip Scott, grew up in the 1980s as a kid growing up, and 1990s up to until high school. So in his time, LGBTQ issues were never addressed or talked about. If they were talked about, it was put on the side. It was put on the back burner
yeah.
because he graduated from high school in 1997.
Yeah.
Not that much older than me.
And then this isn't just like we tend to frame this as
Uh huh.
like straight versus like LGBTQ, but it's often really it's Boomer versus Gen Z because
Right.
what is Philip Scott a Gen X or a Boomer? I'm thinking he's a
Phil Scott is Gen
No,
X.
he's in it. I graduated in. Can you open this for me?
Yeah, he's Gen X, born in 1978.
So he's probably like 51.
okay. So he's a
Well,
Gen X. He
Oh my
doesn't.
bad.
go ahead,
He's
Mike.
a Gen X who probably disagrees with the majority of the
He's from
Zoomers.
Mississippi.
He's actually from Port Arthur, Texas.
Oh,
So
Port
he's
Arthur,
not
Texas.
respecting the
Oh, okay.
opinions of the younger generation. He feels that they've been guided,
Misinformed, right?
going in the
Misguided,
wrong direction. But that's the old man's thinking about the new world.
Exactly.
Like
right?
how
Isn't that what
relevant
they
is
did to the ones before him? Can you open that wine for me too? For my
Hmm.
wine reduction.
Right, but Philip Scott, I'll say this: Philip Scott tolerates
Please.
he tolerates young people. He may not agree with their views, but he tolerates them more than he tolerates baby boomers and silent generation.
I mean, if you have to use the word tolerate, that's not very good.
it?
Right. Oh,
Oh, I ain't
let's
done
The
it
other
yet.
thing is it's not
No.
maybe the most accurate understanding of like Gen
uh-huh.
Z and stuff. I think that Gen Z can be more reactionary and conservative than people acknowledge. The typical portrayal of them is that they're all a bunch of like blue-haired, sex-changing freaks and whatnot. And it's actually there's a big backlash even in the youth to this kind of thing, and it has to do with the right-wing influence in the media. There is an unfair advantage that the right has over still controlling all of the media and whatnot, and that kind of vilifies the LGBTQ community and everything through the media in a
Right.
way that the LGBTQ community doesn't have a way to fight back. Like they can do the same thing in their own media space, but their reach is far limited.
Right. Because Philip Scott is a man, right? He's a masculine man, and he doesn't want his masculinity to be inhibited by social progress in respect to like LGBTQ.
That sounds pretty weak to me.
Right. Because in his mind
Like
he's
what?
like,
Like who is going to impede on your sense of yourself? It's called self-esteem.
right.
Can't nobody do that but you. So what is he talking about?
I think what he's
Unless
talking,
if, unless
right.
he has some dreams at night that he don't want to discuss.
He did mention on his other podcast. He talked about how like these days LGBTQs are not protecting women who are powerless or who can't defend themselves, and LGBTQs, according to him, are standing and watching the incident and not intervening. 'Cause he said in the past, whenever anyone get into a situation or trying to defend themselves, a man always stepped up or stepped in to protect women. And he's seen nowadays, not too many men are standing up to protect women.
This is
Okay,
the
look,
if I haven't seen it, it's not
I
true fallacy. Sorry, go ahead.
this you could. I just I
I think
really
he's still
I really want to stop talking about him, but
sorry.
there are a lot of men who are not protecting women. A lot of heterosexual men that will see a woman getting in some altercation and say, that's not my business. So that has nothing to do with someone's sexuality. That it, it's like he just keeps making up shit and he's not looking at his own heterosexual black male community. Like
Hmm.
I don't know. I just don't even want to talk about him no more. He's getting on my nerves.
I know he
He's
gets on you. I know he gets on your nerve.
Well, Abby Cookie says that food looks like
Wait,
shit. You better let him get rid of that for you because he's got your back, just like
well,
that.
Abby, I'm seeing Abby. You're cooking a lot today. You didn't have lunch today.
I usually don't eat lunch.
Oh, okay. Well, it looks good. Looks like
Y'all can see it.
yeah,
Oh, I guess you can. That's just green beans. That's nothing.
green beans. It looks like a restaurant from like Red Lobster. I went to a couple weeks ago.
Oh,
Where
thank you.
yeah, you're welcome. I ordered the deluxe. You know, yeah, the crab legs, lobster.
Yeah, I miss Red
Yes.
Lobster. It shut down. The one we had in Windsor closed down because Red Lobster is going through the shit right now.
Yep,
I
same
make a
thing.
mean I make a mean stuffed shrimp and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah,
Crab
Michael,
leg cakes.
crab leg cakes. Yeah, Michael, what's your favorite food from Red Lobster?
Oh, I don't know. I like getting different things each time. I guess lobster's not really my favorite. I prefer maybe crab to over lobster, but
Crabs over lobster.
I like all seafood. Not so much like the like mussels and stuff. Like I'll eat that, but it's not my favorite.
Right, right.
Oh, I love mussels.
And I'm not a
Yeah,
big shrimp guy either.
no. Last time I
I
went
like
to
all kinds of
What?
fish.
when I went, it's funny, interesting. I used to think like, oh my gosh, Red Lobster. When Red Lobster used to advertise it's like lobster, like 1 pound lobster, I almost believed it at first. I was like, wow, I can get this much lobster for a good deal. But then when I go to Red Lobster, it's like, my gosh, the lobsters are so small, and I pay like what, 20, almost like $30, and it's like, man, I need to get more than that.
That's probably more of the overfishing problem. If you look into the lobster fishing industry,
Mm-hmm.
like, and that's where Canadians and Americans are kind of fighting over the waters, and they pushed out like the indigenous from the historical the place that they had the right to fish and everything.
Right.
Highly illegal, very or a lot of organized crime going on and that kind of stuff. But um, the reason why they're getting smaller
Mm-hmm.
is because they're just not doing it sustainably. You know, 30 years
Right.
ago, we probably would have had a big fucking king lobster kind of thing.
Oh
Right?
yeah, no doubt. And it's like like today's Red Lobsters, everything's like pasta, hamburger, steak.
Yeah, they try and give you more starch. They can make more money by making
Right.
you pay $50 for a plate, and then they give you like two, like I don't know how much, like let like a half a pound of, probably more like 6 ounces of seafood
Lob
in there, or whatever.
seafood. Yeah, and then speaking about the lobster, when I was there, man, my gosh, the lobster was too dry. Like almost as if it took it, like I had a hard time trying to crack the lobster.
And that's because they don't have any respect for nobody has well not nobody, but this is
Right.
I found a very prevalent problem in society is nobody has any respect for their cooks, and they think that we can get away with treating them like shit and paying them nothing, and then they're going to
Right.
somehow keep doing that job. So then they
Hmm.
have a high turnover. So the reason why your food is overcooked because that kid doesn't know how to cook because they don't pay them and they don't even try to train them. They just want to throw them sink or swim, and then
Right.
throwing them in boiling water, and they're watching them scream.
Hmm.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm noticing like when I do go out, I'm just like, oh, this food sucks.
Yeah. And I'm sure Abby in your state, you guys have better lobster than the Red Lobster in my state of Virginia.
We actually have a red lobster here.
Oh yeah, how's that there in Louisiana?
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, so like 2 weeks
I
ago at
don't
Red Lobster,
know.
my gosh, my waiter made me wait for more than almost 1 hour to serve me. Right.
Mm.
So I had to ask him, like, sir, what happened to my biscuit? I thought my biscuit was going to come. He said, oh, I'm so sorry, I forgot. Let me go check. Let me go to the kitchen to check. And then he explained to me because he was so busy because the restaurant got very busy at 5 p.m.
Mm.
He probably
Yeah.
forgot about you, not
Yeah.
leaving.
It was on a Saturday. It was on a Saturday night. I went there around like 6
That
p.m.
yeah, that sounds like a mistake.
Yeah. Yeah. 6
Sometimes
p.m.
though, it's not. They It's like fuck that guy. But
Right.
probably
Yeah. Right. And
You
then,
weren't mean to the waiter, were you?
who, me? No, I was very patient. You know what I mean? I just because Saturday weekends, I figured let me just give him a break. You know, to
Mm.
show to show solidarity and respect.
one thing I'm struggling with. I can't afford giving people tips, even if they do good service, and I don't really feel like the tip system is justified. So we need to actually. We shouldn't have to do that. We need to get the prices actually on the menu up, so that not just so that the profits can go up. The wages need to go up
Go up
too,
as well, right?
and then the tip needs to disappear.
Exactly. Yes.
Good luck
Yeah.
getting people to do that. Everybody feels that they need to. They're supporting the working class by upholding the tip system.
Mm-hmm. True. And you know what? Interesting. When I took my sister out for lunch, right, and I paid the tab. She said, Mike, why you don't want to give the waiter a tip? I said, Karina, this is my money. I'm paying for lunch. Okay.
Oh my gosh, you didn't tip?
I mean, I did. In this, I gave the waiter $5, and my sister Michael
Oh,
gave more than that. I said, fine, I'll give him $10. She said, no, give more than $10. Tell us next time you go there, what if the waiter's not gonna treat us?
Lord, what y'all order for more?
We went to like
I don't know.
hibachi, like the Korean all you can
Mhm.
eat barbecue buffet. You can order
Mhm.
much poultry as you can order much poultry as you want, right? And they cook, and this waiters cook in front of you, right?
Mhm.
And she said to me, Mike, if we go there next time, they're not gonna treat us with respect. They might spit in our food because you only gave the waiter like less than $10 or less than $20. And I said to my sister, man, why can't we just be like Europe, where European waiters get paid on wages, not tips?
But that's sort of like people don't realize how that really happens as far as like the like you like her to talk about like Finland and stuff. Everyone likes to uphold the example of the Scandinavian democratic socialist societies
Hmm.
as like a better than alternative than America, but they only have
They
the
don't realize.
ability to offer that as a concession to their working class because they are not because they're like the vassals of America.
Hmm.
They're the junior imperial powers. So, and they can only afford to offer that to their population because of the blood money of imperialism.
Mm.
So that's a way that they pacify their population by giving them things that we should have, but at the
Mm.
cost of this capitalist social contract.
Right.
Mm.
Yeah, and also northern countries have slowly but surely dismantled the working class, especially the unions.
Yeah, it's a really catastrophic situation that we're in,
Hmm.
and nobody really knows how to deal with it because the situation is so bad. We don't really know where to begin, and that indecision is just what is driving this crisis even further.
Right, and that's why, like like some Scandinavian countries in England say, we got to be like America. We got to be wealthy. We got to neoliberalize our economy because our economy is too strict. It's too regulated.
Yeah, they're always asking people to open up their economies to neoliberalism, and then we've seen the track record of how that actually destroys sovereignty and economies. You know, like
Right.
the IMF restructuring is how we're going to welcome you back into the international community,
Hmm.
but that's ensuring that you can be hyper exploited by the neo-colonial uh, entities here.
Right,
So
and
that's
that's
no solution. You know,
right, and that's why you're seeing the obesity rates going up in like England, Germany, and some Nordic countries as a result of America spreading fast food.
right? And then America said demands you guys gotta raise your NATO spending. You guys gotta toughen up, stop being such wimps, right? But
Mhm.
it's through American policy that's exporting that American way of life that is weakening us to begin with. So what do you want? Do you want us to embrace your way of life, or do you want us to reject it? Because you can't have both. Can't have it both ways.
Right, right.
So
And
it's
it's funny too. Even like the Karens are in Europe. They're like, Europeans, why can't you guys make the food portions big? Oh my god! And you had to see the Karen. The Karen was yelling at the European workers at McDonald's, like throwing like sodas at them. Fortunately, the European worker ducked down.
yeah.
At
It's
least
like
they aren't
why don't
being.
you let us overfeed these people? Or if you want to eat more, order a second plate.
Right,
At, at least they aren't being poisoned in the grocery store like we are.
right. And the Becky and this is the Becky's response to European worker. I don't want to pay more. It's so expensive. Just to order a um a fish fillet, large French fries, and a soda. Cost me 30 US dollars. No, I mean for a sandwich alone, like what, 18 bucks? No, I want everything to be included. And you can see, I can imagine how Becky's get paranoid in Europe, especially those coming from North America.
I feel like if you can travel at all, consider yourself fucking lucky.
Right.
Hmm.
Because the Karens and the Beckys and Karens think that they can control Europe and control the world, or have them, you know, align with them, or force them to listen to Becky's and Karens by being, demanding.
The Beckys and Karens. Hilarious.
Yeah, and the Europeans are like, but Karen, why do you want to eat so? Why do you want to eat more Big Macs? But Karen, aren't you? Karen, doesn't even that Big Mac you're eating is enough to fill up your tummy? And Karen's like, you're insulting me in Europe.
Mm,
Oh well,
mm, mm, mm.
can't please them all. So
Right.
the
And the
question about Karens, just kind of not much you're gonna do about them.
mm-hmm.
They're not
and
gonna
the
be satisfied. They're gonna complain about it to the manager, but they'll maybe make an appearance of satisfying that person while they're there, and then go back to being the way they are once she leaves. So,
right. And the European workers said, Karen, hey Karen, the reason why we don't provide a second dish, I mean a second sandwich at a low cost, I mean at lower price is because as tax-paying citizens, we don't want to pay so much for your healthcare, for obesity.
also, as a person who's been in the restaurant industry for a while, we
Mhm.
recognize the tactic of a lot of the. I don't even. It's not necessarily Karen. It's, people who want free food, so they
Mm.
pretend like there's a problem when there's not. They'll
Right.
tell you that
Mm,
you undercooked their food when you didn't.
Mm-hmm.
So fuck that, okay? We're all struggling. We don't need you guys getting free food out of the restaurant, which the restaurant has to pay for.
Right. It's not cheap.
Yeah,
and
nothing.
Yeah.
then sometimes they'll try to charge the waitress.
Yeah, and then you get in trouble from your boss because this person is being selfish
Mm-hmm.
And they're like
or
that
gluttonous.
food has to come out of your pay. Like what the
Right.
fuck?
Hey Mike,
What am I supposed
you
to
were a
run
server
after them?
before, right? In the restaurant industry.
What's that, Mike?
I said you were a server before?
I'm a cook. I've never been a server. I never really. I'm too introverted. I never wanted to be uh, dealing with the public.
Public. I mean, I can't imagine the waiters going through so much stress every day dealing with, the caring customers.
Except
Oh,
people are well, the thing that pissed me off so much. Everyone like feels like the waitress's job is so easy. All they do is carry a plate to the table and back, or pour a drink. Right? How
right,
dare they ask for more money? How fucking dare you dismiss how much psychological, social, whatever. Like their role is more of a social kind of thing, whatever.
right.
It's not just about the food, right? They do so much more than people give them credit for.
True.
They sure do.
Yes, and I guess because the customers see the waiters as pets, like telling a dog, listen to my,
Mm,
you know what I mean? Hey,
Or
waiter,
more
you
come
like
here.
said a word.
they're what used to be the social function that slaves used to carry out, and they
Right,
want to sort of treat them as if they're still a slave, as if you over there in the corner, when I ring the bell, that is when I want your presence, and I don't actually need anything from you as a human being. I need something from you robotically from your body.
right.
Mm.
Can you, like, Mike? Have you had an issue with a waiter before when the waiter said, "Hey, this order's not right. You didn't make this food in the way the customers wanted."
All the time,
All the
right?
time.
Sometimes it is my fault. Like we do make mistakes all the time, especially
Right.
when we're overworked and underpaid, where we're all stressed out, where we're doing our best not to fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
But then there's all kinds of reasons why it's pretty impossible for us to do the job properly. Like if you set people up to fail, don't get outraged that they failed. That's what
Mm-hmm.
people do.
Yeah,
Right.
and it's the way like just tell the waitress, I'm sorry, this isn't the way I really asked for it.
Mm-hmm.
Would you mind? Is it okay? Like now if they tell you no, wait a minute now, I was nice. Hold on. Hold
Right.
on, now we on some other shit.
I've seen some restaurant cooks cuss out the waiters.
That happens too. Sometimes the waiter or the waitress is the one who made the mistake. They told us to make it wrong on accident, and then we did it according to what we were told to do. We did it right, and
Mm-hmm.
then the waiter waitress maybe doesn't want to own up to their mistake or doesn't even recognize that they're the one who's responsible. So then we can. And that's not necessarily like the cook has the right to blow up on the waiter, right, or the
Mm-hmm.
waitress. Like sometimes cooks can be assholes, and you can use the excuse of being abused all day long, right? But that doesn't necessarily two wrongs don't make a right.
Right.
So I mean, but we all just we're all human beings, you know. People get to that breaking point.
True. Yes. And and especially like cooks gonna cooks or chefs reach a breaking point because they're not gonna tolerate abuse from waiters or a command. Hey, this needs to be perfection. Let's make it that
One of
way.
the things that makes the restaurant industry less efficient is the old-fashioned, typical conservative right-wing mentality of the restaurant owners is that they have the right to treat the cooks and the waitresses as the boss. They reserve themselves the right to treat the restaurant like their own personal little fiefdom, and they can abuse whoever they want. And the more that they abuse people, the less efficient the restaurant is running, and it's actually the owner's fault. But they get to waive responsibility, always get to externalize the cost onto the workers and blame them for the mistakes.
Right. And then you see like masses of chefs quitting or boycotting. Hey, they're saying like, "Hey, waiters, we're gonna quit. Cooks, let's leave together and let the waiters cook, handle the kitchen, handle
This
food at the
is where
kitchen."
the class of bourgeoisie, where they have their solidarity with each other. So what they've been very effective at doing is maintaining these oppressive conditions everywhere. As long as they do it together, we have no safe haven to go to. Anywhere
Right.
we can leave and we can go to, and I've done this several times. Okay, I can quit, get fired, go get hired somewhere else. I'm
Hmm.
just starting all over again with a different face of a exact same person. It's
Right.
scary how similar all these restaurant owners are. They're all the misogynistic, whatever, homophobic, fucking like greedy pieces of shit. If you want to care about health or whatever, like hygiene in restaurants, you need to actually care about stopping these conservatives from feeling like they have the right to treat this place like their home. It's
Right.
not. It's a fucking business.
Right.
Mm.
Yeah. True. Like Mike, have you ever thought about owning a restaurant?
I've thought about this a bunch of times. First and foremost, there's this funding problem. There's just no way to make it happen.
Hmm.
Second of all, I'm not looking to become the
A boss?
bourgeoisie.
Yes.
As bad as much as I hate the problem of having to sell myself for work,
Hmm.
only way I'm gonna run a business is if I'm doing it in a cooperative style. I need to find that group of people who's willing to open a restaurant with me. And then we have to compete in the capitalist market against the capitalists. And we
Right.
won't be able to take the easy way out when we're having problems and just exploit our workers in order to make ends meet. It would be a hard thing to do to make a successful cooperative restaurant. But I think if we can make it work, we can be an example, like the threat of the good example of how to run a restaurant ethically and sustainably. Because we're not even talking about the bigger problem is the food sustainability crisis. Okay, we have to change whatever the way that we're doing, like the feeding of the population right now. It's not sustainable. It's very bad for everyone's health. But then it's cost prohibitive to actually do it properly unless we have this entire, like, from farm to table
Hmm.
uh reimagining of how, like a more socialist way of providing food to people. And that to me
Right.
is the only solution, but that's might be my bias.
True. Because my colleague Roger Meadows, he's a big fan of cooperatives.
Oh, cookies.
Roger Meadows, the
Yes, Roger Meadows.
he's a politician, right?
No, he's a guest on Savvy Sab's YouTube channel. Like
He's
you
got
probably
a lot
heard
of more like local, like ballot initiative type of solutions. He's got some
exactly.
compelling things that I hear, but
Yes.
Mm.
I'm not sure if I think he would qualify as a democratic socialist in that I don't really see him arguing for a revolution sort of so much.
Right. He's more.
Mm.
He actually is more. He's actually his label. He is actually more. He's actually independent. No political affiliations, including third parties.
See, I
Mm.
But
don't. I'm not really fond of these people who they like claim this so-called like angelic objectivity. Like they're independent. They don't actually have politics. The politics of no politics. I don't buy it. Right? You just undefined, but you're something, whether you want to share it with the public or not.
Right. Yeah. By the way, I've been Michael.
like, are you
Yeah.
concerned? Are you concerned more about like your viewership? You're gonna lose viewers if you say, or like, you gotta believe in something.
I
True.
think
That's
it's
not
about
like
pragmatics. They're trying to make whatever they're doing actually work, and if they're honest, then it doesn't work.
Yes. And
like
it's
when
still
people say they don't like labels, and you've said this before, Michael, and I'm like, well, how the hell are we supposed to be able to have a conversation, a starting point, if we don't have a label to start from? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
right.
we can't
We've
define the rules
discussed
of
this before.
engagement. We can't engage.
Right.
Yeah.
I guess because of like Roger Meadows, because Roger Meadows used to vote Democrat before, and became independent. And after Bernie Sanders lost in the 2016 Democratic primary race to Hillary Clinton.
Y'all done got me reducing my wine down to nothing. It's
Right.
not your fault. That was me.
Oh,
It's not your fault.
So
Keep
this is where
talking.
right.
we're all kind of open to, especially if we've put our comments and our faces and whatnot in the public. We we've opened ourselves to criticism and whatnot. So people kind of are always observing our arcs, so we see
Right.
where we started, where we're going. So a lot of people have come to the socialist camp being disillusioned from being in the democratic camp.
Mm-hmm.
But where are they going is the ultimate question. As far as do we support what they're advocating for today?
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, were both of you guys surprised when Hillary Clinton supporters called Bernie Sanders a misogynist because he was not focusing on women's issues in 2016?
Hillary Clinton supporters criticizing the
Bernie
Bernie
Sanders
Sanders.
supporters being misogynist.
Well, I really feel Bernie Sanders was not very authentic. Probably like from the beginning more so.
Mhm.
Kind of like Noam Chomsky. We all thought he was something, and we found out after the fact that he wasn't. So then I don't really take
Mm.
stock in the argument that he was ever really pro feminist to begin with.
You got to watch your chat. Sean says the Hillary was part of the plan to bring about fascism.
Mhm. Yep, that is true. No doubt.
Now I'm curious why. Okay, everybody tell me why you think that way.
Mhm.
Who wants to start?
I can start. I think yeah. I see. Yeah, I definitely see Hillary Clinton as a fascist because she was always covert, not willing to say publicly, but because her policies tells us more who she really was. And given the fact when she was the first wife, to the first wife, I mean the president's wife to her husband Bill, and had all this influence in the White House.
I can't believe anyone's trying to advocate that Hillary should be the first woman president after she spent her whole political career like supporting, making sure Bill Clinton did what he did, and then all kinds of people have this massive criticism of Clinton. But it's just like these political dynasties, like the Kennedy family and whatnot. It's like no matter how disastrous the allowing that dynasty to maintain power has been,
Hmm.
people still have to fall for maybe this cousin or the brother or the son or the daughter is going to be the new progressive the thing that we all need. It's like no, these are the ruling elite just trying to maintain their power however they need to.
Right. And some people, right, and some people look at Hillary Clinton as being some people label Hillary Clinton as a almost like a CIA cooperative.
Of course, she's completely
Of
involved
course,
with all this like Epstein shit, like
he
hands
said some
down.
people.
Right. When I say I'm saying like the Trump, the former, Hillary Clinton supporters became Trumpsters, became Trump supporters because they didn't like Hillary Clinton, calling the Trump supporters deplorables.
Right, but this is like we're all pointing at fools who know nothing and making this whole big important thing about who they support as if it makes a big difference. If you're following a fool, who's the greater fool? So like people need to get to that point of nobody cares about if you supported Hillary Clinton. Nobody cares if you support Trump because you have no idea what the fuck is going on in
What's
politics.
going on anyway?
Right.
Why do we care what you have to say, right?
Yeah, and also because remember when Bernie Sanders won the delegates, but lost the super delegates to Hillary Clinton? It was on purpose. So the Bernie supporters like, forget it. We're not gonna support Hillary Clinton. What she did to Bernie was horrible. We're gonna join the Trump camp or the Trump team
But
as
it's
a
like no
punishment.
matter what, it's all lose, lose, lose. You
Hmm.
support Bernie, you lose. You support Hillary, you lose. You support Trump, you lose. That is the
Uh,
conclusion that people need to get to. But this is where they say that's my opinion. But isn't
Yeah,
that objective fact? Because the history is proven. All the people who like dove into the Hillary camp, everyone who jumped onto the Trump bandwagon have been exposed as fools. Like
right.
they have to now. We're all sitting here watching on Twitter and everything. People in the MAGA crowd were saying, "Are you ready to admit how stupid you were?" And for
True.
some reason, they're not going to. Right. So what
Right.
is this game we're playing?
Right. Especially like the men who voted for Trump in higher numbers. They're like, no, we're not gonna admit because we're masculine. We're supposed to be the most
mm,
intelligent and powerful men on the planet.
mm,
So we
Being
can't admit.
masculine is
mm.
learning how to admit when you're wrong. Okay. Nothing masculine about doubling down on a lie.
Right. Right. And also because I can't understand why they supported Trump, heavily than Hillary, because at least Trump was honest, right? And Donald Trump talked a very big game, talked a
He was not
very
honest. So I don't understand how people keep characterizing this. This is like taking the narrative uncritically.
Okay, what I mean is like Donald Trump was open honest about his rhetoric. Like he was calling people this and that. That's what they mean. They can respect Donald Trump being honest, like calling people this. Like for example, Donald Trump will bully people with disabilities. Donald Trump will bully women. So that's one thing the men loved about Trump. He was honest, open. He showed his masculinity.
I don't know about honest being the right. He was openly bigoted, right?
Bigger,
Openly
yes.
conservative,
That
reactionary,
sounds
and
so
that's what
weird.
people they celebrate that someone can be so wrong with so much confidence, just like they want to be, like, and that they are now being permitted to be. This is how you get all these fools signing up for ICE and everything, is because
Hmm.
it doesn't matter if he was honest, doesn't matter if he's right, wherever he's just confident, and that's
Right.
what they see. That's what men do.
Right, and also because you remember at the last debate when the moderator asked Donald Trump in 2016, would you be satisfied with the election results? And Donald Trump said, I am not going to be satisfied. When he said that, he boosted crowds up, and which contributed to his election victory over Hillary.
But this is funny that we call it an election victory because that he gained popularity by admitting what everyone acknowledges to be true is that the American elections are a farce. They are not legitimate. And so he has no legitimate claim to power. But the far right, the Nazi kind of mentality is the might makes the right. So there is no need to fuss over a legitimate path to power. Whoever seizes power has the right to power. So this is very problematic and wrong. But people, as long as people are, you know, tricked into believing that this is the true nature of power,
Mm-hmm.
we have all the disaster of watching these. Like they're making all kinds of mistakes, accelerating the decline of the American empire because they're finally taking the mask off because
Right.
they think that's how power works. But there's
Mm-hmm.
all this whole thing called soft power, and they've gone all 100% like full blown into the hard power, acting like soft power has no purpose,
Mm-hmm.
and they're
Right.
kind of they've ceded the territory, like they're losing completely on the soft battle whatever front, like like Israel and stuff. Their public opinion's never been worse,
Mm-hmm.
and but they pretend they feel like their understanding of power that doesn't matter. Whatever you say, however you feel about us makes no difference if you have no ability to take power from us. And
Right.
they're going to be right if the working class doesn't fucking stand up and show them that you like if you're just like going to go full blown fascist or whatever, thinking that you're going to get away with it, whatever. You got another thing coming.
Right. And some working class men supported Trump because they thought that they're going to be rich under his presidency in terms of building wealth, owning homes, owning corporations, right? Because they're like, we're tired of the democratic crap of we gotta be stuck on welfare. Or welfare is for weak people. As men, we're not weak. We're strong. So we should not depend on the government. And plus, the government can replace us. According to the working class men, some working class men who voted for Trump as a savior.
Yeah, and this is where they might be willing to like when you're confronted with something as obvious as you're not making the money that you thought you were going to because of your support. They can acknowledge that they did the wrong thing of voting for Trump, maybe, but what they're not willing to go far enough in understanding, like correcting their wrong thinking, is that it's their support of capitalism that is
Mhm.
actually leading to their lack of prosperity. And that is something that most Americans, I feel, and Canadians too, they're not really able to take that final step of recognizing that they've got it backwards. And that's
Right.
the whole point. That everyone's been sold this lie. You're the millionaire in waiting. You're going to be the next one.
Hmm.
But that only happens for the very like the 1% that it does happen for, and the rest of us, it's the way the economy is set up. You have to have like 99 losers for every winner.
Right.
So
Right. Exactly. Right.
recognizing that means I was not just wrong for supporting Trump. I was also wrong for supporting the capitalism that led me to support Trump. He
True.
did
And
save America.
right. And because when some working class men voted for Trump, they want to go back to the Reagan era of deregulation, baby. Let's make the economy boom.
Let's let the free market be free. Let's let capitalism be itself, right?
Right.
And this
Right.
is the result of that. And people aren't able to have like the gravitas to recognize the evidence, right?
hmm Like I wouldn't be like I said, I wouldn't. I probably was not surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if the Trump supporters spit at Hillary Clinton supporters, like in a fist fight, like
Right.
throwing like jabs, spitting at Hillary Clinton supporters in the face, or even like throwing punches. Can you imagine the Trump supporters?
Well, of course, I think that that's also something that's in as far as when you run out of logical arguments or rational
Hmm.
attempts at solving the problem, we resort to violence, to the irrational action of just assaulting somebody to get to prove that we're right.
Right. And you know what? And right, and some working class men vote for Trump because they looked at Hillary Clinton. They consider Hillary Clinton very weak to be president, or
But
she
they're
was
all
not
weak. This is the thing, right?
right. I feel they go by image. Image is everything, right, in politics because they saw Trump as confident, masculine. He's a leader, and he'll get something done. And they saw Hillary Clinton as, oh my gosh, Hillary Clinton's going to compromise on majority of our issues, and she's going to make our country weak by compromising. No, we need diplomacy through strength, not diplomacy through peace.
But what's funny is that they don't recognize what gave Trump the confidence to strut around as if he was such a man was the fact that he was so compromised this whole time. And it's undeniable now. Like
Right.
before all the Epstein files, everyone could have been pretending like Trump was strutting confident like that because he was his own man, okay,
Mm-hmm.
making his own decisions. But he's clearly the only thing that he felt that he had the path to power was because he made the backroom deals. He had let the blackmail happen in order for them to hand him the keys to power on the condition that he does everything they say and trick the public.
Right. Yep. And someone said to me not too long ago, if Bernie Sanders had stayed in the race, he could have almost easily beat Trump in a close presidential race, compared to Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris losing in a landslide.
But this is where I was saying, had they elected Sanders, like the American economy, like everything would be doing a lot better. The problem is that you would have inevitably had
Mm-hmm.
an almost irreversible transition to more socialist America, because or Bernie would have had to completely betray all the promises he made to the working class, all the socialist rhetoric that he used to get elected. And
Right.
that's what he did. He obviously, instead of, because they recognized the threat, the damage to American empire that around the world that would do is for America domestically to turn socialist. That was unacceptable to them. So they told Bernie, made it clear that his job in that particular election cycle was to throw the match. Ooh, very nice.
Very nice. What'd you make? Well, what's that? Oh,
Eddie, pork loin,
pork loin,
wine reduction, cranberry sauce, green beans,
green beans.
and beets with
Beets.
pistachios,
Man,
orange zest, and orange juice.
that looks very good. It looks like from Outback.
Yeah,
I
thank
had
you.
before.
I don't know how you say we have like Keg, the steakhouse, or whatever.
Uh-huh.
They got more like beef steak than they do pork steak.
Right, right. You know, it's
I was,
interesting. Right.
I
And
was
you know,
just
it's
gonna finish what I was saying a little bit. I might be losing it a little bit now, but so the backlash of so there's two options with Bernie got elected was to deliver on the promises he made that got him elected, which is the simplest, the best thing for America would be if they let more socialist policies like raise the minimum wage, codify Roe v. Wade, that kind of shit. That would have fixed America to some degree, not really, whatever, but it would have bought them some time.
right.
But instead, they could have also rejected, they could have betrayed the working class, and then that backlash that they would have got by having the opportunity for socialism, but then having it like thrown in their face like that, that's potentially more of a threat to actually triggering a revolution. And it's to them, their calculation is there's less threat of revolution by having someone like Trump having the Republicans back in power so that they can do all this abusive, force the working class back into their slave-like mentality. But the backlash they might get from that is you might trigger a revolution by being too vicious to your slave population.
Right.
Oh, that's so wonderful. Like they're like showing you, okay, is this what you wanted? Okay, this is the cruelty. If that's what you want, that's what you get. You
Right.
either take this cruelty or take your ass back to work and shut the fuck up. That's
And
basically how it feels.
right. Also, even under Bernie Sanders' presidency, I think that he would negotiate with Congress on some socialist policies, right? But then, if he were to get reelected a second term, I think he would accomplish more in the second term than first term. At least first term to get the ball rolling, right?
Yeah, it's never going to happen though. I
Right.
feel like any support that Bernie had that first time around was like
It's
they need to
gone.
capitalize on it
Mhm.
because now that he's betrayed his base like that, he's not going to ever acquire it again.
Right, because you also understand he has to work with a divided Congress. So yeah, of course he may not get everything done, but he'll definitely get certain things done for sure. Right, and also because the Democrats cheated on him by using super delegates against Bernie Sanders using existing delegates because they
That was
saw.
always against the odds for him to have won in
But
the first place. That's why when he managed to get the mass support that he did, that's where, even though it was almost impossible for him to win, it seemed like he was the opportunity for socialists to actually win,
Right.
even though the game's rigged against them.
Yes, but also because you also look at the mass crowds of young people who supported Bernie Sanders, and the Hillary Clinton's campaign team didn't like it, and they felt that they were losing momentum among young voters. So they felt like we got to still feel the Bernie. What is that phrase?
Feel the burn.
Feel the burn among millennials and youth. We got to track them and have them come over to Hillary Clinton's campaign team or camp, because Bernie Sanders is according to Hillary Clinton. Oh, Bernie Sanders is doctrinating young people into making America a socialist country. So the Clinton team had to use the propaganda tactic to steal Bernie Sanders. I mean, to steal millennials and Gen Zers who were supporting Bernie Sanders in 2016.
Yeah. Well, the only reason why so many people came out to support him was because he was doing the explicitly socialist rhetoric, and that's what people are looking for, is a party of the people for the people, and that's why the Democratic Party is not going to really. They're in that crisis. They're not going to regain that support because they have made it quite clear that they are a party of the corporations and the oligarchy, and they're not for the people. And so if Sanders had just been that party of the people for the people, that's what I'm saying, then people would have like the the democratic will of the people could have actually been respected for once. But because that's not the goal of bourgeois politics, and he was never actually a politician of the working class, it turns out he was just a Pied Piper.
Yep, that is true. And Bernie Sanders was paid by the DNC, and a lot of his supporters were disappointed in Bernie. They're like, Bernie, bro, look, Bernie, since you lost the super delegates to Hillary Clinton, why not join the Jill Stein campaign team? Because he had a lot of credibility. And Bernie Sanders felt like, I can't do it. I can't join I can't be I don't want to form a independent coalition with Jill Stein because as an independent senator, I don't have a lot of credibility and power. And the support said, yeah, Bernie, yeah, you do, Bernie. When you ran as a mayor of Vermont, you ran as an independent, so you had that opportunity to do it. And Bernie Sanders said, well, Vermont is a small state. I can't do it nationally, so I'm going to secede. I'm going to give up my power and control to Hillary Clinton.
This is where I feel there's got to be some blackmail going on. We could check for
Mhm.
Bernie Sanders in the Epstein files, see what comes up.
Right.
Yeah, we talked about all this last week, right?
What Epstein files?
You got to get
No.
off of the
Bernie.
duopoly conversation. You're just going to go in circles on it.
Yeah. By the way, Sabby Sabs, Abby is an independent, and she fully supports the Green Party. Just wanted to let you know.
See, I think the Green Party is another graveyard of working class
Hmm.
revolutionary energy. We have to stop believing that the Green Party is any kind of solution to anything. They're just
Right.
another bourgeois party.
Hmm.
Especially when you look outside of the states, you see all over the Western democracies, so-called democracies, the Green Party performs the same function.
Hmm.
I think the Green Party was created. They kind of all cropped up in the '60s or whatever. Might want to fact check me on that, but
Sure.
I think that they were created probably like by the CIA, even sort of thing, as a direct counter, uh, whatever counter argument to the socialist, because the communist and the socialist parties were like back in the day in the '50s and '60s, they had a lot of more support and momentum, and they had actual ability to have an influence on politics, and that was a serious problem for the ruling class, and that their solution was to create this synthetic left in the Green Party
Hmm.
and take the class consciousness out of electoral politics.
Right.
The Green Party still does to this day. They openly support capitalism. They stress that they're not trying to be that socialist, historical, orthodox working class,
Hmm.
Marxist. It's the rejection of Marx at the end of the day that defines the Green Party.
Right. Only in a word with them folks, why they chose popular issues they want to be the news. Oh, talk about Sabi Sabs. Sabi Sabs, I thought initially she supported Obama twice in 2008, 2012. Then she supported Bernie Sanders in 2016, I think 2020. And then she realized in 2020 Bernie Sanders was a fake co-op. And she attended a lot of protests, Medicare for all, Black Lives Matter, and she realized that the Democrats, including Bernie Sanders, are part of duopolies. And she said it's time to leave the Democratic Party plantation and become independent in 2021. And she really had high. I tell you, she had like this utopia that Bernie Sanders was going to be better than Obama and the Democrats.
It's just like we were saying before. You can make a claim, but if we're going to be scientific, we analyze the evidence, not just the anecdotal evidence. But you see that it just doesn't hold up. The claim doesn't hold water.
Right. And right. And also like Sabi Sabs had Abby, I'm sure you remember Nick used to be on Sabi Sab's YouTube channel, or they used to collaborate on Our Revolution Network.
No, they still are Revolutionary Blackout Network. You're saying Nick Cruz and Sabi?
Not Nick no CJ, sorry,
CJ?
CJ.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, CJ left, due to
Yeah,
distance.
you remember how our channel got started? You know that CJ was the one who recruited us?
Yes, Abby
Yeah,
mentioned this. Yeah, told
right,
me.
right.
Yes, told me about it. Yes, but I
That
know
all the way that went down was pretty dumb, and I don't think it was. I don't think RBN came out better for it. I'm sure that the problems with CJ were kind of unsustainable. We're gonna fall apart at some point, but
hmm
we were kind of collateral damage in all that, and like I regret to this day that we're not working together on building revolution. Instead,
right.
we're competing for viewership on YouTube, and I think that there's a lot of like psychological conditioning that we're trapped in, that we end up infighting against our own leftists about the definition of socialism or communism or whatever,
hmm And I
and
think right,
it's
and
holding
I
us
feel that
back.
right, and I think that because they're competing with Philip Scott, because then when they saw Philip Scott draw in a lot of viewers and made like more than 500 grand or half a million dollars. So then with CJ and Sabi, they feel like we gotta make our YouTube channel business. So yes, their content did change, from time to time.
This is if we had a
How
class
you know
analysis.
that?
How I know that? Because someone
Yeah, like
yes,
you love
someone
Philip
told me
Scott.
someone told me about Philip Scott, Sabi and CJ are trying to compete for viewership because they know that Philip Scott was getting a lot of likes, right? And they were
So like
reviewing this
capture his
They're not
audience.
but they're not the same kind of audience. Are,
right,
are
not
you
the
talking?
same.
Are you talking about Tim Black?
No,
Maybe
I'm
you're
talking.
talking about Tim Black because
Yeah,
Philip Scott is not the same kind of audience with
no,
RBN at all.
but I know like Sabi definitely wanted to make close to millions of dollars. She doesn't want to settle for less than a
I don't
million.
know. Well, I'd need to see a receipt on that kind of.
Yeah,
Need that
Yeah.
geodynamic clout right there, because otherwise we'll just buy the claim uncritically, and we might
mhm,
end up kind of attacking her for something that's false, and that would undermine both of us. Like,
right. And also like yeah, and even Roger
I
Meadows,
mean, I have my opinions.
right. And yeah, and Roger Meadows told me that Sabi has changed a lot. She used to focus a lot on domestic issues. Now she is focused on foreign issues. And she kind of like lost her viewership, if not a lot.
see,
Mm-mm.
this is where I
Mhm.
always resented that we were framed as a bunch of social democrats when they decided we couldn't work together. Their reasoning was that we're not radical enough, we're not like
Mhm.
communist enough, and that's where I feel the arc that Sabby's been on. She's become more kind of social democrat than any of us,
Mhm.
and then
Hmm.
but then I find it strange, like because Nick and Rome, their rhetoric at least is still like Marxist Leninist. It's the orthodox kind of like revolutionary politics. It's not the same as Sabby's, and yet they continue to work together. I feel it's more of a undesirable compromise. You know, they want her to maybe go farther left, but they feel that they need her strategically for like
I think it's the
viewership
viewership.
subscriptions. Yeah,
Yeah. Yes.
this is why I resent. Like I'm seeing these comments. Sorry to talk so much, but
Sure.
Cobra's talking about like got to watch out uh for the real
Sarah Bills.
Sarah Bills and
But
Jackson Hinkle.
that's
This is where I agree. This is where I'm upset that they rejected us and now we're not working with them. And what as a result of that, they're working with these people. And I'm saying red flag, wherever these people are pulling you
right.
to the farce of communists. And but they Nick seems to believe that we're the ones who are wrong and that these people are trustworthy. And interestingly enough, whatever I just saw, because I watch her sometimes just to see what they're saying, right?
Right.
But
You know,
Cobra, he was saying about how Sarah's is connected with Hawes,
it's a
and
huge
Hawes
red
is Hinkle's little
flag.
boy. But I was watching them the other day. Sarah had Hawes on for an interview, and they started getting into what seemed like a genuine kind of spat, like they were bickering, and
hmm
but
Right.
maybe that's their new op that they need to do, or whatever, create some drama.
Mhm. Hey, hey, Abby. this is interesting. This is what Roger told me when Nick said to Roger, "Hey Roger, we can't end we gotta end capitalism first before we get to Medicaid for all, before we get to reparations." And Roger Meadows like, Nick, we don't have to end capitalism first. First, we got to build the infrastructure before we end capitalism. And Nick was just becoming like crazy, like I don't know, like a diehard.
I don't really watch them anymore, so
Yeah,
I don't know.
I used to. Yeah, he wrote an article. Like he was. I remember Nick. Have you go on the medium.com, right? It's a progressive like news channel, right? They provide their opinions and perspectives. Yeah, Nick Cruz was telling like the Black Lives Matters
But
activists.
because you keep making noise.
Oh, so he Nick Cruz, right, was telling like the Black Lives Matter activists, this is not the time to focus on reparations. We gotta end capitalism first before we get to reparations. And
That's
some
why I think
people,
him letting these ACP people influence him.
right, and some people like Nick, if we end capitalism, what we're gonna have at the end in terms of wealth that was owed to us. And Nick's like, we need to. We're in desperate times. And Nick, when he said that, Nick almost sounded like Butch Ware.
Bushware or Butchware.
Yeah, Butch Ware who ran for the Green Party as a vice president in 2024.
Mm.
And Butch Ware called the American Freedmen voters coons because they didn't want to show up for the ICE protests in California.
Mm.
So we talked about
Is
this
that
issue.
right?
So
Right.
I guess I'm a.
And no, by the
I
way,
guess I'm a
Abby,
raccoon.
Butch Ware cosplay um Kendrick Lamar's song that they're not like us, by the way. Because Butch Ware is running for governor in California. So he feels like by cosplaying Kendrick Lamar, he can attract black voters in California.
Mm.
And he was interviewed by Sabi Sabs last week, unexpectedly.
Well, they have those connections and stuff.
Right.
We don't have enough viewership to. Nobody's gonna you know just come on here for no reason.
hmm And, and I'm so glad Sabi Sabs, called him and said, "Hey, Butch, the comments you made about people who are coons, do you want to comment on that?" And Butch Ware got caught in that spotlight because Roger Mendes and I were putting a lot of pressure on Butch Ware. The comments he made in the past, couple months, regarding calling American Freeman voters like coons for not showing up to the ICE protests and not even having a specific Black American Freedman agenda. And Butchware said his response to Sabi was like, we're about being kind to other groups of people. I don't want my people to be bigoted. And then we don't show up for them, but then they don't show up for us.
So
According
let
to
me. Well, Michael, remember last week
yeah,
we were talking about different slurs,
mm-hmm,
and you were like the M word, and I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? And then that's how much I don't care about that word.
mm-hmm,
Okay, and then I think it's funny because, uh, and I'm not really changing the subject. We're gonna get back to bushwear, but
right,
I think it's kind of like in that vein too. So that whole thing with portraying Obama and Michelle as monkeys, and everybody was in uproar. Everybody and black people were like, "We don't give a fuck."
right,
Like this ain't even phasing us.
mm-hmm,
Like we're like social media
manufactured
laughing.
some outrage, right?
Like yeah, like we're still not coming. We're not
right,
coming out there. You can call us a monkey, donkey, funky. I don't care. I'm
mm-hmm,
staying home.
right,
They are trying their hardest. It is not working. And they're just like, what else can we do?
mm-hmm,
God damn it.
right, right. Like right, and it's very similar because Butchware is like Butchware is very similar to Obama in certain ways because Butchware is like our ancestors taught us that we gotta treat everybody the same, treat everybody nice, even if they don't treat us nice back. And Raza was like,
No, they didn't.
I mean, according to Bootswear, I'm just paraphrasing what Bootswear was saying.
I know. I'm just saying. No, they didn't.
No, they didn't. Right, right.
No, they was poisoning slave owners when they could. They were trying to get away. They were they were fighting back in their own way,
Mm-hmm.
but you had to do it quietly.
Right,
They was like putting together concoctions to abort the slave owners' wife's babies. They was doing all kinds of stuff. It's like we can't have another one of y'all running around here. No, thank you.
right. But
Looks
anyways,
like Rondo might be heading out. So thanks
thanks,
for hanging
Rondo.
out with us.
Peace, peace, peace,
Peace.
fam.
Have a good
Right.
one.
We should we be wrapping up or
Yeah,
what
it's
is
like
Bad
it's
Cookie
8:41
saying?
right now, p.m.
I'm gonna have to
Oh
take the
yeah,
dog for a walk in
X,
20
yeah,
minutes. So if
that
you want to
Uyghur
wrap up,
genocide narrative, yeah.
Yeah.
You
yeah,
good?
Butch
You
was
still hungry?
suspicious as fuck. Whatever. I
All
feel
right.
like that's a PMC thing. We all criticize a professional managerial class as if we need one of them to run our political parties or to make our
Mm-hmm.
revolution successful. It's never going to happen without the PMCs in charge. And
Mm-hmm.
that to me is like the controlled opposition bullshit. That's that paternalistic shit that the capitalists always do. The working class needs the boss in general in order to be successful. Without us, you guys are nothing, right? So this is they're like the Harvard academic type, trying to tell us that like we need them more than they need us,
Right.
and so it's just like the Pied Piper thing, right? Just uh, Bernie Sanders, whatever 3.0 kind of thing.
Yes.
And also the Jewish Muslim, like it's so important to respect the Abrahamic religions above every other group kind of thing,
Mm-hmm.
right? So there's the importance of showing the world with the Gaza genocide that there's a Jew with Jill Stein and a Muslim with Butch Ware that are willing to hold hands together and create solutions and not problems.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, this is disregarding the fact that these Abrahamic religions or whatever, they've been like the the home of reaction for centuries, right? This is where the Enlightenment and everything was a bit of a rejection of these religions as being exposed as false for good reason, but
Right.
it's still for whatever reason in the public mind we have to do this placating of these religious groups because
Mm-hmm.
without them there is no victory. If you look at the percentages, the voting numbers, they're interpreted as you need the Jewish vote, you need the Muslim vote, you need the Christian vote, or else you can't have victory. And in this way, it gives them power over the rest of us. We
Right.
need to listen to what the Jews and the Muslims and the Christians
And
tell
don't
us
right.
is a successful path to power.
And I also add to don't forget the Black American Freedmen vote as well.
Well,
It's
yeah, but
right.
what kind of religious denomination are they?
Well, I'm not.
As far as telling them which horse to back, and then why is Butch Ware and Jill Stein the romantic couple that needs to be promoted to the FBA?
Mm-hmm.
I don't really see that as something that resonates with them. I
Right.
don't know. I don't know the
I could tell
statistics.
you. Right. I could tell because I worked on Jill Stein and Bootswear's campaign team, presidential campaign, and it was very disorganized, uncoordinated. Most people were parroting, were reacting to talking points and not really getting any kind of policies done or restructuring or updating their policies. I'll put it this
There,
way.
there was a substantial number of black people who left Bernie to the Green Party. There
Yeah.
was. Now, um, whether they're still there remains to be seen.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but
But
I'm not the spokesperson for the black
yeah,
community. I'm just saying
but I'm saying I
I'm
could be.
just saying from what I noticed because
Mhm.
I was a Bernie bro myself. So,
Right.
being in those like groups and stuff, a lot of them moved over to the Green Party, but I'm not seeing the same uh, I'm I don't know. I'm not seeing the same energy,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that's a lot of that is because the real fizzle was like when, in my opinion, is when Cornel West didn't left the Green Party when he was offered the seat. That's like when a lot of people just kind of gave up a little bit.
Right.
I mean, black leftists, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but definitely, I don't speak for all black people. I'm just talking about the circles that I
Well, I think it
have
was just
frequented.
the left in general's kind of given up ever since that.
Oh,
I think we're in a crisis of
Rondo.
Right. What
Rondo said Abby Duke could never be the
you
representative
represent
of
black
black
folks?
folks.
That's
That's
Phil
too.
Scott's job. What's your reaction to that, Abby? Your response?
uh,
to the left.
it was hilarious. Yeah.
But yeah, I can.
And look, or
Yeah.
Tim Scott. eh, he makes me laugh too.
Right.
Oh,
His stance on Venezuela was completely disappointing,
Mm-hmm.
and I was just like, I can't with him. Like I prefer more of a black authority point of view, more of a. I mean, Philip Scott and Tim Scott, no Tim Black,
Tim Black,
they sound
authoritarian.
no, they sound like they almost like they give up. Like they're like, well, what are you gonna do? Well, maybe,
if you can't beat them, join them.
Right.
yeah, that's how it feels, and I don't like that shit.
By the way,
Um,
the TBA called Rick DeSantis desertarian.
Rick
Rick
DeSantis,
DeSantis,
the sanitarian.
DeSantis.
Yes.
Who's that? What's
Uh,
that?
De- DeSantis is the governor of Florida. Like he's
No, I
turning
know who. I'm
No,
saying who's calling him that.
TBA, the Black Authority.
Oh,
Oh, Black Authority. Oh, okay.
Yes. Because you know the Black Authority is going to throw different kind of shades, right, left and right, and it was going always going to have like a good comeback.
Black Authority don't like none of them,
Right.
left or right.
so I
He
gotta
don't
check.
want to have anything to do with either of them,
That's a
Exactly.
channel I haven't heard of. I have
and
to.
he's very unapologetic about it.
Yep. Do you remember Abby? Remember on his show on the Black Authority when he had a call in, he actually put one viewer in his place because the viewer said, "Tim Black, the Black Authority, we gotta support Kamala Harris because she's a lesser evil of Donald Trump." And the Black Authority's like, "Bro, Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris ain't no better than Donald Trump. So, bro, what are you talking about? We gotta support Kamala Harris so that we can go back to normal." And he said to the viewer, "We
Too
can't."
evil.
Right, and he said to the viewer, bro, we can't go back to normal anymore. We need the ship to fall further and further down."
Well,
And
before he said that, I know he said, "What?"
exactly, yeah,
You know what I'm talking about.
yeah, I know what you're talking about. Right, right. And you know what's so funny too, Abby. So the viewer did not have could not come back. Couldn't have it. Didn't offer a strong rebuttal to Tim Black. I'm to Jason Black.
Have you guys in the chat or on the panel? Have you been following like everybody wants to do debates now? Like, have you been following like the Jubilee debates? Have you been following those? Um, um, Everybody wants to get on a Jubilee debate and debate like 20 different
People,
people. Yeah.
I've seen it. Yep,
Um,
a couple times.
I find them quite interesting, but I also feel like if you watch the Amanda Seals debate, I felt like she was like, wait, are you being serious right now? Because I know this is LA. Are some of you actors, or this is really how you feel? Because I came here to actually debate legitimate topics and discussions. And if this is how you're approaching me, like, you don't need to be on this panel because you are not equipped.
Right.
Well, I added extra in there, but she was just like, or I know this is LA, so are some of you acting? And that's how it feels in a lot of these debates. Like, okay, if you really want to make Jubilee um like a established program that people will really want to tune in and watch, you can't just can you vet some of these people because they just get on there saying anything,
Right.
and I'm just like, what the hell is this?
And the problem with the problem with Jubilee. Jubilee is too welcoming of participants or guests, and they thought that Amanda Seals can handle hostile guests in debates.
Well, okay, so like Sean says, she can handle hostile. She did very well. But like Sean says, most of the debates now are just arguments. They're not debates. It's like you cannot, and that's what it's looking like. Like you cannot come here to debate me, and then your main thing is to be insulting,
Mm-hmm.
trolling, condescending. That is not a debate.
Right.
This is just like you getting your rocks off trying to own a lib or whatever this foolishness is.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like what are your facts? What are your sources?
True.
Where are you getting this from?
Well, this is where
And I feel like if Tim Scott was on Jubilee, he wouldn't. Not Tim Scott. Phil Scott was on Jubilee, he wouldn't be able to make it
Really? Why do you say that?
because his debates are more about emotion.
Really? Are you sure it's about emotion? Because I thought Phil Scott said he's very rational, reasonable, and logical. Yeah. So
With
he.
what? With what he perceives to be the emotions? Like with what?
I mean, when I say logic and reason, I'm talking about facts. Yeah, sometimes his facts can be distorted, right? But I'm just saying, like, whenever he debates hostile guests, he tends to be very calm about it, or he would like block the guest and say, "Oh, guest, time's up. Sorry, we gotta go to the end of the
Uh,
commercial."
yeah, of course. That
So
that's easy.
what I
Yeah,
would say
So
about
so
debates, it's the
mhm.
problem is we want dialectics, not debates. We're having debates without dialectics.
right.
So that's why the debates are designed to be frustrating from the beginning. They're not actually they're just an argument instead of debate, right? Like they're saying in
True.
the chat, because it's not about dialectics. If it's not about dialectics, it's not about actually arriving at a truth, about resolving the contradiction that creates the argument in the first place. If that's thrown out, the baby with the bathwater is thrown out, then the only purpose of the debate is for you to win for your side, whether you're actually right about what you're arguing or not.
Right. And also because if you go back, going back to like 1996 in the last presidential debate, when it was very rational and everything's about dialogue. That was the last time both candidates had a very rational debate with logic in 1996 between Bill Clinton and Bob Dole. But after that, after 1996, since 2000, yeah, debates in America have become more argumentative.
That was when I was 5 years old.
Wait, in
Uh,
2000, right? Abby, would you agree? Like 1996 was the
I
last time both candidates had rational debates.
I thought Obama had some rational
Oh, I
debates.
mean,
That's how he
Obama did.
won.
Right, Obama did. Right, I'm saying like since 2000, when Al Gore became very. I'm not sure you saw it on TV. Al Gore became very confrontational with Bush Jr., entering Bush Jr.'s lane.
You need both of them to be like maybe Obama could have been had some rational debates, but in order for the dialectic to actually function, both actors need to be participating in good faith in rationality.
Mm.
Right, but I'm saying like between like Bill Clinton
Yeah,
and
now it's just a shit show
yep,
for sure.
but like for example, like Bob Dole said to Bill Clinton, "I understand, Mr. President, I disagree with your policy proposal that's going to help America." And it was more calm back then. But today, because Trump influencing the media, yeah, of course, a lot of people are becoming very argumentative, salty without receipts or substance. Because Donald Trump is, like I said, Donald Trump is an entertainer. He knows how to like, manipulate arguments by getting
Mm.
people hyped up.
But this is where the reason why there's been a turn away from the rational dialectic kind of way of resolving misunderstandings is that we sort of have found there's more power in the demagogic ignoring what's actually right and just do what feels good or empowering,
Hmm.
and that way, because people saw value in the irrational, way of that's the more like the fascist thing, and to be the irrational.
Right.
All
Mm.
that anti-communist or Cold War shit that people were steeped in, I think it led to this belief that it's more rational to be irrational than it is to be rational.
Mm-hmm.
So now we stopped.
What'd you say? It's more rational to be irrational.
Yeah, more rational to be irrational in today's
Which
political
is where
environment.
it makes more sense politically to be like a Trump or whatever, be
Mm-hmm.
unpredictable, be crazy, be the madman theory like Nixon,
Mm-hmm.
instead of be
Right.
the guy you can tell who's coming from a mile away because he never lies or whatever. He just tries to do the right thing and to prove he has holds the truth or whatever. Like that's
Yeah.
considered a waste of time. That's never gonna like. But is it a belief
That happened.
problem
That
or is
happened in
that true?
Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
His name is escaping me. He's a PhD,
Mm-hmm.
um, and he was running for governor. Very rational thinking person.
Mm-hmm.
Um, he was he was like giving great arguments. Okay, he was in the government for like years in government policy.
Mm-hmm.
Black man. He lost to a fucking buffoon. And when
And
I say buffoon, I mean buffoonery.
are you talking about for the gubernatorial race, right?
Yes,
And this was, I think, last year or a couple years ago, if I remember correctly.
yes.
Right. But yeah, but Michael, let me ask you, what are the debates like in Canada? Are the debates in Canada becoming more like America these days? I'm pretty sure tensions are going up in Canada.
I don't really watch the debates. I just kind of gave up on the mainstream media stuff, and it's just like the American politics from what I observe whenever I tune in, and from everything that I've seen from watching it for years and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
They're not really debating what's actually important. Everything is about
Shocking all
elevating
values.
the false arguments, the things that the culture wars that are actually not important, as opposed to getting to the root of the crises.
Right.
Yes.
Like we have massive housing bubble problems here. So
Mm-hmm.
how do you talk? How is it that nobody's talking about that? Well, um, almost half of the elected politicians in the parliament are landlords, and do that. So
Mm,
can they talk about anything important? No, because that's a conflict of interest. So I don't really
mm,
watch the debate. I see it as a massive waste of time.
Right. And also, it's so interesting. Some Americans and some Canadians, you guys got to be like America, so that you can be argumentative. You want to see skins in the game, according to Americans. You know what I mean? In other words, they want Canadians to clash with each other on political differences, yelling, spitting.
mm-hmm.
In other words, be directly confrontational.
Mm-hmm.
What do you say to that, Michael, to Americans who want Canadians to be more like Americans, be confrontational in political debates?
Well, I feel like the Canadian identity is it's like our whole national identity is it's kind of bullshit. There's nothing that actually holds us together and whatnot. Uh, but for us to define ourselves as what you guys define yourselves, that's a good way to just be argue that assimilation is the best thing for us, and that's from observing how the domestic American population is experiencing their own American whatever experiment. They're not really enjoying it much. So why would we want to imitate what doesn't work?
Right. Because
Hmm.
I would add to the fact that the racism in Canada is growing pretty quickly in Canada.
Well, this is where I'm sad to be like an exception to the rule, because it's
Right.
like same thing with in the states. Like there's the average American is just fucking clueless and
Hmm. Because
like
my question is
cause
this.
to their own problems. You know.
Right. Because I saw a clip in Canada. A black woman was racially profiled by retailers, allegedly that they accused her of stealing, that she didn't pay for this. She had receipts. And she was frustrated in Canada. She said that how can Canada be so-called a liberal utopia when it hides its racism so well, because the racism is still there. And she said, not a single Canadian is doing anything to address anti-black racism in Canada. And this happened in 2016.
Yeah, that's it's because there's not as many black people here. It doesn't seem like as much of an issue, but
Hmm.
it's definitely a problem, right?
Right. But
Uh,
I'm saying it's going to have to be addressed eventually in Canada, because like you say, you don't want Canada to be like United States of America, where America's reaching a boiling point. Everybody is arguing like crazy, throwing fists, yelling. Right. Eventually, the Canadians are going to have to step up and address the anti-black racism, because now it's becoming open since Trump is in office.
the
And
problem is every time they allegedly step up to deal with it, it's just this, like the Democrats do, this performative exercise of pretending to deal with it. And
right.
so, yes, they need to deal with specifically anti-black racism, but this is where you look at the broader problem, it being white supremacy. Look
Hmm.
at the universal instead of the particular, then you recognize, or you compare with the particulars, then you recognize that the solution to anti-black racism is also the solution to the anti uh, Indian racism of the Indians coming from India, and the
Yes.
anti-indigenous racism that goes on, the continuing attempt at completing this genocide on the indigenous that
Right.
is going on covertly, that they're all pretending is not
Right.
happening, right?
Right.
So
And it's becoming more overt in Canada. Racism, even the racism coming from Indians, Asians towards Black Canadians, because the Indians and Asians control majority of Toronto's major sectors in Canada. And I've seen this left and right, where a Black Canadian tried to get a job at a pizza takeout restaurant. And what did the Indian manager said to the Black Canadian? Sorry, we're not hiring anyone. And the Black Canadian's like, what are you talking about? So it said, you guys are open for hire. Look, you hire your own people.
that's
And
what I found. There's no point in applying to Indian restaurants or Chinese restaurants because, for the most part, I'm pretty sure from what I can observe,
right,
every place I've ever been to, they hire their own people. They don't really. I don't really resent it that much.
So
I feel
so
like
it's
the white people businesses do that same thing. There
right,
are businesses that will hire like mostly whites, or and then they're the ones like we've been having this thing with a temporary workers program kind of thing. The government's had this program that's incentivized all these immigrants to come in on a temporary basis,
mhm,
but that program has been ended recently because they want to exploit the migrant labor. They want to use the black and brown worker as a way to just suppress wages and whatnot, but they don't really want to actually, respect or take care of them any other
right,
way. So the way that the black and brown, like the Indian businesses, deal with that,
mhm,
they tit for tat. Like we'll hire our own people and give them a refuge from all of your white supremacist, oppressive business practices, and
mhm,
then the white working class, whatever lumpen proletariat walks in to the Indian business and says, "Oh, I can't get a job. This is bullshit." Whatever.
right.
This is why politics matters.
Mhm, right. And when Indians hire their own people, Black Canadians and other Canadians start to notice that that's definitely a form of discrimination, right? And even I noticed, even a Black Canadian, some Black Canadians have moved to the United States of America. Why? Yeah, they know United States is very racist, but at least the United States has more protections to combat systemic discrimination, whereas Canada's this anti-discriminatory laws are very weak, not as strong as the United States. I'm just saying what the Black Canadians are saying.
Yeah, that's where they
what?
somehow people don't recognize that Canada has this reputation of being less racist and whatnot, but it's like
Right.
you scratch a little bit beyond the surface and then you recognize they don't really have, like, if you try and go through the courts or something to get your your rights respected, wherever they don't, like, it doesn't really work.
Hmm.
So it's this illusion that like falls apart the moment that you, like a movie set, wherever you push it a little bit and it falls over, right?
Right. And so that's why, like, some Black Canadians say, Canadians, you can have universal health care. You guys can have that. We're leaving Canada and moving to the United States because we tried so very hard to stop anti-Black racism in Canada, but it seems that the healthcare providers don't want to end anti-black racism in Canada, despite Canada having universal healthcare. And so that's why Black Canadians like, you know what? We're going to like forego our citizenship in Canada, forget about paying taxes to the U.S. government who doesn't respect us, and we're going to head to the United States of America, where it's a little bit more, it's more heterogeneous. Despite,
Um,
go ahead.
not to. I just wanted to say it's been a long time, Michael. You never put up the clip again. People might,
Oh,
you know.
put up uh, the link to
If
if
anybody
anyone wants
wants,
to join.
yeah, if anybody
Yeah,
wants to
yeah.
join.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
I'm just cleaning my fruits. I went to the grocery store yesterday.
Yeah, so Sab, I mean, Abby, would you agree with a Black Canadian who tells you, I could not tolerate Canada for so many years
Well, I
because,
know a black Canadian. I
uh-huh,
haven't talked to her in a long time, but so I don't know how she feels about it now.
and she says to you, I'm moving to the United States of America from Canada.
No.
What would you
Oh,
say
you
to
know
that?
what? You know what? I'm lying.
Mm-hmm.
She was trying to get a job to move to. This is when I lived in New York City.
Right,
She was really trying so hard to get a job in New York City, but I didn't get the impression that it was about. I thought it was more about like her being young and wanted to be in a big city or something. I'm not sure.
right. But I'm sure you noticed that more Black Canadians are getting fed up with the racism in Canada, saying, you know what, we're going to move to the United
Uh,
States.
well, I can't say that because I don't really know
Uh,
Not
black.
really going
I
to
don't.
solve the racism problem, though.
right, right, because the Black Canadians tried very hard to convince the prime ministers, mayors,
Oh, see, you know more than me.
well, I mean, I know it's because it's interconnected, right? Because I used to think that racism happened in America. No, racism is global. So Black Canadians are narrating their experience with racism, and they're complaining to the government, and the government is not doing anything about it. And so
Mm.
The Black Canadians say, if the government's not doing anything about it, then we can forego paying taxes to continue receiving health care and then get disrespected left and right.
You know, unfortunately, my argument, my solution as far as what to do about this is not unfortunately for me, but for
Black Canadians.
some Black Canadians, they would not feel that class consciousness is the solution here. Whatever we need to, uh, in order to tear out racism at its root, you need to abolish capitalism. And I understand how to the Black community this might seem like disrespectful of they have the problem of that they want solved is racism, and my problem that I want solving is capitalism. And instead of solving their problem, I'm saying, hey, how about instead of doing that, we just solve my problem?
Right. Because you understand the wealth disparities the wealth disparities between white and Black Canadians
So
is very big
that's
in
kind of
Canada.
what we were. Oh, sorry. That's kind of what we were talking about with
Reparations.
universal health care versus reparations. And it's like, wait, no, we let's try to do both.
Right.
Don't try to leave me out so you can get what you want
Exactly.
type of thing.
It's
Right.
almost like, is it like a door frame? And if it's like two people try to fit through at the same time, we're gonna get stuck. So
Yeah.
one person has to decide
It goes
who has
right,
to go
Mike.
through first.
Right. It goes back to historical past. When the New Deal was signed into law by FDR, Foundation of Black Americans got excluded from the New Deal and got excluded from the GI Bill to build wealth. So that's why Black people globally are saying that we got to focus on reparations, because if we focus on class issues, class policies, what if class policies this time exclude us the second, third time? It's not a new pattern. It's been documented and repeated, right? But
Right. Yeah.
black people are not against universal policy. They're just saying that look, we need both comprehensive and targeted policies at the same time, because universal policies move the country forward, but they don't correct the country's past. Whereas reparations, what I was saying, corrects the country's past, meaning the wound has to be closed. You can give medicine, but the medicine is not going to treat the root cause of cancer. So in other words, you need surgery, both treatment and prevention moving forward.
Right. Yeah.
Right. And so that's why I'm sure there's been talks about reparations in Canada. Unfortunately, the Canadian Parliament doesn't want to hear it. And Black Canadians saying, forget it. Then we're going to boycott using the healthcare system if you're not going to give us reparations in Canada, because Black Canadians are seeing that foundational Black Americans are
Well,
speaking up about reparations and lobbying for reparations. And so Black Canadians are saying that we're going to be like foundational Black Americans because our issues are interconnected. No matter if we're in the United States of America or Canada, we all experience anti-Black racism, according to like Black people.
Right. Well, Canadians are Americans too, in the sense
True.
that we're all from North America, and the U.S. has done this thing where they get to be the only Americans, where the South Americans aren't Americans either.
Hmm.
But in reality, we are all American. It's one of the things that's not actually as controversial as it is perceived to be for whatever reason.
Right.
Tell
That
them,
being,
Bad Bunnies.
that being
Because
said, I don't like this imperialist
mhm,
America is going to annex Canada. That's not what I'm saying, right?
right.
And so I think the hard thing about to do the scientific approach in order to combat both capitalism and racism at once, the way that I feel is best is to deal with the racism is to expose the scientific lack of credibility there. So
Hmm.
the way that people assume they treat it as a category that is inherently true when it's inherently false. So we're the way that we're taught to think of people and categorize people into these races has been proven scientifically false like a century ago already, and that's kind of the quiet part that never gets said out loud.
Right. And I would add that Black Canadians have experienced anti-Black racism from medical institutions, despite Canada having universal health. Because most white Canadians, not all, most of them assume that when Black patients are in pain, oh, that means Black patients want drugs. No, Black patients want to be assessed, examined, and treated. So that's why you have a big. That's why the healthcare disparities are huge in Canada for between Black Canadians, white Canadians, because
Yes,
there are not enough. There are not enough Black Canadian doctors in Canada. Like,
yeah, this is the same thing with like judges and stuff too. Like
yes,
the white people still have all the commanding heights of the economy kind of thing, and the industries, like so then they get to be have the authoritative say on uh, what kind of policy all the other doctors have to follow.
right,
So whether it's racist or not, you have to enforce it, even if you're black, right? It's and they
right,
have no. We have the thing is, you want to talk about how to fix it. There's the uncomfortable truths or whatever about like the small population percentage means that they kind of need some support from the white community if they want it to succeed. In which case, that gives maybe the white community feels like they have some kind of leverage to say, well, if you want our support, you have to kind of this, that, and the other. And but so how do you deal with the problem without having if the white community is going to be
mm-hmm,
ridiculous and bigoted about actually supporting people or being having selfish motives for doing so kind of thing, you're not really first of all accomplishing the um, like the reconciliation and the ending of racism that you're looking for if they're going to take advantage of your need for assistance like that, right? But
right. But what I'm right, but also I've seen like white progressives. They have. I've seen white progressives have excluded Black people in their spaces when it comes to forming policies or solving problems because white progressives did not feel very comfortable with Black people proposing comprehensive and transformational changes. It's same in Canada, and I've heard in the news that a Black Canadian tried to rent I think a three-bedroom house in Canada with his white wife, and unfortunately, they got turned away.
yeah,
So there is yes, there is housing discrimination in Canada, which is not that different from America. The only difference in Canada is that the racism is more subtle, but it's becoming more overt in
right.
recent
Well,
times.
it's subtle until it can't be anymore, and then it has to be, out in the open, right? So
Right. And so that's why Black Canadians are demanding, you know what? We don't want to be integrated with other groups of people despite having universal health care. We want our own system, our own spaces, our own
And
businesses.
then we end up with an argument for segregation.
Right, but
No.
don't forget too, Michael. The white Canadians did not want to integrate with people who did not want to integrate with Black Canadians
Okay, hold on. That's not quite fair. Okay,
in
because
Canada. We're talking about Canada.
no, I'm talking about the segregation argument because you can't compare. I
Hmm.
mean, there's Little Italy, there's
Little
there's
Asia,
Chinatown, there's Little Asia.
Mexico.
There, yes, they're all kind of so why you can't have a like the only one that can have a community that's like that is black people. And why is that? And that's not saying other people aren't welcome. It's just saying this we are the gatekeepers of this community and we say if you are welcome or not based on your behavior, not your skin color. Don't come in here trying to, act greasy and think, you could just scream to segregation. And you know what I'm saying? You
Yeah, I
can go,
understand.
you could they can still come shop if they want
Mhm.
to shop. I can go to Little Italy. I can go to Chinatown. I can go wherever I want to go. But when it comes to where people live, they live they live culturally amongst each other,
Yes,
generally speaking. So I think the term segregation has gotten so distorted because of the history of segregation in this country.
yes.
Like those dudes who was like, we're gonna uh, back to the land, which was really crazy because this ain't your
Mhm.
land, but that
Right.
whites only town, and black people were like, we love this for you. Great, have a blacks only town.
Hmm.
Can we have? I mean, have a whites only town. When we had blacks only towns in the past, somehow y'all always came in there and burned them down or put them under a lake or something. If you want a whites only town, baby, have it.
Hmm.
Just don't come fucking with what we got when we have a blacks only town. And
Right.
and our blacks only town wouldn't even be you can't come in this town. Because
Right.
they do it on some hateful shit. You can come shop, hang out, chill, do what you.
Right. As long as you respect the black businesses,
It,
Michael, and Michael, and too,
it,
because
it just one last point. It
yeah,
really it really only means that the dollar of the culture circulates
in the
in
black
its own community in well any community. that's
community. Right.
that's really all it means when you have towns like that. So the way they try to separate that when black people want to do it, they're doing that purposefully.
Hmm.
That's all I want to say about that.
Yes. Right. And also because Michael, you understand because the anti-black racism in Canada is very strong, and also because the white communities, not all of them, but most of them did not want to integrate black people there. So that's why Black Canadians saying that, you know what, if we want to build wealth or intergenerational wealth, we got to separate, not segregation. Separation means they have control over their resources, towns, cities, neighborhoods.
They still
Because
have a capitalist kind of control. The nature of their control,
I don't,
the
not necess-
relationship to the means of production. This is where, as
I
I
wasn't even
feel
I
that
wouldn't even call
there's
it
nothing
capitalism. I
wrong
would
with
call it
having their own
communal.
community, having their own businesses. What I'm saying is that's still ultimately uh, capitalism done by black people instead of white people. That doesn't necessarily resolve. Like you can be oppressed by your own race just as much as the class relations. To me, is the core
Mhm.
contradiction. And like the argument has often been made that the white supremacy and capitalism are kind of like born at the same time.
Yes.
So
Some people
so let
argue, does capitalism create white supremacy? Some people would say that white supremacy is the clothes that capitalism needs to wear, you know, to disguise itself in a way, right? To like,
Actually, right. Like,
Okay, may I ask a
yeah, go
question
ahead.
real quick? Okay. So are you saying abolish Little Italy, abolish Chinatown,
this
like
is where
abolish
you're talking
abolish
about
communities?
nationalism. This is where I
No,
would say
I'm
that's
saying no,
also a
no, no. Hold
social
on, let me finish.
construct. Go ahead.
Abolish cultural communities.
I'm not saying abolish then. I'm saying more we should organically grow past them. We should find uh, other better ways to relate to each other as opposed to these more invented by who ways of identifying ourselves. When we talk about Italy and England and France, what created those populations as a nation was their affiliation to the king or queen who claimed them as their subjects, and then over time these kingdoms became nations. But like when we're talking about like French people from France, you know, that's like we're talking about the Frankish kings and stuff. So to embrace that as like the end all be all of ways of defining who we are and whatnot is actually kind of staying stuck in the past, or defining ourselves in a way that's fundamentally false. But you know, it's become all that we know. It's thinking inside of the box instead of outside of it. You know,
Well, I had to kind of push.
I'm still not understanding what. So what are you suggesting?
because I'm saying I think that the capitalists invented nationalism, and like a lot of the racism is primarily like the primary motivation is a kind of capitalist wanting to control the resources, and one of the resources being human labor. And so it's important to look into the history about like how racist were people before the capitalist system, in
Right.
feudalism and in
I would say
the
this.
past
Right.
slavery system, right? Like,
Well, can't you look to Karl Marx for that? Because
Communist Manifesto.
this
he
is
got
where I'm
his ideas from
yeah, go ahead.
looking at tribal communities in Africa. So can't you look at him for that? Were they?
And his arguments are, unless I'm wrong, someone fact check me, but I'm pretty sure that they're identifying a lot of this perpetuation of this racist worldview and rhetoric comes after the capitalists as a kind of divide and conquer means of controlling different populations, and to safeguard the wealth within the white communities that have given birth to the capitalist idea, kind of thing.
Yeah, but
So
Michael,
so it sounds like you're conceding that tribalism within cultures isn't about racism. It's about like being comfortable, having trust in your fellow community members, and being able to manage your own resources and your own goods. But it's not about you don't you don't want another person in your space. You just don't want them colonizing your space or having a say in your community when they aren't part of your tribe. Am I correct?
I'm not quite.
Not quite.
I'm not sure. I'm saying because tribalism can be problematic too. It's like the whole.
It can be.
There's like a conservative sort of traditionalist like assumption that the traditional is inherently superior. It's like this turning back the clock is the solution. But we're not going to go back to being tribes or whatever. We kind of moved beyond that historical moment. You can't unlearn all the lessons of the past that we've learned since then. And when we look to a lot of cultures, like in Somalia's my go-to example, tribalism is one of the ways that the West has used to dominate them, and that is keeping them from coming up with a way to work together in like maybe a more democratic sense. Like their parliamentary system is caught up in like tribal politics, and it's not really good for them. But this is maybe my white colonizer patronizing, abandon your tribal traditional mentality and embrace the modern world and become civilized, and that will bring you success, right?
Right. And Michael, and and before I'm about to offer,
Funny, Michael.
before I'm about to offer a rebuttal, I just want to clarify. So you're saying that by focusing on class solidarity, we should move beyond past tribalism and racial differences.
Yeah, that's where I think that might be tentatively what I'm trying to say, right? Like,
right.
I'm not trying to say I'm right about everything, but from what the conclusions that I've come to draw from what I've learned, tribalism is like more counterproductive than it is productive. It's like what you might call factionalism. It's the same kind of thing.
Well, I'll say right, and I'll say this: and I'm gonna have to offer like a rebuttal. I understand the points. Understand the point. I understand like some points I understand your points on coming where you're coming from to have class solidarity that we should put race and tribalism aside. But I had to say this. Whenever I'm going to give you an example. So what, like okay, in Canada, right? So I'm going to use Canada as an example, right? Because I know Canada likes to claim this. They live in utopia. That Canada's a multicultural country, right?
It's a sickness.
But the reality is that Asians, Indians, and white people in Canada, they don't want to show solidarity with Black Canadians. I'm just telling from my experience of what people have told me, what I've read, and what's been documented. Because I'm part of the Asian community. I can tell you, not a single Asian group, not a single Asian business wants to align themselves with Black people or other groups of people. And
Yes,
they
like
want to have their own. They want to have a tiny town, right?
nobody wants to work with each other anymore. We all kind
Right.
of
And
think we're people are
right.
more like internalized or inherently racist, and instead
Right.
of feeling like racism can be overcome, there's that mentality that it's like eternal and
Right.
here to stay. So you better just learn how to like come to terms with it, kind of thing.
Right, and I'm not like I said, I'm not against what you're proposing, but I'm just saying that under any new system, whether it's like socialism, communism, the racial hierarchy is still going to exist because it's mostly been the economy has always been dominated by white Europeans. So I'm saying that in order for a communist system to be effective or socialist system to be effective, a targeted approach is needed for affected groups who have been excluded, especially with like Black Americans. Black Americans were excluded from the New Deal program in the past because American slavery built America's capitalism.
So that's kind of like in order for communism to work, we're going to need some DEI in there, sort of.
I'm not proposing the. I'm just saying that it's going to have to be complemented because when I've seen that whenever a couple of white people got together to build worker co-ops, housing co-ops, business co-ops, farm co-ops, certain groups of people got excluded because those people who dominate the work co-ops want to maintain the racial hierarchy. In other words, ownership is not going to be given or guaranteed to Black American workers or other groups of people who don't look like white in cooperative industries.
Yeah, well, we could look at the historical examples of the Soviet Union and modern China. People make the same arguments about uh, the Chinese may argue about how they've overcome racism, that they're all Chinese people under one nation. They got all these other different ethnicities, but the Han Chinese are the
Hmm.
dominant racial group, and all the rest or whatever have to kick rocks, right? And so I don't know enough about China to know how much these arguments are true, or whatever. But there's, you know, we need to have that scientific approach of the historical materialism of looking at the way that things have unfolded
Hmm.
in reality, as opposed to us just knee jerk claiming that because Western academics say that the Han Chinese are in fact dominating, that must be the truth, right? And then in the case of Russia, it does seem almost like the Russian people were uh, the dominant group, and all the rest of the Eastern European ethnicities and
Hmm.
like the Stan countries, the West Asian countries, they must have taken this subordinate role in the racial hierarchy, like you're saying. And then you have the people who trot out their arguments about the Soviet Union was much more inclusive than the West, and you're wrong about that. And
Well,
I
what I'm
think they're very true. They're correct about that.
right,
But
but
I
what I'm
think that
saying
there's
is
a lack of sublation happening. I think that
right.
there's probably some truth that there was still this,
Hmm.
in spite of their efforts to overcome the racial hierarchy, it persisted. Because as much as people want to embrace the revolutionary socialist rhetoric, human beings grown up in the it's like we're constrained by the material conditions that we were raised in. So we have to decolonize our mind, right? We like people were raised as Russian. It's hard for them to think of
Right,
themselves as comrade instead of Russian, right?
and
And
this
then so
right, and this is why I'm saying is that yes, some people are going to decolonize their mindset, but not a majority. So that's why why some groups of people want to form their own communities, because they know that if they try to integrate in other people's communities, people who dominate those existing industries or communities, they're not going to change. So that's why separation is needed. Separation is not meant to discriminate, but separation is to have an equal and representation, but it has to be done through separation. Because if you look at America's past, right, Canada's past, whenever like for example, whenever Black Canadians try to integrate or try to treat other groups of people equally, other groups of people did not show solidarity. I'm not saying all of them did not, but a good majority, because the majorities are not like the minorities, or never want to join the minorities to
I,
do what is right.
I want to mention something. Can you hear me?
Yep.
So Cobra says,
Communist DEI, what is that? We let some liberals and DSA members in, be nice and welcoming to them.
so I don't, okay, so, um, I'm, I mean, that was funny, but like, uh, take the Black Panthers, for example. Those people didn't live in the same neighborhoods, but they came together for a purpose of, to help, poor people
Hmm.
within each other's community. But they didn't live in the same neighborhood.
Right.
So like when he said communist, that was funny. Communist DEI. Uh, I didn't know if he was being serious or he was just thinking a
Funny.
joke.
Well, I kind of was being half serious when I'm asking, because he's sort of saying that if we don't have this, because you're saying we have to do concrete like policy actions that objectively elevate these make attempts at correcting these racial disparities. Is that what you're saying? So
Yeah, that's
isn't that what the DEI stuff
Wait,
is?
wait, 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 wait.
Things.
But
D.
we weren't talking about DEI
We're not
though.
talking about DEI. We're talking
We were
about like
talking about
separation.
um community building
Right. In the Black community.
within not just the Black community,
I mean, all
within
right.
within cultures. That's all
Cultures.
we were
Right.
talking
Oh,
about.
it's just he made a specific comment about in order for communism to succeed, we need to address the race question, basically, and that was my just
Hmm.
my response to that was, oh, so I guess then we need some kind of and I wasn't exactly
I'm
being
sorry, y'all.
just making a
That's
joke. I was saying like kind of I'm glad that we're sort of talking about that in
right.
a sense, right? Because that you can kind of like the reason why the liberals and the Democrats fails because they instead of talking about class politics, they cynically use race politics as if they're going to do something about it, and then lo and behold, nothing ever happens. So our argument is if you only focus on race and you don't do
Just class.
anything about class, you're never going to solve race problems. But then it
Hmm.
seems like it gets turned around on us and saying, well, if we only do focus on class, we're never going to solve race issues, and that's not what I'm advocating for. I'm saying we
Right.
should do both,
But I'm
right?
just saying, like, right, Michael. But I'm saying from the past, Black Americans have been excluded from New Deal programs to build wealth because class did not address racism, and the white people in America wanted the New Deal government programs to be exclusively reserved for white people only. When foundational Black Americans involuntarily built the government,
So this
and
is where
yet,
I think the Chinese are a good example of what's the solution here, because I think they've done like the communist DEI,
right,
like the Chinese version, where they've created those economic opportunities. They set aside funding. They subsidized. They gave them welfare. Oh no, right? They to those unequal communities, whatever, and they raise the people out of poverty, right, with
right.
policy. And
Can I say
so
right,
DEI is not some fucking boogeyman. You know,
right? And
it's just a
I would say
historical correction of some of
right.
righting a wrong. You
I
know,
would say DEI is mostly a talking point that liberals use in America, but they don't offer substance.
because
They
they're
don't,
not really serious about it, right?
right.
It's more of like a football thing with the electoral politics
Hmm.
to be kicked around than it is a serious policy to be implemented.
Right. And so,
They're in denial about intentionally about class politics.
right. And Michael, I could give an example. When I was in California, when I went to California about almost 3 years ago with my sister. When I went there in Los Angeles, everything was Korean owned, Mexican owned. I did not see a single black-owned business in California. So you can understand that in California, it's not about class; it's about race, ethnicity. Also, majority of the people in California politics are Hispanics and Asians. So to them, it's not about class; it's about ethnicity and race, and that's how they get a lot of resources invested in their own communities. But black,
This is where to them that's what it's about. This is what we say is so their class consciousness has been put into suspension, or uh, it's just not a part of anything, right? Like they're dormant or in a coma as far as class consciousness, right? But
right?
so they have racial consciousness. So does that make them racist or not? Right?
Let me say this: from my experience, I've
No,
seen
wait, hold on. Racism is a system of oppression.
oppressive,
Exactly, right?
So
driven by
This
white
is
people.
no,
what
that
we
doesn't
end up
make them
kind of in
racist.
circles with this argument because there's some kind of need to
There
deny
ain't no
class
circles
because
about
it's
it.
all about race for them. But the racism, what we're saying, has been used as a weapon to make them lower class. And so they
Right.
may be suffering from racism, but they are also lower class as a result, or among other things. Like
Mhm.
there's this
But
thing about like talking around each other that seems to happen with this
yeah, I want to address a question. ACCRD Load One asks, can one of us
accord
ask
lord.
Michael what he does for a living or what his educational background is?
That's
I
the
think
accord
Can
lord.
I think there's two Michaels. Do you want me
He's
like?
asking you, I
Oh,
think.
ask okay, me. Okay, I am. Yes, my background is in social work, policy practice administration, and I'm currently a contractor.
So privately
in social
contracted for
work?
social worker.
No, just contract doing mostly like personal assistant, but transition to something different.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just curious. What is that? What is? I just want to know why what is his inquiry or why he was curious. Just wanted to
So
know.
just probably wanting to know who the source is. Like,
Yeah.
why
Just
should we
gives
trust you
just
who
gives
are
him some insight on your perspective and what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. Just want to make sure. Okay, I just hope I didn't insult him. That's why I want to make sure what
Oh,
I
he'll
said.
tell
Yeah.
you.
Okay, no problem. Okay, fair enough.
Don't
But Mike.
worry.
Okay, yeah, but
The
Michael.
chat here is undefeated.
Yeah, but Michael. But I'll say this, in America, because America and Europe are very different, right? In European countries, yes, it's some homogenous. Yes, they're able to focus on class differences. In America, we had to focus on race before we got to class because America's race is origin from slavery.
now this isn't doing. This is what we were saying. But like, how aren't we supposed to be doing both? Why do we have to do one and not the other?
I mean, yeah, I'm not saying we should do one over. I'm saying we should do both, right? But what I'm saying
This
is that
my outreach to those who
But
are
I'm
already
saying,
in the
I'm
process of
saying,
dealing with the racism problem is there's also this class problem. We could be
okay,
allies.
but
And they're
I'm
like, aren't
saying,
you respecting our fight? I'm like,
we can do both. But Mike, but what I'm saying is that
no, we
Mike's.
can. Can I
Go
just
ahead.
say
Sorry.
we could do both. But from my perspective, if we're gonna deal with class as a whole before we deal with the other one, then I feel like it's disingenuous because you got to deal with the wealth gap that has been going on since this country began. If you don't want to do that first, like we either gonna do both first
Or one first.
or well, no,
that's what I'm saying.
we
I think
we're
China
either gonna
knows
do
the
both
answer.
first
Hmm.
because if we don't do both first, and people who are lower in class that aren't black or expecting black people to come out, good luck
Hmm.
because I'm not coming.
Right.
So this is where I think if my analogy about the two people getting stuck in the door serves as the
Okay,
metaphor
well,
for what is the primary contradiction. I think China's method of solving the problem is to say, um, in the historical Orthodox Marx sense, like the class is treated as if it's the primary contradiction. But to kind of agree to concede to you, Michael, it would be in America, the particular situation is that we have to treat race as the primary contradiction if we're ever going to resolve both contradictions. So we
Right.
need to allow race to go through the door first. So we need to struggle to, I don't know, it's like not like we want to have a classless, moneyless, stateless society, but to say we want a raceless society doesn't sound like it makes sense unless we are going with what I'm
Well,
saying
yeah,
about
yeah,
understanding that
right.
race is that social construct that's
Mhm.
problematic to begin with. But
But what
that's
I'm
not
saying, right.
necessarily what people want. They don't want a raceless society. They want a society that acknowledges the harms of race, and by doing that, we kind of maintain the core racial way of thinking that is preventing. It's like the letting the guy go first. The capitalist is waiting for his turn. The class problem is waiting to go through the door, but then
Okay.
you just stop and wait there, and you don't
Okay.
actually
Okay,
carry
wait,
forward.
Mike, wait,
Well,
wait.
Deal with the problem,
let me
right?
ask you. Let
So-
me ask you something. Are you okay with the class issue going first, and we deal with the race issue later?
Yes,
This is where, but the way that I understand it, it doesn't make any sense to even try and like go ahead and show like make up a roadmap of how you actually let class go first.
Well, let
Because
me give you.
the race issue is bound up in class inextricably, right? So
Yeah, but
by
Michael,
trying to address class,
I'll give you an example. I'll give
inevitably
you an
address the
example.
race
yeah,
issue.
let me give an example to Mike. Let me give
Medicare for all is letting class go first.
first before race, because let me say,
Medicare for all.
yep, and
That's an
also,
example.
and Mike, another example is like I
Want
said
to
earlier.
maybe explain that a bit?
Yeah, let me explain. Okay, fine. So if you go back to FDR, when FDR was president in 1940s, right, and he needed the black votes, right? What did his wife say? We can't exclude black voters. We need to include them in, right? Give them like cabinet positions, but not give them investments. Offer real tangibles. So when FDR signed the program, Black Americans were excluded from government programs, especially those who serve in the military. Excluded from GI Bill, housing loans, business loans to build wealth. So it was essentially it was class first, race second, and then for several generations, the wealth got big. The wealth gap got bigger and bigger, because white people in America did not want to share the wealth or resources equally with Black Americans.
So then they didn't really even do class first, is what I'm
No, they
saying.
did class
If you
first. No, I'm
address,
Yes,
saying
they
that in America,
did.
white
no,
They
people
because
did class
if you
absolutely
first.
address
did first.
America.
the disparities of, if you're actually correcting the the black people being the more poor community kind of thing, you have to give them the resources to do that.
No, but
And
black people
so,
were
but if
excluded
you
from
choose
the
not to do
resources.
that because you want to act like you're putting class first, or whatever, you're reinforcing the class contradictions, not resolving them.
Well, I'm
What are
just
you
saying,
talking
like
about?
white Americans use classism to fix their own communities. I mean, I'm sorry, they focus on
That's not
class.
fixing things, though. That's just
I know,
reinforcing the
right?
problem.
But
We
I'm saying,
understand that.
we
We
understand, but
When
understand
you
Mike,
that.
say that they're,
So
I think
you
you're
just
disingenuous by saying that you're putting class first instead of race. No, that's just cynically using the argument of class to reinforce
no, it's
to
not,
double
Michael.
down on the racism problem.
Did you not hear him say the New Deal
excluded
was
Black Americans.
And
excluded
who
Black
did the New
Americans?
Deal? The liberals,
FD,
the Democrats, or
yes,
whatever, the
white
fake
people, yes,
duopoly. So then this is
White
like
people,
treating the left like they're Democrats and not
white people.
communists, right? And
yeah.
so then
But what I'm saying
if you're
about
going to be
Mike,
too racial about it, you are denying the class
I'm
conscious
not denying class.
analysis
Yes, I am.
in
I'm not. But Michael,
I'm
outright,
always
because you're
gonna be
saying,
racial about it.
as a white
yeah,
person,
but Michael, it's
it
been
doesn't matter if
documented.
I talk about class
Michael,
and
it's
communism and
been
whatnot, I
documented.
still am
Michael,
going to be racist at the
Hold
end of the
on,
day,
Michael,
right?
Michael,
hold
it's
on.
been documented in
Hold
the
on,
text.
Michael. Hold on, Michael. Because both everybody was talking at the same time. We got to reset. We have to reset.
Yeah, you got to calm down a bit. Sorry.
I mean, I'm
Okay.
calm. I'm fine. I know this is very passionate.
Bad cookies. I do enjoy screaming at white people. I do.
Yes, but Michael, let me give you.
What?
Sorry,
Uh,
sorry.
okay. What? You're getting upset, Michael. This one over here
Yeah.
because well, this is my opinion. You're trying to start from today, excluding the fact that there have been disparities in the wealth gaps in this country since day one. You cannot start from today and let everybody move forward without because they're gonna everybody else is still gonna keep going. The trajectory is still gonna be extremely higher than the black community because in this country the black community is designed for them to be on the bottom, for us to be on the bottom of the hierarchy. So we got to deal with that first. Because if we don't deal with that first, then you're still setting up a system of white supremacy. Okay, you gave us a little health care. So what? We still don't have houses.
Mm-hmm.
You still have businesses like at an alarming rate compared to other communities. You got to deal with all of that, and if you really want a communal communist society or whatever, everybody got to be on the same playing field first. You have to make up for your original sin and then move forward. You
Yeah.
You
can't just
can't do
start from
that
here
without
and
using
and just.
power. It's
But you're
like
saying that,
treating us
but
like we're in power already, and then acting like we're not exercising it. But the
Well,
people who
but
are
you're saying
responsible
that,
for the wealth gap are not the communists. And you're
but you're
saying if we
saying,
let the communists get into power, they won't solve the problem. They'll be as racist as the capitalists. And that's what
yes,
I'm saying. You're
I'm just
treating
saying like it's.
like
I'm
all
saying
leftists
about
as the
community.
same thing or whatever. You're treating Democrats as if they're leftists. I'm saying they're
We're not
not at all.
right.
They
I'm
might
not saying we're
pretend to
not saying
be.
all of them, but good majority. Like Michael, I'm going to give you an example. Okay, when I used to volunteer for PD, Progressive Democrats of America, we talked about Medicare for all. Okay, for all Americans, great. But then when the host brought up the issue about race, when Black Lives Matters happened with the George Floyd protest, I told the host or the leader, hey, we got to address reparations for a foundation of Black Americans out of slavery because Medicare for all is not enough to close the wealth gap created by slavery. And what did I get? I got X'd out of the meeting, and people called me a traitor, telling me that because when I emphasized we need to have ranked choice voting, because Black Americans are not going to tolerate voting for Democrats if Democrats are not going to do reparations, right? And I said to them, Medicare for is not enough because it doesn't address the root cause of the wealth inequality. Medicare for is not going to address anti-Black racism. It's not going to solve healthcare providers' bias towards Black patients. It's not.
I kind of feel like once, okay, I tried to listen to you with more open arms, Michael Nahilo, and I think what he's trying to say is like we're not trusting communists to not be racist, like we're not trusting that they don't want to solve the the issues and the problems. Okay, so I guess I can see that. Then my counter argument is like, why would I trust anybody with like why would I trust anyone with a promise of we're gonna fix we're gonna fix this for you, but let's get to this first. When that's been the way it's been under the system already. So just because we chose a new system, I'm still supposed to like have the same. I'm supposed to listen to the same rhetoric and be like, okay, they're gonna get to me. Nah, fuck that. I want mine right now.
Right.
Let's use the example of closing the wealth gap. So this is where you have the black bourgeoisie and the white bourgeoisie. So the argument for the solutions to black people's problems of the black bourgeoisie is the same kind of capitalist free market economic solutions. So we just need our own town and our own bank, and we can just do capitalism better than you guys.
No,
And
it's not.
so for
Not,
me,
No,
it's,
I
that's not
feel
what we're
like
it's not.
saying.
that
That's
is
Listen,
in
not what we
some ways what you've
said.
been
Michael,
saying.
it's a
No,
You
debt
it's
need
that
to
is
close the
not.
owed
wealth
to
gap.
American
You need your
freedmen
own
of chattel
communities. How
slavery.
do you do that? And especially if you're trying not to do class analysis
Michael,
and
that's not what
whatnot,
I'm
what are you
saying.
talking about?
Michael,
That's
let me
not what we're
finish.
saying at all.
We're
Not
saying
at
what
Anyway,
we're saying.
all.
What we're saying is that look, Michael. Yeah, there may be few black bourgeoisies, but it's not a majority because majority of people who are wealthy.
it doesn't matter if they have the concentration of wealth. They get
Michael,
just like all the
Michael,
rest of the
listen,
working
listen.
class. We are in the majority, but we are stuck taking
Michael,
orders from a tiny majority of people with all the
Michael,
fucking money,
listen, Michael Johnson,
right?
listen, Michael, listen, please, please. Who controls 90% of the resources globally in America, Europe, and other countries? It's actually white people, right? So white people
But it
control.
depends on what you're classifying. Who
What I'm saying,
controls
Michael,
90% of the
listen.
resources globally? I say capitalists.
What I'm
And you
saying
say in
is what
particular
I'm
white
saying is
capitalists.
that
I
black
say sure, but
Michael.
they're
What I'm
still
saying is black
capitalists, and the
Michael.
source of their power is capitalism,
Michael, black.
and you will undermine
There
them
are
if you
few
attack
black
capitalism,
bourgeoisies
right?
practicing capitalism. Majority of white people who are rich practice capitalism, right? So yeah,
Yes.
sir, there are like rich black people, right? But the wealth is much bigger between the wealthy whites and wealthy blacks because of chattel slavery, also redlining and other policies. and also black and white
wealth
people
between the wealthy blacks and the
because
poor
there's
blacks is just
because
as big in a
institutions
relative kind of way.
institutions
It's
have
still orders of
discriminated
magnitude
against
different.
wealthy black boroughs to build wealth. Goes back to redlining after slavery, Jim Crow segregation, Reconstruction. Read the American textbook so that you would understand where Abby and I are coming from. Especially Abby knows more than I do. But I'm giving a basic what I understand.
I just think you
Because
guys are not
American,
really hearing what I'm
I'm
saying, right?
you're
Like
hearing
it
what you're
doesn't
saying.
even
We know,
matter because
but
argument about for like there's more wealth to go around. It's a trickle down economics argument that you're making. Is that like we have to when let's let the black capitalist get richer, and then he'll employ black employees. He'll probably even pay them a higher than minimum wage than those white people. But I'm saying the way that the market functions, wherever, just the dynamics of capital in motion and shit, their decisions are made for them by the class warfare of the capitalist system in as like just in motion, right? So whether they want to achieve some kind of liberty for their community, the the logic of capitalism or whatever is just going to end up like get us back at square one. So I'm saying you want to do the segregation of your community. It's about then what? It's like things change whatever over time. So go ahead and do the segregation thing, and
Michael,
then
it's
what?
not
And see what happens over time.
Michael Johnson.
Like
It's
you
not
can't
about.
just
It's not.
act like it's like a solution, like it's just one thing that has to be done, and then all of like
It's not. It's
huge
not.
like
It is not a one.
history is over kind of
It is
argument as
not a
soon as we
one
do that.
solution sided story. It is about reciprocal because you have to understand. Okay, white people, black people, they don't compete on the equal playing field, and it's been documented historically, even after
We
like
understand this already.
Reconstruction, right?
And the
We
unequal
get.
playing
Yeah,
field is
let me
the
finish.
playing
Yeah, but
field of
Michael,
capitalist economics, and in order
right, but,
to
yeah, but
think
Okay,
class,
outside the
okay,
box,
okay,
class
okay.
right?
economics
Stop.
does not
Everybody
address
stop.
wealth.
Everybody stop. Because y'all keep talking over each other and it's getting on my fucking nerves.
Sorry, I was not talking about Michael. He was actually talking over me. I just let him finish what he had to say.
My bad. Yeah, I'm getting heated on this one because
I
I
know. I
recognize we're in
understand.
circles on this. We're not actually advancing this discussion.
Right. And like I said, I'm not saying class is not important. Yes, class has to be addressed. But what I'm saying in this country, America, has been involved in anti-black racism, slavery, Jim Crow segregation, Reconstruction.
Talking about stuff like as if I don't know all this
I
stuff.
know you know, I
right?
know you're aware, but I'm just saying, let me give you an example. Like when I talk with white progressives, Asian progressives, Hispanic progressives in my community, I had to lay out the foundation because it gets so bogged up that you need to focus on class policies. And I said, no, class policies are not enough. And I was not telling them that they should exclude class policies. That was not my intent. What I'm saying is that they got to focus on both. And when I say focus on both, they got upset with me and tell me, oh, we should not have we should not fight
Because
for
it's
universal health.
talking about things we're going to do when we get into power, when we have no way to get to power to do any of this.
But what I'm
Hey,
saying is
Right?
that
And I'm
my
saying
put this
how
on
do we
the
get to power? We
refrigerator
have
too.
to
This is another
deal
snack.
with economics in order to because
Popcorn.
money is power. So the
And
only way for us to
I'm
obtain the
about to go
power
to
to
smoke a
implement the
cigarette and then I'm gonna
policies
clean the
is to
stuff out
recognize how to deal with
and
the
take it to
contradictions of
the road.
capitalism.
Thank you.
And in that sense, it sounds like I'm being a class reductionist or whatever. I'm kind of like
right, but I'm
but
just saying that
people
wealth
are
was
expressing their racism through economics or whatever, whether you like
yes,
it or not. So
right.
in order to deal with the problem, whatever, like it's the inventor's paradox is what we're talking about, I
But
think.
let me say, I'm gonna add too, like those who are economic racists actually control wealth, have access to wealth at the same time. And what I'm saying is that wealth was stolen from American freedmen. Even when American freedmen tried to build a black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and in 50 states, it got burned down because the white supremacists did not want to see black Americans be self-sufficient, do well.
Right. And I don't believe that if we return the wealth to them, that it's all like that would in a lot of ways fix a lot of problems. But we would
Well,
still be in
What?
a capitalist system. Right?
Michael,
Like I was trying to argue
Michael,
before with the Chinese, they did that affirmative action stuff. They did the funding of these communities, and it seems to have worked. And yet,
actually,
people are. It's like, but I'm saying, and then what? Right? You do the funding of them, wherever you correct the historical wealth gap, and then we still have the class problem to deal with. So it
yeah,
doesn't matter whether you do one or the other. We
we're
still
not
have to do
excluding
both.
class.
But we're
Right?
answer. But we've all. That's what we've been saying. We're saying before we deal with the class problem, we have to deal with
Race.
the issues that have plagued the
And how do we
original
deal with them
sin.
without obtaining
Oh,
power?
hold on. Oh, this original sin of this country. Then we could deal with class issues.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want to start with class issues, I I would be surprised to find black people that's going to be on your side and rolling with you. There's going to be a few, but
Not a
you're not going
majority.
to find too many. That's all I was trying to say.
Because I'll tell you.
I want both of them to happen.
Mm-hmm.
But I know how I feel. If I see if I see the community moving forward, oh, it's all about class. I know in the back of my head that means it's all about helping out the white community, and the black community is still gonna get left behind. We might give you some crumbs, but you still don't have any wealth. So why is that even okay? Great, you can go to the doctor now. So we ain't gonna kill you as fast, but you're still gonna die slow
Mm-hmm.
because you're gonna be working your ass off because you're poor as hell because we never corrected the wealth gap that we created. That's all I'm saying.
Yep.
So
Pretty
how do we
much.
define wealth, though? This is the thing about correcting
Oh my god.
wealth grab. It's all about thinking in terms of money, and instead of
Okay.
treating the moneyless argument like it is the most
Oh.
redundant,
It's
as
not.
if
But Mike.
the solution to our problems is
Okay.
taking more of the drug that we're already addicted to.
Yeah, but Mike,
Right?
Okay.
can I give you an
All right.
example? Mike, let me give you an
Gosh.
Because
example.
the global financial system is all synchronized, right? So you don't get to do things in America just for America and forget the rest of us, right?
Right.
Everything that everyone around the world does affects each other. So
Yeah,
one way
but
we could export this argument is to third world countries, right?
yeah,
Whether they're capitalist or not, we should support them the fixing the wealth gap because all the wealth has been
okay,
concentrated in the imperial core, right?
right.
So
Because
that's kind of what the Marxist argument has been. So we just we should support Syria, whether it's run by Assad, whether he's Marxist or not, because he's anti-imperialist, right? And so that's what that's what our praxis has been, and it has not necessarily worked in the way that we had expected it to. Now he's not in power in sense, right? And you can kind of go around the world and you can try that out and see how does it work in
Mhm.
practice to support the global south, regardless of their economics or whatever. And that's kind of what China's been doing, rather than be confrontational like the Soviet Union or whatever, and have like that kind of competition over they're trying to just do like the business or whatever. We're going to help them make money, and we're going to let the Americans make asses of themselves trying to invade everybody, right?
Yeah, Michael, can I give you a book? I would recommend a book that you should read to
I feel
understand
like you
how.
just didn't listen to what I just said.
Yeah, but
Well,
Mike, I would recommend a book you definitely should read to understand how wealth was stolen from American freemen. The book is
Come
called
on.
From Here to Equality, written by Dr. William Darity and Kirsten. It's on Amazon. You would get a better
Yeah,
sorry,
understanding.
what's this
Better
again? I
understand.
should probably write it down if
put it
I'm
in
going
the
to be
Discord.
looking
Yeah,
at it. Yeah,
But
there.
look, I want to read this chat from Rondo. Peace and
This,
peace, fam.
this
You got
the
to understand
class
that sometimes
reductionist
the
thing I'm
class
saying.
argument is very much the same as all
all
lives
lives
matter.
matter. Pretty much, Mike.
Very, very good, very astute comment, and I feel like I'm getting gaslit a
So
little
how do
bit.
you propose putting your issue first? How do you resolve it, whatever, without doing the class analysis stuff, right? That's what I'm saying.
You have the wealth gap has got to go.
How do you do that?
Reparations,
And how
Reparations.
do you do that?
cash payment. Like, it's not that
Cash
Cash
difficult.
payment.
payment.
How do you
This
get the
is
cash
not
payments to
this is
happen?
not that hard.
Oh, it's easy. The government can print money.
They
The
print
The
money
government,
all the
government.
damn
So you have
time.
to be the government, which we're not.
yeah, but the government paid Japanese
That's not the
Americans in
point. But you trying to build a whole new
I'm
system.
saying you're being idealistic about this. There's
So are
no
you.
there's
You're
no
trying to build a
way to
whole new
actually
system.
implement it. The
You're
worst
trying to build a whole new class system, but then
if
telling
we
me
have
I'm
to
being
do
idealistic.
revolution to acquire the government, we have the opportunity to start and do whatever system we want. Why would we go then recreate the broken system that we overthrew just
Well,
because
let
we
me get
want
my
to
damn
continue
money
thinking
first.
inside the box?
Let me get my money first.
The money that is it's a fucking it's an illusion, right? That's the thing people need to. I don't understand why people are so fixated on this. Whatever.
Well, Michael,
Value comes from fucking nowhere. Okay, it's
Michael,
reification. It's reification. Okay,
Michael Nilstrom, let me give you an example.
money is fucking worthless. It's
Michael,
created at a push of a button. So give me my money. Give me my money. Whatever. It's monopoly money. It's all fake.
Yeah, but Michael,
We talked about this over and over again.
Michael,
but it's really
listen.
important because no matter how fake it is, we can find some kind
Stop
of useful.
screaming.
Michael, let me finish.
Value
Please.
for it, whatever. But it,
Michael, let me interject.
just saying, let's make the Ponzi scheme work for us.
Okay,
Because I want some.
Michael, let me interject. I'm going to give an example of my group. I'm half Japanese. Okay, Japanese Americans who were put in internment in America happened on American soil because there was a legal injury committed against them. So the U.S. government did give Japanese Americans reparations in the form of cash payments, $20,000 each. Right? Did we tell Japanese Americans that they had to give up reparations and fight to end capitalism? No. White Democrats always tell Black American voters, we can't do reparations. We got to do class policies first.
Okay,
let's talk about reparations without talking about class analysis,
Michael,
whatever. Because in order to fix the wealth gap, we either have to create new money with the push of a button, in which case the reparations would act like quantitative easing, and you would create inflation, or you create no new money whatsoever, and you take the wealth from the white community, which is, no matter how much you cast it up as racial, that's a class action, as taking money from one class and giving it to another, whatever, right? So there is no way you can. It's just the elephant metaphor. We're touching the trunk, and he's touching the horn, and I'm touching the tail, and we're all saying we're blind.
Michael, let Abby ask the question, please.
Racism. This is imperialism. This is colonialism. This is capitalism. It's all the same thing.
Let me ask you a question, then. Let me ask you a question. If you abolishing money, and we about to have this revolution you're talking about, right? All right. Here we go. What are we doing with the land? The people who already have the land, they just gonna keep their land?
Are we doing private property or not? That's why I don't even think you guys really know the Marxist theory.
That's what I'm saying.
Right?
Well, you tell us.
But the reparations is formulated in a private property argument.
Okay. Let's not even talk about. Let's go with your theory of just all of us getting together and having a revolution. How would it go?
All of us get together and do the revolution. How would it go? Whatever.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
This is where part of it has to be us kind of agreeing on what to do together. I can't speak for millions of people, so I can't know the outcome. But what I've kind of said over and over, there's this moneyless, classless, stateless thing. That's the overarching goal. So we do our best to make that happen. But we're talking as if we just come across some kind of revelation. No, we're just going again through the circle again, right?
Because we're not. The question
point is to do something about it, not to talk about it. Right?
Mike, you answered Abby's question already.
You just answered the question because you said, I don't know, because
there's more than one. I'm not the only person in the universe, right? So how can I know the future? It would be counterfactual for me to say I know it's going to happen tomorrow, right? So, but I put the same thing on you or whatever. Now you're acting like because we have to work together that you gotcha on that. Like I don't get your eureka moment. Doesn't really make much sense to me.
Michael.
Can I finish?
Let Abby finish.
Go ahead.
Okay, you said that I don't know because I'm only one person. It's millions of people. Okay, who makes the decision in a country of millions of people? The people who own the wealth. So if you have this revolution and we got people who have all this private property and all these resources against people who don't, who's going to be making the decisions at the end?
The people who do the revolution will be the people making it's called the dictatorship of the proletariat. That's how the historical answer to your question of the group of people that I ascribe to in like the politics that I ascribe to. That's the argument, right? We take power and then we operate the dictatorship of the proletariat. Okay, because you're talking about the dictatorship of bourgeoisie, whatever. We got the ownership of all the land, or whatever. How are we gonna? We got all our people for revolution. Now what? Now we implement the redistribution of wealth. Like I don't get your like the if you would read enough
How
of the
can you?
theory, you
How
would
can
know
you?
exactly what the blueprint
Wait.
is for what to
How
be
can
doing.
you? How can you go about the redistribution of wealth when you're only one person and you have to? All these
I'm not
millions of
doing it by
people have
myself.
to
We're doing it
agree.
together, but we have yet to
Okay.
have the disciplined organization to be able to accomplish that.
Okay.
Right? So now we're talking
Mm-hmm.
about the democratic centralism stuff or the more anarcho-syndicalist direct action, because the the Soviets and them, they say that we need to have some kind of system, a centralized type of democracy, so that we elect somebody in our communist, our Soviets, and then those people have a authority to make a decision, and the rest of us have to follow it. And we can weigh the pros and cons of how that worked and did not work. And the Western Marxist and anarchist and whatnot, we have this more direct action argument where we don't need to really have a leader. We'll be more decentralized, more horizontal. And you can see there are pros and cons to both approaches. We have
You do
not
me a favor.
found the answers yet. We need to continue to work
Just do me
together
a
to
favor.
implement what we agree to be what we want to try as our solution. And if that does not work, we need to be honest and scientific about what worked and did not work about it. But we're
I
not
agree. Right.
implementing the method properly or
Right.
at all.
Yeah, Mike, I'm going to interject. I agree, I understand what you're saying. I agree somewhat, but if the decision making is not going to be shared equally among
I
people who
appreciate
are
you.
diverse in this movement, then it's not going to be effective. I've seen this with different progressive organizations that I volunteered on, including Bernie Sanders, and several people have reported to me that they had to leave the Bernie Sanders camp because Bernie Sanders was being racially hostile to Black Americans. Because but Bernie Sanders answered a question about irately about reparations, going back
This
to
You sure did.
kind of
2016.
like your accountability with the contract thing that you're talking about earlier. How do we achieve? So the
Well,
criticism
like
of democratic centralism is someone like Bernie Sanders could come in and hijack the process and
well,
not act in good faith. And what do you
I'm
do with
going to
that?
say this, right? Let me say
Right?
this: Bernie Sanders is very racist, okay, to Black American voters. He proved it. He didn't have to say it, but his movement spoke louder than words.
Well, that's
The way
because Zionists are kind of racist.
Right, but I'm just
I
saying
think.
What I'm saying is that Bernie Sanders people have received reparations from both governments, the German government and the United States government. So Bernie Sanders can definitely
I can
afford
go now.
to pay reparations
Thank you.
to American freedmen, Michael. And Michael, in the private chat, in the private chat, Michael, I posted a comment about a book you definitely should read, written from. The book is called "From Here to Quality," that was written by William Verity and Kirsten. They can provide you a perspective, understanding from how slavery started, how slavery ended, and why the racial wealth gap cannot be corrected by class policies alone. Why reparations,
I think
in
you guys are
addition,
criticizing
let me
my
finish. Yeah,
solution,
Mike.
but you
Wait,
also
hold,
don't
I'm
have
not
one
hold on.
criticizing.
yourselves.
Listen, Mike.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on. Everybody stop because there's a request in the chat that
Uh
we
huh.
stop talking over each other, and I agree.
I'm
So
not
can
talking over.
we
I'm not talking over
hold,
anyone.
hold, now I wasn't even done.
Right. I
Okay.
understand.
We've calmed down,
Hmm.
but I'm just saying like that that's not like really something we do here, and I
Right.
know we're getting excited, but we need to monitor our emotions um, just a little bit so we're not doing that to each other.
I understand.
And Michael, can you put the link in the chat again
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
in
I
case?
did. I
I
posted
think she's
the.
talking to me about in
No,
case
no, no,
anyone
not that link. Yeah, for if in
wants
case
to
anybody wants to
join.
join.
Yeah.
Here we go. Feel free to pull on up.
Hmm.
Okay, so let's just all take a breather and reset.
This is where are we actually being dialectic or not is a way to
I think
frame this.
right. I just think that we're having a great intellectual conversations with disagreements on substance.
We're trying to get to the sublation about how do we get past the thesis versus the antithesis, and we're not exactly getting to that sublation.
Right, but that's why I say, Michael. That's why I said, like in the private chat, as I mentioned to you, you should probably check out on Amazon.com called "From Here to Quality" that was written by William Darrington and Kirsten. They are husband and wives. They've documented historical past that impacted American freedmen of chattel slavery and how wealth was stolen, how Black Wall Street was created and destroyed, and
So
why
this is where I might ask, might
and why
try to take the
finish.
time to read this. I'm just saying I could ask like, what are the politics of the authors, and that might kind of be a good
Okay, so
question.
the politics. So both of them are Duke University economists. They don't really have a political
DMC,
leanings,
they
but what
don't
I'm
have political leanings, but they're
okay,
like the
I would
people with
say
no labels who have some kind of politics,
it's
but
Y'all
they
fine.
doing
don't
it
want to say
again?
what they are out loud.
Let
Okay?
me answer
Yeah.
the question, Mike. They
Hold
lean towards
on. Y'all are doing it again. You're doing
no,
it again.
yeah, Abby. I'm just giving okay to answer your question, Mike. They lean towards liberal, leaning towards low, not totally left.
So
They
liberal
do agree.
solutions to liberal
Yeah,
problems.
yeah, yeah. But let me get it. Let me finish, please. So yes, they do support class reduction policies. Yes, but class reduction policies are not enough to close the racial wealth gap. So that's why they say reparations have to be part of any other universal remedies as well.
Sure, and I could say we can do the reparations before we do the abolishing of capitalism, because that might be the only way to do it in a way that people can recognize as reparations having been done. Because it's kind of hard to quantify reparations without using the structure of private property and whatnot, like I was saying. But that's fine to by me. I'm saying let's do the reparations in the capitalist society, and then let's abolish capitalism. But for some reason, that's like, oh, but that's not going to work. It's I don't know why. Like people are looking for a reason to have some disagreement and confrontation, as opposed
No,
to you.
that. Oh,
No, they're not
okay.
disagreeing that
That's not.
capitalism cannot be ended.
Wait, hold on, Michael. You've been talking.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Abby.
Okay. I, that's not what I heard you saying. I heard you saying we need to focus on class, and then this is the way I interpreted it from that long conversation. And
What people say
I
and
was
what we
trying to
hear. It's a funny
wait,
thing.
yeah, well, like towards the end, I was like, okay, I think he's trying to say, well, if we just just have a revolution and go by class, everything's gonna work itself out because the working class is going to take over the system. But even in the working class, the there is racism in the working class. Most working class white people side with
Premises.
racist with white supremacy.
Yeah, and I would say
So
those racist working class people are not the class conscious working class, and that's the problem. If they became class conscious, this is the we have this split going on in the Marxist fucking like this is one of the problems with the ACP people, and they're calling them ultra leftists as the pejorative, right? But it's like
okay,
so our solution not being siding with the ACP people because they're having the more bigoted, the white Marxists are like the ones who you should be listening to, and not the other way around. Where we're saying no, let's reject that. Let's have the in order to fight capitalism, you have to have solidarity with the LGBTQ community, with the Black community, with the Hispanic community, with all of it, right? And they're saying no, then we're going to be doing too much at once or something. You got to pick your battles, I guess. And in that way, they leave the communities behind and they give you the ammunition to say, in practice, class politics means abandonment of the racial politics and whatnot.
but
But,
it's
but
not
we
really
are part of the
ammunition.
Western left community that is not arguing that. That's
What I'm
that's
what I'm trying to
ACP.
get
Go over there if you want to have this discussion, whatever, with
but
them.
Michael, you said yourself, you're only one person, it's millions. And what I'm trying to get you to understand is what you are what you are advocating for, say it happened. You you'd be surprised how many white supremacist working class people are going to go against some type of equality it
Hmm.
under a new system of communism, social democracy. Like
Listen,
there is no way that anyone on the bottom of the hierarchy is going to have leverage unless the wealth gap is closed first.
It's like the democracy versus autocracy argument kind of thing. It's like, do we need a strong man to force the racial problems away, or can we achieve it democratically in a way? Can we agree to bury the problem finally, or do we have to kill the problem before we can bury it, kind of thing? Like,
I feel like you're coming from like a very utopian way of thought.
this is the argument of
Mhm.
the more hardcore Stalinist kind of ACP Haz al-Din kind of guy saying you guys are being very utopian, thinking you're going to be able to solve this with your kumbaya, getting along and agreeing with things instead of having a more democratic centralist approach.
Well, I'll say this: in the ACP Stalin, there was racism involved. Trust me.
That's where but we can't
That's, yeah, but let me,
necessarily cherry pick just because racism wasn't abolished on day one of the revolution
yeah,
that they
but
were
yeah,
wrong.
but what I'm saying, what I'm
Like
saying is
Cuba is
that
a good example. There was
yeah,
still
Michael,
racism in
let
Cuba.
him finish, Michael.
I was still not finished, whatever,
No,
right?
no, no. I
yeah.
was talking to him, not you.
Okay, yeah.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
saying Cuba is a good example because if we look at it today, they would say that they've kind of dealt with the race problem, but some people might still claim that there's a little bit of racism still there. But I would say that the communist revolution and the communist party's control over politics has led to a reduction in racism objectively. But has it solved the problem? No, because Cuba has not had enough control over the global capitalist system to be able to, like, racism is a global problem. We can try and deal with it in our nations one at a time, but when do we objectively declare the fight against racism over in victory?
Right, but yeah, but Mike, in Cuba, Sir Cuba has addressed some disparities between Black Cubans and White Cubans, but the anti-Black racism is still there. Why?
And could
Because
they do more if
yeah,
they weren't sanctioned by the Americans? So they're
right,
being handcuffed to the
but let me
capital.
finish. Let me
Sorry, yeah,
finish.
yeah, my bad.
Because the white Cubans did not want to do anything with the black Cubans because Fidel Castro had proposed a policy to have the white Cubans redistribute resources or share resources with black Cubans, and to the white Cubans say, "How dare Fidel Castro do this to our own people, shifting power control to the black Cubans?" So the white Cubans left Cuba and moved to Florida to get away from the Fidel Castro's communist leadership because
This
the
is
white
treating white Cubans like a monolith, though. Sorry, go ahead.
no, I'm saying majority. Like,
No,
I'm not.
no. That definitely happened in droves.
Of
Yeah,
course, but there was also many white communist Cubans who stayed, who
some
carried out
state.
the revolutionary redistribution of wealth and the racial, the like the DEI policies, right? They did that, and then there's this lack of historical materialism that looks at Cuba as if they hadn't done a lot of progressive things
Yeah,
after
but
the revolution.
let me add
Okay,
something there.
so where would the white ones
Cubans.
go in America? No,
So where are the white Cubans going to go
no, no,
back
no. I
to
didn't. I
after the
think.
Cuban Revolution falls? But now that
Hold
Trump's
on.
being able to isolate
Hey,
them.
Mike, let Abby ask
When
the
that.
question, please.
Sorry.
Oh, oh, look at Michael pants. Oh, I'm saying, say this happened in America. Where are the white people that don't want communists? Where are they gonna go?
Yeah,
Where
we're
are they
going to
going?
have to suppress that. That's the dictatorship of the proletariat thing. They're not going to go quietly, right? We're going to have to actually fight them. Where are they going to go? Depends where they want to go. Into the grave, or they want to make an agreement to work with us instead.
I would say I would say that some white Americans, if communism does happen in America, some white Americans might want to move to Southern Europe or Eastern Europe, where there's not a lot of, democratic socialism or government sharing resources. I'll put it this way. But anyways, I want to go back. So majority of white Cubans left Cuba and came to America for wealth because they didn't like what Fidel Castro was doing, shifting resources from white Cubans at the top to give it to the bottom, black people in Cuba. And so the white Cubans did was they pretty much, took their resources and shifted their resources from Cuba to Florida and to other parts of America.
We should just call them gusanos. It's probably better.
Right, but what I'm saying is that I met white Cubans, yes, who are racist. I'm not saying majority like that, but good majority, because the majority of white Cuban racists are not the minority of white
But
Cubans who
this
are
is maybe what we could. Are we making a mistake here? The the reactionary racist Cubans who left after the revolution, was that the majority of the country?
Yeah, that's
Was that a
majority
minority of the people?
stayed.
I think we can
No,
look that up right now,
those
right?
were so they were the minority like landowners, the ones that would control most of the property
The majority of the
and the
Cuban
wealth.
population supported the revolution, I think is what I'm trying to say. And so it's disingenuous
Yeah,
to
we just said
categorize
that.
the Cuban people as kind of like racist, right? Like,
I didn't say that. I said, look,
He
let
didn't
me.
say that.
I
no, he
said,
didn't, right? But that's me.
okay, but Michael, let me clarify. For understanding, I said you have a majority and then you have a minority because the majority are not like the minorities who want to end racism. It's like that in like every other community, like Hispanics, Asians, and white communities. You have majorities and then you have minorities. You have minorities who want to end racism, but the majorities don't want to join the minorities to end systemic racism. So that's why you have a conflict in each community. That's the point. That's
It's
the point
kind
I'm
of like
saying.
using the politics of the capitalists who are racist to say that the communist, like trying to implement the communist theory, won't work because the capitalists, the practice of the capitalists historically has has been different, and it's like, well, that's why we're trying to end that. We're going in circles again in a way, right?
Should I read this comment? It
Yeah,
says,
yeah. I think you should read it, Abby.
we make a clear distinction between the Pisano reactionaries and the people within Cuba, especially those who support the revolution. Yes.
But I don't see that
So,
distinction necessarily being made quite in this argument about, like,
well,
yes,
people,
they're like, I'm saying they made policies to correct the racism in Cuba, and you're saying yes, but there were white Cubans who left who were racist. Yeah, but how does that
Yeah, because they want
refute
to.
my argument, right?
Right, because they want to be wealthy by coming to America. They don't want to stay in Cuba and
You
continue
want to
to
stay trapped
redistribute.
in capitalist bullshit. They're
well,
wrong.
I think the point is like we make when people speak in generalizations a lot, and then when somebody comes up and be like, well, not all white men or not all Cubans, it's like, of course we know that. That's
Yeah,
not
we know that. Right.
right. That's like a understood, or maybe we should start using um, words like many, most,
Most or
some,
half.
something like that, or
Right.
like I just didn't think we needed much of a qualifier
Mm-hmm.
when we kind of understand historically what happened. But
Right.
maybe we should start putting qualifiers on it
Yeah.
to
Right.
combat people doing that, because that's like a deflective argument from
Mhm.
the conversation, in my opinion.
Right. And Abby, and I'm going to add too. Yeah. And let me just and Abby to Michael. When I say minority majorities, I am not limiting them as one. You have separate those who do want to support ending oppression, and then you have others or half or a slight majority who don't want to end oppression. Because I see this a lot, Michael, in my community, in the Asian community. Asian community is very, very adamantly opposed to any anti-black racism, and they're not on board with the Asian minorities, Michael. And the same thing with Hispanics, Arabs, Indians, because at the end of the day, they side with white supremacy or their proximity to whiteness.
Well, this is gets almost to the tether argument about, well, the part of the problem is the diasporas that in these countries in particular are of a certain kind of like conservative capitalist kind of politics, right? So they came here, they are here because they like America as it already is, and they want to preserve it this way as opposed to wanting actual change, you know? So the
Right,
ones who want the communism didn't flee the revolution when it happened. They're benefiting from it
right.
by not rejecting it.
And a lot of it has to do with the fact that the American media propagandized us against the world and the
Mhm.
world against us, is specifically Black Americans. So when people come here, they have a preconceived notion about who we are, and they don't want to align themselves with us.
Yep, that is true, 100%. And then Michael, and then at the end of the day, when the Asians Hispanics come to Black Americans for help, and Black Americans said to Asian Hispanics, "We warned you guys a long time ago. You should have listened to us. No, listen to us, but align with us, because we understand how white supremacy works in America." And Black Americans have a PhD in addressing white supremacy and anti-black racism. But now it's too late for Asians and Hispanics to really show, solidarity or coalition, because Black Americans really want to have coalition with the brown and yellow people. But unfortunately, the brown majority of brown and yellow people did not want to have coalition. Even like the Hispanics told one Hispanic guy told me in his community, majority of his people did not want to show coalition or solidarity with Black Americans, even though he himself wanted to show solidarity. So there's a racial dynamic behind it. Even those Asian Hispanics who voted, and this probably might surprise you, Michael, a slight majority or almost half voted for Trump. Then they almost did vote for Kamala Harris in 2024.
So this is where I think we often use how people vote as a way of, uh, like, we try and pigeonhole them. We sort of we read more into what the vote means. If they're voting in a strategic lesser of two evils sense, they may not necessarily really ascribe to any of or most of the politics that they're voting for technically. They're just voting so that the other person doesn't win.
But yeah,
And we
but
make all kinds of conclusions about what the vote means when it's all coerced.
right, it's true. But I'll
Mhm.
say this: in the Asian community, how Asian people vote, where they get their information from, they get their information from called WeChat.
We know it's like WhatsApp. It's like
it's like
WhatsApp.
WhatsApp app,
Yeah.
exactly. So that's where, especially Vietnamese people, they get their information on WeChat. So when they know to vote, they know to vote Republicans, because Republicans do a good job of selling, that Democrats are communists, Democrats want to take over your business, blah blah blah, right? And the same thing with like Koreans, Hispanics. So that's where they most of them get the information from: word of mouth, church, WhatsApp, and also like Fox News.
Well, there's a difference between getting your information word of mouth. This is where I feel like you're making almost a class argument without noticing, because
Oh, I'm making
who
a racial
controls the
argument.
app?
I'm just
It's
telling
a
Wait,
you.
wait, wait. Let him
corporation.
finish. Let him finish.
It's a corporation that controls the app, that disseminates the information, that sets the narrative, and they racialize
Hmm.
the narrative for a divide and conquer purpose. And then we say we have to confront this racial arguments that are being piped into our feeds everywhere. And it's
We
like, well, if
do.
we had a class approach to it, we need to um, stop using this corporate service, right? We need to create our own dual power. We create our own means of producing and disseminating information. And that way, through a class approach, we are applying class methods to solve racial problems.
But
Okay, but the FBI and the CIA are always going to infiltrate anything
mhm.
Yeah.
that someone that is trying to build class solidarity does.
And that's something we have
Anything.
to be prepared for, guarding against, dealing with on a daily basis. That's something we can't be
Right.
naive about. Right.
But anyways, yeah. But Mike, what I'm saying is that my community, most Asian people don't rock with Black Americans. About 60 to maybe 70%, and they only have 30% who do, right? And not only that, but also Michael, but Asian Americans are very fiscally conservative. Not all of them, but the majority. And the political views have actually leaned more towards to the right. Maybe on economics, especially coming from the younger Asian generations and some Asian Gen Xers. So what I'm saying is that you're gonna have a hard time reaching out to Asians and Hispanics who have grown more fiscally conservative, and not only just fiscally conservative, but more racist over in the last 10, 20 years.
But when we say fiscally conservative,
When I say
that's
yeah, let me
basically
fin- yeah,
saying pro-capitalist. Go ahead.
let me finish. So when I say fiscal conservative, yeah, they will support certain government programs, but all of them. They may, like for example, they will support increased military spending, increased homeland security spending,
But that's
except
not
for
fiscally
They,
conservative.
they support imperialism.
right. So
That's
I'm
not
saying
but why did you say fiscally
when I say
conservative? Because
fiscally
that's not
conservative, I'm just saying like Republicans view fiscally conservative, with exceptions to when exceptions to emergencies, like
well
war
then
operations,
then
military.
you should say what they think is considered fiscally conservative, but it it really is point A, like bullet point, bullet point, bullet point. Because when you say fiscally conservative, then we have to define what that is. Because the way you defined it had nothing to do with fiscal conservative.
Right. I'm not defining. I'm just saying what I read from Wikipedia and Republicans' platforms, what they mean by it. I'm not just taking their word as a, as being accurate, but I'm just understanding like where they come from. Because same with Democrats. Democrats can say they're fiscal conservative, but they're fiscal conservative in different ways. Like for example, Democrats say we need to be fiscally conservative on closing tax breaks, fiscal
Mm.
conservative on reducing military spending, whereas Republicans say we gotta be fiscally conservative on reducing social program spending, except for defense and security and law enforcement. So they may have they may say like the same thing but different meanings. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I did. So about it had to be when I realized this. I used to listen to Tom Hartman and
Uh huh.
I forget the other lady's name.
Kelton?
Stephanie some no. Um she was on like XM radio. It's like when Tom Hartman was big, and I don't know why I want to keep saying Stephanie Mills, but she was a black singer. This woman is a was a white political commentator on the Democratic side, and like something clicked in my head, and I was like,
Mhm.
oh, when I'm listening to conservatives, I use that term very loosely, um, speaking at the podium, and I'm like, oh, they're not when they use these terms, they're not speaking to us as a class. They're speaking above our heads to the elites. Like the term has different meanings for them than it
Right.
has for us. So they can say these terms and get away with it because we're using two different dictionaries. It's like using the slave Bible versus the King James Bible versus the Schofield Bible. So
Mhm.
each hierarchy has the same terms, and the propaganda machine has shot out definitions of these terms to each different hierarchy. So it's almost like when a dog and a cat meet each other, a dog wags its tail to say, I'm excited and I want to be your friend. A cat interprets that as I want to fight. Because when a cat wags its tail, it's in distress, like
Right.
that it feels danger.
Mhm.
So these are these terms in these different classes. One's waving in one way, and one's waving in the other, and the other one's just standing back uh, and watching them fight because that term doesn't even mean a wag of a tail at all. It means like the ringing of the Wall Street bell,
Mhm.
if that makes sense.
Makes sense because it's different. It's how different ethnic racial groups interpret conservative policy platforms, how they see fit, right, in their respective communities. And sometimes the Asian Hispanic communities fall for the Republican trick, unfortunately. So I had to educate both Hispanics and Asians. Hey, no, this is not what Republicans mean. When Republicans say, let's cut taxes for everybody, no, they mean cut taxes for the rich and big corporations only. They don't mean working class and middle class people. Because a lot of the immigrants are small business owners. So when they hear tax cuts, they think, oh, tax cuts it's going to benefit small business. I said, no, it's not. It's going to benefit people at the top. And sometimes I had to do a lot of yelling. I had to yell at Asian Hispanics to get them to understand, let alone talking about reparations, right? And I did have a conversation with one Asian girl who used to work with me on Dr. Jill Stein's presidential campaign. And she's from China, came to the United States in 2003, was initially not on code with Black Americans. It used to have like stereotypical views, but eventually someone, not so her partner husband, woke her up about issues woke her up about Black American issues. So over time, she became less, I would say, less biased and a little bit more sympathetic to Black American needs. And then when we talked about reparations, right? Because I asked my colleague, her name is May. She's from China. I said, May, what is your stance on reparations? Do you agree with reparations? And she said, yes, I do believe reparations should happen. And she said, in theory, do I support reparations? Yes, but in reality, she does not. Or doesn't think it was did not think it was going to happen. So that's when I pushed back and had to challenge her
I,
anti-black racism. And then
I
from
want to
there,
ask you.
sir.
Oh, go ahead. Finish your statement.
So then I had to put
It's
her in place.
well. There's this comment from XD.
Hmm.
It's three comments. Um, do you want to respond, Michael, before I go to
Sir,
these comments?
yeah, just read the comments.
No, no. Nahilo, I meant
Oh,
Uh,
sorry.
respond to what?
just what's been said before I go into these comments.
No, that's all good.
Okay. So there's three comments. So I need you to read all three, and then
Hmm.
I'll give you the floor, Michael, to respond, or I could read them if you want.
Yeah, you can read them then.
Okay. It says, these days, if Chinese want to move to Canada with their family, they have to have the money. So Canada ends up taking in some of the most obnoxious petite bourgeoisie people from China. I guess Michael would have something to say about this too. But anyway, still continuing. And in turn, these overseas Chinese spread their own propaganda, saying how swell things are here. And then lastly,
Hmm.
how do okay, currently, more Chinese are finally waking up to the fact that things aren't okay here. That's why the kill line discussion is happening in China. So maybe I said the wrong Michael because he's talking about Chinese people in Canada. Now, Hilo, do you want to respond to that first?
Uh, I agree. Like, I don't really have as much of a personal relationships with anybody in the Chinese community in Canada, but from what I've seen about like Falun Gong posters and stuff being posted in uh, like posters in the businesses all over Windsor, whether
Mm-hmm.
they're Chinese or not, there is this obvious influence of like you have to know what Falun Gong is. It's like this religious cult,
Hmm.
like a bona fide cult with a crazy leader who thinks he's like God kind of thing. That was abolished. Like they were banned from China, and then they're super anti-communist, and they act like them like being purged and made illegal. Like any like a cult like this should be in any country because it's like toxic for the like a genuine cult is for its members, whatever. Like it's been documented that they've done horrible things to people, and Canada welcomes this group with open arms, just like America is willing to opportunistically use like Muslim extremists for terrorists, or whatever. They'll foster these psychotic groups, or like the fascists in Ukraine, whatever. They'll take these crazy reactionaries and they'll give them a home and they'll give them funding and they'll give them like they'll instead of censoring them, they'll promote their fucking messages and shit. So it's not it's not really so simple as to like like I find it hard to overcome as far as like I want to get into the class politics and whatnot, and though the you reach out to these diasporas and whatnot, and they're like just as anti-communist as any white supremacist, right?
Right. But I can speak from my point of view about Chinese about how Chinese Americans how Chinese people need to have money, before coming to America. Because what I'm seeing in California, a lot of the Asians, Hispanics are gentrifying most parts of California, especially in LA, San Francisco, San Bernardino, and other parts of California. Especially the black population in California is dropping steadily because the Asians, Hispanics are in politics in California, about 80 to 90%. So when you have 80 to 90% of Asian Hispanics who dominate in California politics, of course they're going to fight for their own people when it comes to resources, and at the same time evict those who are not Chinese. I mean, evict those who are not Asians or Hispanics. So yes, I see the Asian people coming to America or other parts of the country as economic commodities, and it's causing a lot of chaos and problems for people, for the locals who are trying to live comfortably and afford decent housing. And especially, I'm not surprised what's happening in California, because California is nothing to me. California is like really nothing new. It's been an ongoing decade with this with gentrification. coming from multiple groups of people.
So I suppose we kind of maybe need to have like a contingent basis as far as support that we have for like immigrant communities. You might have to say is if there are um, woke, you might say to vulgarize it, like if they're open to the critical race theory and the class analysis and whatnot, then they're immigrants you could work with. If they're just going to be the reactionary, like racist supporter of imperialism and everything, then just because they're an immigrant or a person of color doesn't mean you can work with them.
But let me say this because it comes from Democrats. Most of the time, Democrats want right? Democrats want illegal immigration or legal immigration, but they want they want way too many numbers of immigrants, and then it creates tensions in people who are trying to live and survive, especially American citizens. And he's speaking, and the guy's correct. Black guy's correct. Yeah, Joe Biden gave immigrants thousands of dollars, tax dollars, in face of poor who need help. And now look, what's happening. Even when immigrants, whether they're legal or illegal, they also get tax deferment. They don't have to pay taxes so many years once the government gives them loans to start businesses in different communities. And then not only that, but immigrant communities don't employ American citizens. And I see this left and right in Virginia, California, New York, and other liberal enclave states.
Yeah, I guess the way to deal with that would have to be by using the power of the state to implement laws so that if
Ooh,
people try and discriminate with employment
Right.
I'm
practices, that you can hold them
Oh yeah.
accountable.
Oh yeah.
I'm
Black Life wants to ask
so
me a question.
glad.
Yeah,
I'm
I've seen
so glad you just said
Eggsy.
that,
Just want to
Michael.
say, go ahead, please. I appreciate that. And whatever your question.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, Black Life can ask me a question. Go ahead, Black Life. Why are you looking for something from Democrats, and why are you concerned about a group? Great question. Because Democrats are known to pander to other groups of people, right? Because Democrats say we're about diversity, we're about treating people equally, right? But in reality, Democrats are very selective. They're not about treating, different groups of people equally. They're very selective. They'll treat the Asian Hispanics better than they treat Black American voters. And I'm not saying, and no, this is not me being concerned about the Democratic Party. It's the fact that the Democratic Party has abandoned Black voters in the last 10 years, right? And it goes back to Black voters voting for Democrats in the last 60 years, because we have to combat misinformation from Democrats, because Democrats do a good job of using propaganda, but they do it more covertly. Um, and we also have to look at the fact because Democrats really espouse, I'm sorry, really promote illegal immigration. They want all immigrants to not only vote but become citizens fast without doing the right way. But what the Democrats fail to understand is that most immigrants who come to America, they're not eligible to vote once they become legal residents. I don't know what, within like 10 years. And now if those immigrants who've been here for a long time and do vote, they're not going to vote Democrats necessarily. They're going to vote Republicans because of cultural values. And I'm saying that the Democrats have done more damage, much bigger damage than Republicans ever have. It's just that Democrats are more quiet about it.
No, it's not. I would disagree. They do equal amounts of damage when they work together.
I mean, yeah, that's true words about what I'm saying is that Democrats will tell you or show who they are, then they can tell you. Republicans will tell you who they are before they can show you.
So I think we need to get like I thought we were already clear about the duopoly. It's
Yeah,
not neither Democrat nor Republican. It's about the third party. So it's about what third
yeah.
party. And you think it's should you support the Green Party or the Libertarian,
I
or
say,
would you support a socialist or communist party if it was getting momentum?
yeah. Let me address Black Life. Black Life. I agree that we have to buck screw the Democratic Party, but I want to make sure I address his question promptly. I did answer everything he was asking. I want to clarify, make sure I address his question because this is it's very important, very important. Very important to move forward, right? And also, I think one of the Abby who mentioned the comes about reparations, but either groups or parties gotta put reparations. Do you know who's that, Abby, specifically? Oh, Abby, I think she's muted.
I don't know if she's away from the camera, the keyboard,
Okay.
whatever. She can answer you when she gets
I
back.
was,
But
yeah, I was, I'm trying to clean up a little bit in the kitchen, and my. So what was the question? I
The
don't know
question,
who was talking about reparations. I'm not
yeah,
sure, but what
yeah, in
but
the
what I
com,
did, I don't know, but what I did want to, I really appreciate the fact that you said that about um how like immigrants come over here, they'll come over,
hmm
and black people and Nahilo, we've done a show about this before where black people were they were in like Chicago, like all these places where they were shipping immigrants to, and they would like shut down the black school to house immigrants, and black people were complaining, and they were specifically saying we don't have an issue with these people. Our issue is w- how are you doing all these things for them, and you're still not doing anything for our communities.
hmm
And it was very important that they said that, because I know what they we know what they try to do. They try to pit us against them like the same way they try to pit the Asian community against the black community in LA. It's the same playbook.
yep,
And then so we have credit scores, but they come over with no credit score and can get business loans that they don't have to pay taxes on for the first 5 years, and we can't get a business loan. Okay. And then also, the last thing I want to say, shit, I almost forgot. Did I forget? I guess that's it for now.
oh yeah. So Ab, you did address, yeah, so Ab, you did address Black Lives issue about
Um,
what the Democrats are not, what they were not going to do for Black Americans. So you hit it perfectly on point. And yeah, and to me, to elaborate more, that yes, because Democrats realize that if they have to really earn the Black American votes, that means the Democrats had to offer something at the table, and the Democrats don't want, especially the Becky Democrats, can't tolerate any
you, the,
tolerate
oh,
Black
sorry.
votes. Sorry,
I
go ahead,
just realized what I wanted to say.
go
I,
ahead.
I apologize. The I think it's done because Democratic Party knows black people can't go anywhere anyway. So it's better for the Democratic Party to bring in an influx of immigrants, because the Republican Party wouldn't be able to do that. And the Democratic Party still can rely on the black vote, because where else are you going to go?
Right.
So it's very strategic what they do. They figure out who can get away with what, and then they run the playbook on us.
hmm Exactly. It's like
Okay, I'm going
controlled
back on mute.
opposition. Sorry. Yeah, so it's like controlled, opposition, right? Like what Abby was saying. And the Democrats, yeah, yeah, the Democrats do a good job of, yeah, using covert tactics. But more Black American voters are recognizing that no, that is not going to work. And so what the Democrats get upset is that Black American voters are not falling for the tactics or the theatrics. And and going back to yes, and yes, Democrats do a good job of showing who they are. Then Republicans can tell you who they are at the same time. And this has been happening for in the last 3 4 decades, right? And Democrats have never really learned their lessons moving forward. And Democrats know that if they really want the Black American votes, yeah, they're gonna have to offer something tangible, not just like universal programs alone, specific, right? And I was saying that the Becky Democrats get very frustrated, angry. Now they have to answer or defer to American freedmen and offer something tangibles.
So,
And that's
are you carry on? Sorry.
yeah, and so that's why yeah, so that's why Black Americans don't vote Democrats in higher numbers, especially among millennials, Gen Zers, and some Gen Xers, because they have awakened already, and that's what makes the Democrats very upset, especially the white liberals.
So I wanted to ask you,
So,
what do you think? What did you think about Andrew Yang's Forward Party? Isn't it? It's defunct now, isn't it?
I visited his website once. I know it was a change from his past campaign in terms of language and bolding and implementing bold policies. It sounded like some policies were straightforward and some were vague, And I just find that it was more like stuck of he was trying to say we need to go back to centrism. We need to go back to a time when everything was normal, or going back to the normal status quo where people were reasonable, people could have reasonable disagreements without yelling, shouting, and not be too radical. Yeah, I have an issue with that because when Andrew Yang ran in 2020, he was a bit bold. I knew he had Medicare for all on his platform, but I know he was very practical about it. Say we're going to work towards Medicare for all. We don't want to disrupt the private health insurance industry um, abruptly, but we're going to do it gradually. I like some of his ideas, universal basic income. At that time, I was not fully aware about reparations, but I was beginning to understand. But Andrew Yang, yeah, he kind of played the white supremacist trope, and so that he wanted to. No, no, he was trying to be like the Clinton. Um, he was trying to be like the Bill Clinton, trying to be like the Clinton central consensus builder.
Yeah, because wasn't he like a Democrat who was Democrat Party's not doing it. We got to create a third party, progressive politics,
Right,
whatever. So
right,
that's like this is what happens when you see people do a third party that's like pro capitalist and like libertarian kind of thing. I don't know if he considers himself libertarian or what he characterizes himself or
right.
liberal or he's like a centrist, but the whole thing is it's not a socialist third party. And so it's what I'm saying is if we're trying to talk about electoral politics like it's something important, so then what party are we advocating for? What is the party that you choose to back?
Right. So, to be honest, Roger Meadows and I had this conversation. So his conclusion and my conclusion, we reached a similar conclusion. It's like we know no parties at all because when you form parties, people can change their ideologies anytime, change rulers, exclude people, and then throw people off the bus, like what the Green Party did, and also the Justice Party as well. So I think it's better just to do is
So no party.
no parties, but create platforms. I would say is probably the best solution because anytime like with the Green Party is called the Democratic Light because the elitist people who used to be Democrats are running the Green Party as a collective.
Right,
And
Jill Stein, the ex-Democrat, right? So it's
right,
like you want to have this new party, but why do you keep installing so-called ex-members of the party? What if they're just members of the Democratic Party that have to operate with like wearing green colors?
right. But right, exactly right. But also that's why I can't when you mentioned about the forward party Andrew Yang created. Yeah, I could not support him. As any candidate running for office, but I support some principles, but not all principles because the forward party is really about returning to centrism of the 1990s or going back to the Bill Clinton era of neoliberalism.
So you're saying third-party politics is also a false remedy. So we need so it, no politics. It's kind of like the revolutionary or no party, whatever. Saying the revolutionary thing is no more investment in electoral politics. It's a waste of time and
Well,
resources, whatever. But are you
Well,
saying
I'm
giving
not
well,
saying that. What
I
selective
can
I'm saying,
tell you,
electoral politics
go
and
ahead, Abby.
independence?
well, Black Life says I don't want to hear anyone defend a party to represent reforming any party. So I assume she's talking about Andrew Yang.
Yep.
When he
And
first came out,
Democrats.
I was really paying attention to him.
Uh huh.
When he first came out, I was kind of on him for a little bit,
Right.
and then I was like, okay, this is just another rich person using politics to get into the circles he wants. Like
Mm-hmm.
it fizzled out, just like Andrew. But at least he did introduce UBI to people who would have heard of it before.
Right.
So that was good, I guess. But I didn't mean to derail the conversation. I just got back, so
Oh
my
no, no, no,
phone
that's fine.
Or
And
compressed
he was
me.
speaking. And let me ask you this, Abby. So when Andrew Yang crossed your mind, did you ever was reparations on your mind that time?
It's always on my mind.
Right. The reason I asked that because because I know Andrew. I know. I'm sure you read Andrew Yang's platform. He did not have reparations on his
Reparation on his platform, yeah.
because I know
And he eventually just was corralling people back to the Democratic Party anyway. So,
right.
it don't matter.
Yeah,
Right.
because
If
what
we're if we're not going to be supporting any party, then I think that you still have a problem with the strategy, because if you're saying support independence in some kind of like the people that you find in the context that they're running for the right policies, you should vote for it, because
of
you might as
course,
well, if it works, like
right.
don't fuck with like there's no
So,
reason
so
to
let's
stop something good from happening, basically, right? But I
let's
don't
kind of
think
go.
that's a way out of any problem in a big picture sense.
Mm, let's kind of go through some of the third parties, right? The Working People's Party, that's out because when if you don't vote a all Democratic Party ticket in a lot of states, the Working People's Party is on the ticket. It ain't nothing but a Democrat. So what's the point? Just vote. Like, what are you doing? You just made it sound sweet, I guess. Then there was the People's Party with what was his name, Nick. Uh, um, they
Banna,
uh,
Branna,
I
something like
think
that.
so. Like Jimmy Dore,
Hmm.
uh, RBN. Everybody was getting behind them, and then some kind of scandal happened or something. That was weird. Remember the People's Party
I think it was a sex
convention?
scandal thing.
It was a sex scandal that happened, and that fizzled that out. Um, Even if that fizzled, like, why couldn't he just step down and have somebody else take it over or something? Because they did have some momentum. So we just gonna crush the entire thing.
That is a little bit of
Um,
curiosity.
Hmm.
exactly. I didn't understand that. Like,
Right.
okay, so the entire party has to go now because he turned out to be well, allegedly. I don't know. I didn't follow it, but I
Hmm.
was kind of volunteering for that and everything.
Wait, who are you volunteering for? Who?
The People's Party.
The
People's Party.
People's Party.
That was with Cornel West, right?
No.
No, it
Oh,
Oh
was
wait, no, no, no. I know what he's talking about. Cornel West did speak at the convention,
they were probably courting him.
and so did
mm-hmm.
what's her name in Ohio? You know the
Nina,
black lady,
Nina
Nina
Turner.
Turner. Hello, somebody. Nina Turner. Yes,
Yes.
she was one of the like the, she was her and Cornel West were like the last speakers.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I watched the entire thing. It was very interesting.
Right.
Uh, Speaking of Nina Turner,
Mm-hmm.
she said she put up this post on social media. Okay, I'm about to bastardize this because it's not even the James Baldwin quote, but she tried to take a James Baldwin quote about um how he's like, I don't know about the black and white church segregated, and like I don't know if oh no, the quote was um I can criticize uh the America because I'm an American citizen and I love my country. So she's gonna say I can criticize the Democratic National Party because I'm a Democrat and I love my country. And I said, no, 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 you can't James Baldwin your way out of this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Don't even. That's rude. That was rude. Make up your own stupid quote.
Wow.
Who loves the Democratic
Plagiarizing.
National Convention, the DNC? Who loves them? Girl, get out of my face. She
So
just did that like 2 days ago.
I was wondering maybe if this People's Party was some kind of like psyop to begin with,
Mm.
and then the reason, like, to try and explain why it might have fizzled out, like what
Mhm.
happened to it. Because I think there's a People's Party in Canada too. I'm wondering if there's any kind of relation
I think that.
or not. But I think that whatever psyop they were trying to do either failed or
Mm-hmm.
they went in some other direction.
Yes. And to be honest, the People's Party actually originated from Bernie Sanders or Revolution, and they had people running it. But then the party closed because of disagreements over over leadership, power. I mean, sharing power equally and distributing resources. And also, the People's Party did not have reparations on its platform.
I remember they were so I was part of the
Mm-hmm.
they were like still trying to build their platform, and so I was on the committee for the committee for Black people, and we were trying to build something with reparations on the platform. So it's not that they didn't have it; they just didn't have it. I guess they didn't want to build it on their own. They wanted the Black people's voice on it or something. Um, so it could have happened, I guess,
Right.
but it fizzled out before anything could come of it.
Yeah, and let me ask you this, Abby. Were you initially surprised that initially Nina Turner did not support Lynette's base, cash payment reparations for American
Huh?
freedmen?
You
When
finished
she
with the
first,
show? Almost.
yeah, when she first ran for, well, I think it was what, for Congress, right? But then a couple years later, she changed her stance. Surprised how she became more um, Lynette's focus and fully supports Lynette's base, cash payment reparations, after initially opposing them.
Well, I think I feel like she thought she had she was riding that wave, and
Mm-hmm.
when that wave fizzled out, she had to get back on the train. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that's like any with any grifter. Like if these are your values, stick with them,
Right.
or you got to justify why you switched it up. You can't just switch it up like gradually switch it up because people they expect people to forget,
Mm-hmm.
and a lot of people do because it's a lot going on in this world.
Right.
So that's why grifters can grift
Mm-hmm.
this way and that way and this way and that way. There's a lot of social media influencers who have grifted away from Trump.
Yes,
I
I
can
know it's
name
true.
five off the top of my head, and it's like, oh, wait a minute. You don't get to just you don't get to just bounce like that. Wait, you got to you got to explain more than what you're doing. Like,
Right.
oh, I changed my mind. Now let's move on. No, no, no. We not moving on.
Right.
We have to dissect this.
Exactly. And you know what this, Abby? Do you know why the Trump supporters don't want to acknowledge they made an error or made a made an error in judgment? It's because for them to admit something, it means to admit guilt, right? And also they realize, man, we should have voted for Kamala Harris. If we had known that Kamala Harris would have been the lesser
I wouldn't
evil.
have voted for her either.
Right.
But but let's let's stay on topic a little bit about the like where are we headed from
Mm-hmm.
here because we have the ACP. We kind of already talked about them and the issues with them.
Yes.
And then there's DSA and
There's
I just
PSL,
PSL.
Green
PSL.
Party. There's a Libertarian Party.
Mm-hmm.
So we're basically finding that there is no satisfactory party.
We don't have a home.
So
Right.
So then, if you don't
but
have a home, then you got to go with. Do we have to go with? Well,
A party.
who's the lesser of the
Two
evils
evils.
of the third part?
Right.
Like, oh, we're
Right.
fucked.
because if we're
Right.
not going to do the electoral politics, like you're saying, build platforms. This is like a sounds like it's more like a pre-political. Like we don't, we're not in a position to really do anything with
Mm-hmm.
any party. So we need
Right.
to do something in the pre-political space or whatever in order to
Right.
be in a position to do something.
Right. I just think that it's better to create our own independent party than trying to join a third party. Because even my friend Roger Meadows saw this. I mean, saw what the Green Party did in New York City. The Green Party focused on affluent communities by doing mutual aid, and the Green Party did not go into like low income and Black American communities to provide mutual aid.
And so they have a track record of not being consistent, or saying one thing or like betraying people, right? Uh,
Right.
so if you're gonna start a new party, like what would you call it? Like would it be explicit like socialist, or would you want to not include anything about that in the party?
I would say, to be honest, if we really want to get people to join our new parties or any parties we create, I think it's better we need to say this
Well,
is
who
very
is we? Because we ain't got the money.
no, no, I'm saying hypothetically. I say hypothetically, not in
Oh,
reality.
okay.
Hypothetically speaking, to address Michael's questions, right, or comments. I say that it's probably just say liberation, because if we say socialist, communist, Green Party, and then we neglected American freedmen, even if we put like say we put reparations on the platform, right? But then reparations get diluted. That's not true liberation.
Right. So you would basically, it's the pragmatic argument of in order for us to have a successful, like a viable third party, we have to drop the language of like the anti-capitalist language in order to appeal to be neutral, or we in order to appeal to both sides of the aisle, because you're trying to build a party from scratch. You kind of
Mhm.
need both, whatever you need support. So you can't be too
Right.
picky about where you get it from. I
Hmm.
think this is kind of maybe a doomed to fail strategy because that's my biases there. I think it needs to be a leftist, socialist,
I
and
even think I even think liberation would be a bad word because I could just think off the top of my head
Uh-huh.
how many ways they would take that word and turn it into something
Else
filth filth.
well, the
Hmm.
filter.
meme is the free dumbers, right? The way that leftists are always talking about right
Yeah,
wing.
they want
They're so always about freedom, right? They're so dumb
uh,
about it.
yeah, they want to be liberated from a civilized society where
Mhm.
they're just doing like all kind of hedonism and doing whatever they want, and our children are going to suffer, and you know what I mean, like
Yeah.
I think
like
liberation would also suggest like a libertarian kind of ideology, whether you intend that or not.
I mean, not necessarily libertarian, but yeah, I could include concepts of libertarians where people want, their social issues protected, but also liberation from a system that doesn't benefit people. Because when I tried to reform the Green Party or brought concerns to Dr. Jill Stein, pretty much, put my issues on the side or put on the back burner and said, hey, we got to focus on immigrants. We got to welcome immigrants. We're a welcoming party. I said, Dr. Jill Stein, we
what
need to,
about this? What about? Oh, sorry.
well, I
I
was
was
telling,
just go ahead.
okay, yeah, I was telling Jill, I said, Dr. Jill Stein, we got to focus on domestic issues pertaining to American freedmen because they're giving their oxygen. It's like taking the oxygen away from American freedmen and giving to immigrants who are not legal citizens. So what I learned is that trying to reform whether it's the Green Party or third parties, you can never reform those people because those people are going
So
to be stuck at the end of the day.
so I was thinking by way of like the Tea Party. Okay, I see, like it's okay. That's like freedom. And all. So what about like instead of like the Civil Society Party or something? So that has like it harkens back to civil rights, but you don't say civil rights because they'll tear that shit apart. But if you
Right.
just say civil society, then what would be the argument about a civil society?
Well, we can't say. I don't know. We don't. We know America's not very civil, so I don't want to say a civil society or civil rights party because I'm sure you understand, Abby. In this country, everything's about you have to fight to get those rights. So I think it's better to say the Human Rights Party because we know
Mm.
when I think of civil rights, I'm thinking like it's more accommodating people at the top, but not really liberating people at the bottom. Because with civil
Or
rights,
maybe the humanist society,
yeah, human
humanist,
society,
humanist party.
yeah, something like that.
Because I think you
Mm.
might get trying to be like a neutral, like a centrist party. You might get considered to be left or like a liberal, not left. Like I mean, like being the humanist or the liberation party, like that. You might be considered
Libertarian.
not just libertarian but liberal, like or trying to be progressive in that. Like it's this thing about center left or center right.
Hmm.
It's the Overton window and stuff. in order to appeal to enough people, you say you can't have the anti-capitalist kind of messaging. So then you can't be too vague. At some point, you have to kind of pin down like what are the politics you're actually advocating
Right,
for.
of course, right. I mean, I agree. We have to be, straightforward and have to be real. I agree with you on that, Mike. But what I'm saying about the humanist party that Abby was saying, yeah, the humanist party is not really left. It's not really progressive. The way I see progressives that so progressives may promote transformative changes, right? Oh, we need a radical shift. But at the end of the day, progressives return to the center.
Stay away from the word progressive.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And
so the humanist doesn't necessarily speak about your economic outlook, right? So it's I'm not sure like how
Well,
effective it would be as a label.
we could put a pin in
mhm.
it.
Yeah, yeah, we gotta been going on a long time. Our viewership's kind of on life support there, so
Yeah. Hey, Abby, what do you think about this comment? This is what Black Lives said to me. Michael, you're really
Don't start a new topic.
we,
sorry.
we
I'm
come back
tired.
next week. We can talk some, or you
I'm
Yeah.
can if
tired.
you want to share your comments further. We can put something in Discord, right?
Yeah, Sinus, but going back to your comments about Nina Turner, by the way, by the way, Abby, this might surprise you.
We wrapping up.
Nina Turner has now endorsed Bootswear for governor.
I don't even care. We wrapping up.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I
We'll
don't
see if
even
we can
care.
remember to redress that on Tuesday.
yeah, but I'll say
That
this,
does
yeah,
sound somewhat intriguing, but
yeah,
that's getting
I
us
can't
back
even.
in the electoral politics vortex.
yeah. But I want
Mm-mm.
to say that I learned a lot from you, Michael, a lot, and Abby, you really expanded my horizon, and I'm still learning as I'm growing. Every day, to
Well,
Well, thank you.
we appreciate you. We appreciate the chat. We
hmm
appreciate the people who come on a panel on Thursdays. We appreciate people who come in to listen. I mean, I'm sorry. We appreciate the panel that drops in on Tuesdays
hmm
and the people that come in to listen to us on Thursdays. And I think we're like, we started from scratch. So
right,
Yeah, well, we're
the
learning from you.
only place we can go is up.
Yeah, that's where maybe people would say we're just talking about it. What are we doing? This isn't really accomplishing anything. But like you're saying, you're learning a lot. We're growing together. So it
Yeah, I
does
don't
hopefully
necessarily agree with that, but
means something. Like we're not just
I,
growing for nothing, right?
I don't necessarily agree with that. Like I hear what you're saying, but I don't agree with it because I've been in other chats
hmm
of people who don't really think the way we think. I've taken a lot of shots. I stick to my guns,
hmm
and people in those chats have showed up here and said, "Hey, I really like what you said about socialism. Can we talk about it? I want to hear what you have to say about
right,
socialism versus communism." So, just stick to your stick to your guns. Don't let anybody try to intimidate you. And people are listening. You're not saying it for the people who don't agree with you. You're saying it for the people who are in the shadows who are scared to speak up because they are scared to take the heat that you are getting.
right.
And
Yeah,
that's all I have to say about that.
hmm
yeah.
And with that being said, we can wrap up. Michael,
Yeah,
I'll give uh y'all want the last words?
yeah. The last word.
We'll start with you and then the
Okay.
co-host.
Yeah. So I would say that interesting conversation with substance. Yeah. Eventually, we're going to have to embrace both. Moving forward, whether it's comprehensive, targeted, because the lesson learned is that when you focus on all groups of people but exclude others, eventually it's going to trickle down. And so, lesson is it's going to be challenged. It's going to be very challenging to do both, but it's still worth it at the end of the day.
Mhm.
And so, very important to be strategic and also be cognizant of
Mhm.
people's past experience because the past experience can pave the way for freedom and justice,
That's right.
and not repeat.
Nahilo?
I think but what you mean by what we have to do both is fight the fight against capitalism and racism and sexism and that kind of stuff all together. We have to. It's all one fight in a way. Then, if we're going to do some kind of an electoral thing, I would say it has to have some kind of anti-capitalist messaging to it at least, or else it's not really fighting and it's more in complicity with perpetuating the problem sort of thing. So, but we can talk more about this next time. Thank you all for joining us. Hope you all have a good night. Take care of each other. Peace.
Peace. Yep. Good night.
And yourselves.
And
Yep.
yourself.
No sorrows. Yep.
Stay warm.